Chapter 1. What is the experience of the doomsday coming? Xinhao, who had just graduated, blowouts surfaced one by one in his mind, and he instantly grasped a lot of extremely lethal Muay Thai moves. Seeing that Xinhao not only didn't help find a way to escape, but even kept spying on her there, trying to take advantage of her, Su Hui was instantly very angry, and a little scared. She had also seen quite a few post-apocalyptic films, and knew that many men in the post-apocalyptic world with no order, exposed the lust of beasts and did whatever they wanted, forcibly dominating women. Xinhao couldn't be trying to do something before he died, right? Su Hui saw something more terrifying than a zombie in Xinhao's excited eyes. She hesitated for a moment, but also summoned up the courage to scold, "Xinhao, have you seen enough? Do you still want to die?" Xinhao smiled evilly and didn't say anything, but directly opened the car door and walked out. What does he want to do? Did he want to go fight zombies? Su Hui instantly understood. She just thought too much, should not maliciously guess Xinhao, so she hurriedly said, "Xinhao, quickly come back, don't do anything stupid." Xinhao did not respond, very domineeringly closed the car door and walked towards the tall zombie that was pulling the carriage. "Xinhao, you quickly come back, don't try to be brave, you were so thin and weak, going out is equivalent to sending death." Su Hui shouted. In the past 6 months of getting along, she couldn't say she liked Xinhao, but she didn't hate him either. In her opinion, although Xinhao's family conditions are not good, and he earns less money, sometimes a little wimpy, a little introverted, and lacks the heroism that a hot-blooded man should have, he is a very kind and good person, and he cares a lot about himself, and he never chats maliciously. She knows that Xinhao wants to pursue herself, and she also knows very well that Xinhao wants to perform in front of himself this time, but heroism should also be divided into time. If you go forward rashly, it is not a hero, but just a reckless man. "Xinhao, come back quickly, do not show off." Su Hui through the rearview mirror, looking at gradually approaching the zombie Xinhao, hurriedly put his head out of the car window, once again opened his mouth to persuade, but the words have not finished, she froze. Only to see Xinhao leaping into the air, using his hand as a sword, slashing at the head of that tall zombie with the momentum of Tarzan. The zombie's brain shell immediately cracked open, a large mouth, gurgling blood, and the pair of hands gripping the carriage slowly loosened, and then collapsed with a bang, stirring up a puff of dust. Looking through the dust, Xinhao was like a mighty and incomparable god of killing, with a heroic aura. For a moment, Su Hui was in a trance. Wasn't this the kind of hero she had always longed to marry? Xinhao slowly walked towards Su Hui, propped up the car window with one hand, stared at Su Hui's eyes, and said fondly, "We sister, in fact, I." Careful. Xinhao did not finish his words and was interrupted by Su Hui. At this time, the two zombies that blocked them in front had already walked in front of them. Xinhao stepped forward and directly kicked the zombies in the chest with a high leg, sending the zombies flying. However, these zombies were extremely hardy and immediately stood up after falling to the ground, frantically counterattacking. Xinhao kicked several times and kicked off the arm of one of the zombies, but found that these zombies had no intention of stopping and were still fierce. At the same time, the two zombies that surrounded and chased from the back had also arrived and were lying on their backs, smashing the window panes hard. Su Hui and those two brutal zombies, with only a glass interval, shouted in horror, "Xinhao, come and save me." Hearing Su Hui's cry for help, Xinhao was in a hurry and directly hit the zombie's brain with his elbow, and the zombie's head suddenly blossomed and fell to the ground. Xinhao recalled the image of killing the first zombie and suddenly realized that the zombie's lifeline might be in the head. Unexpectedly, while he was thinking about it, another zombie ferociously lunged over and bit him on the thigh. "Ah!" Xinhao screamed miserably, raised his elbow and struck the zombie's brain, successfully finishing it off. By this time, the other two zombies had smashed the window glass and were reaching out to tear Su Hui. Xinhao couldn't care about his own pain. Dragging his injured leg, he darted in and raised two fists like heavy hammers, ruthlessly smashing them into the brains of these two zombies, and the two zombies fell down with a bang. "Sister Hui, how are you doing? You're not hurt, right?" Xinhao endured the pain and asked with concern. After the eye mutation, although it allowed him to instantly learn a lot of martial arts moves, his body was still just that of an ordinary human, and he would still be injured. After that fierce battle just now, his legs and elbows were also severely injured due to the intense hedge with the zombies. At this moment, not far away, there were a few more zombies coming towards them. Xinhao still wanted to continue to fight, but was stopped by Su Hui. "Don't try to be brave, hurry up and get in the car, I have a first aid kit at home, go back and I'll help you deal with it first." Hearing the goddess' concern, Xinhao directly drilled into the car, covering the wound on his leg and said, "Sister Hui, What if there are only two of us left in this world? It's impossible, don't think blindly. Su Hui gave Chen Hao a blank look, then concentrated on driving. After returning home, she helped Chen Hao to her bed and then went to look for the first aid kit. Sister Huey's bed, so soft. Sharing a room for so long, it was the first time that Chen Hao entered Su Huey's room. The room was small but exquisitely decorated. The intimate apparel that was drying on the balcony exuded a faint fragrance, just like the breath on Su Huey's body, sucking in a mouthful of tingling all over her body. Chen Hao took a deep breath, and his body gradually reacted somewhat. How's the wound? Su Hui took the first aid kit and asked while walking towards Chen Hao. Quite good. Chen Hao hurriedly opened his eyes and said with a smile. Su Hui took out cotton swabs and medical alcohol, and was about to help Chen Hao sterilize his leg, when she froze, and her snow-white pretty face suddenly turned red. Chen Hao noticed Su Huey's difference and looked down. He hurriedly pulled a quilt from the bed and covered his body. Wanting to explain something, he was too embarrassed to say, so he simply closed his eyes. Su Hui hesitated for a moment. After all, Chen Hao had saved his life and was considered to be injured because of himself, so with a red face and clenched silver teeth, she began to help Chen Hao wipe the wound on his leg. The eyes couldn't help but glance to places where they shouldn't be looking, as if they were summoned by some kind of strange call. Chen Hao, look quickly. Su Hui couldn't help but call out. Thinking that he had done something embarrassing again, Chen Hao hurriedly opened his eyes, only to find that the wound on his leg that had been bitten by the zombie was healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and some of the scraped skin on his elbows had also recovered as before. The most amazing thing was that he felt as if there was more strength in his body, both confused and happy. Could it be that my skin has also mutated? Chapter 3: What is the experience of harvesting a goddess? Chen Hao opened his perspective eyes and scanned his body, finding that his cells seemed to have a very powerful fusion function, able to completely devour and fuse the zombie's cells, thus also fusing the other party's abilities along with it. Could it be that I possess not just penetrating eyes, but a powerful fusion ability? Chen Hao had a bold guess that the eyes could fuse the images seen, the brain could fuse the eyes to receive knowledge, and the body could fuse the cells and specialties of other creatures. Your wounds, how did they suddenly heal all by themselves? Su Hui was surprised and asked. I'm not too sure. It's possible that it's a blessing in disguise, just like Spider-Man, I guess. Being bitten by a special creature caused the body to mutate. Chen Hao said with a smile. He didn't dare to reveal that he possessed the ability to see through the eyes. If he told the truth, then Su Hui would surely immediately flee out of his sight. Let's ignore this first. Let's contact our respective relatives and friends to see how they are doing. Chen Hao hurriedly changed the topic. At the same time, he endeavored to recall that dream, wanting to obtain some information from it, to figure out why this world had, suddenly, turned into a post-apocalyptic world overnight. Why was he the only man alive? Were there any other women in existence? But the dream was getting blurred and was gradually disappearing from his mind, and the more Chen Hao thought about it, the more he felt his head hurt. He only remembers that in this post-apocalyptic world, apart from zombies, there are also many mutated monsters, one more ferocious than the other, and it's not that easy to survive here. Not good, there is no net. Su Hui opened her mobile phone, originally wanted to send a message to her mother through WeChat, but found that the phone could not connect to the internet. Call and try, Chen Hao said. Su Hui hurriedly dialed her mother's phone, but found that the phone couldn't call out either. Let me try. Chen Hao also tried and found that both the internet and mobile communication had been cut off. Chen Hao looked up at the exquisite chandelier that was being lit up in the room and said with a bitter smile, fortunately, the water and electricity have not been cut off, so we can still live here for a while. As soon as he spoke, the room became pitch black. Su Hui hurriedly got up and rushed into the kitchen, unscrewed the tap, and after a few drops of water came out of the tap, it also dried up. She went to unscrew the gas stove again and found that the natural gas had also stopped. There was no internet signal and none of them could make a phone call. With the water, electricity and gas all stopped, there was no doubt that the entire society had been completely paralyzed. The streets were again infested with zombies and alien beasts. Even if there were still people alive, if they didn't have special abilities, they wouldn't be able to survive for long. Su Hui came out onto the balcony and found that there were already a dozen or so zombies roaming the neighborhood. I just looked, the refrigerator is also empty. If we don't replenish it in time, we will be hungry tonight. Chen Hao walked to Su Hui's side and said. There might be more and more zombies, what should we do? Su Hui looked at the zombies that kept wandering downstairs and panicked. There is a shopping center near us, Sister Hui, wait for me for 2 hours, I'll go back to my room to warm up, and then I'll go downstairs to help you get food, don't worry. I'll take good care of you. Unlike Su Hui's nervousness, Xin Hao's words were one of confidence. Looking at Su Hui, who was fuming, Xin Hao didn't know where he got the courage from and directly kissed her on the cheek before running back to his room. After returning to his room, Xin Hao reminisced about the faint body fragrance of Su Hui's body while opening his computer. I have to hurry up and find a few action films, or zombie films, to add more relevant knowledge to facilitate killing zombies and finding food. Xin Hao said to himself. Although my body is now mutated, I can only kill zombies of the same level, and if I run into some ferocious alien beasts, it would be miserable. He is usually busy at work and watches fewer films. The ones he watches most are suspense, crime and romance films, although he also watches immortal fantasy, but the martial arts there are all too floaty, without much practical combat skills, and are not suitable for fighting zombies. Since there was no internet, it was impossible to watch films from video sites. He quickly opened his hard drive and searched for previously saved films. There was quite a lot of inventory, more than 100 saved, but upon closer inspection, all of them were clear-cut romantic action films. Hey, this knowledge can play a big role in pushing down Sister Hui later on, but it really won't work against zombies at the moment. Xin Hao sighed, to the past self can be said to love and ruthless. The old saying is right, the film to use the time party hate less. By the way, Sister Hui usually likes to practice combat in addition to yoga, she will definitely watch a lot of martial arts action films. I asked her if there are any saved there. When Xin Hao thought of this, he suddenly brightened up and quickly rushed out of the room to find Su Hui. But he walked to the living room that moment, froze. Su Hui is on the yoga mat, practiced a variety of yoga movements. At this moment, the movements she was practicing were her hands and knees propped up on the ground, her right leg was straight up high, and her arse, which was slightly wider than her shoulders, was flaunting its power towards Xin Hao. Xin Hao couldn't help but turn on the perspective function, quietly admiring Su Hui's exquisite body, changing various attractive postures with style. Unconsciously, a warm current flowed out of his nose. Su Hui, who was immersed in her yoga practice, turned her head to look at Xin Hao after hearing the commotion and said, I'll also warm up and go down with you later, there are too many zombies, one more person, one more strength. Xin Hao hurriedly used his hand to wipe the nosebleed, cleaned up his emotions, pretended to be calm and asked, Yes, Sister Hui, I would like to ask, do you have any action films stored in your hard drive? Action films? It's just martial arts films, or films about zombies would be fine. Xin Hao said. I seldom watch zombie films, it is too scary. There is only one action film in my computer, it is a film released 2 months ago called Wing Chun Master. Su Hui said. Is the main character's kung fu high? Can he fight? Is there much martial arts action? Xin Hao asked. Quite capable of fighting, a person can single-handedly take on the entire martial arts forest. Su Hui said. Can you lend it to me? I want to learn the moves in it. Xin Hao said. I'll do it, said Xin Hao. After giving Xin Hao a copy of the film, Su Hui also gave him 2 knives that look like butterflies, called the hat palm knives, which are special weapons of the Wing Chun school. Thank you, Sister Hui. Xin Hao did not hesitate. After returning to his room, he began to open the computer and watch the film carefully. After watching it, he realized that the original Wing Chun school, apart from boxing, also required the mastery of 2 weapons, which were the hat palm knife and the 6.5-point stick. The film is about the hero who challenges the martial arts world with his 2 palm knives, kills the evil foreign devils, rescues the beautiful and sexy heroine, and goes out with her. This male lead is so handsome and pretentious, I love it. After reading it, Xin Hao said with a smile as he learnt all the Wing Chun fist and sword techniques by heart. I'm going to use these 2 combined palm swords to harvest this damn zombie while harvesting Sister Hui's heart. Chapter 4, Wing Chun Fighting Zombies, What Level? Xin Hao held 2 Wing Chun special knives, hat palm knives in his hands, walked to the living room, looked at Su Hui who was still working out and said, Sister Hui, let's go. Su Hui hadn't said anything yet, when a knocking sound came to mind outside the door. Could it be that there are other people alive? Xin Hao thought in his heart. But when he listened carefully, he realized that it was not a gentle knock, but a tap on the door. Xin Hao took 3 steps and quickly ran to the entrance hall, and through the cat's eye, probed the situation outside. This looked panicked. 3 or 4 zombies had already gathered outside the door. It seems to be more ferocious and brutal than the ones they just saw. Their faces are already heavily ulcerated, with their cheekbones exposed, and they are all ferocious, like demons. No good, Sister Hui, there are all zombies outside the door, we are surrounded. What should we do? In the face of the sudden change, Su Hui's willow brows knit tightly, a face of panic. We can't live here anymore, we must hurry and kill our way out. The zombies should be able to smell our scent and find this place. If we continue to stay here, there will be more and more zombies. Chen Hao calmly analyzed. Sister Hui, do you have any weapons in your room that you can also take along with you? Looking at the disoriented Su Hui, Chen Hao once again reminded. Yes, there is. Su Hui immediately nodded her head, then rushed back to her room, took an aluminium baseball bat out, and brought a handsome baseball cap. At this moment, through the windowsill, there was a breeze blowing through, ruffling Su Hui's hair, sexy with some youthful fashion. Instantly, Chen Hao was about to react again. Chen Hao hurriedly suppressed his own desire, said domineeringly, Hui sister, I play the lead, you stand behind me. I'm not going to be able to do that. Sister Hui nodded her head gently in a well-behaved manner. Right, Sister Hui, the zombies' lifeblood is in the head, be sure to hit their heads. Don't get bitten, they have viruses on them. Chen Hao reminded. Su Hui gently nodded, her hands gripped the baseball bat tightly, gently pressed the brim of her cap, her legs slowly squatted downwards, ready for a big fight. Chen Hao violently opened the door, a zombie rushed in head-on. Chen Hao raised his hand and swung his hopping knife, a knife burst his head. Sister Hui, don't worry, just hide behind me. Chen Hao finished, swinging the hands of the double knife, all the way to kill the four directions, breaking through the layers of the siege. With Su Hui directly rushed to the lift door, found that although the district has been blackout, but due to the double circuit design of the lift, it can still be used for the time being. Not far from the lift is a walking emergency channel, the zombies are climbing in from here. Sister Hui, quickly press the lift, I'll block the zombies. Sister Hui, press the lift, I'll block the walkers. Su Hui didn't dare to hesitate. Chen Hao stood at the entrance of the emergency channel, his hand holding a closed palm knife, with the courage of a man who can't be stopped. He found that both his strength and reaction speed seemed to be far more than before. Good to come, just to test my current ability. Come one to kill one, come two to kill a pair. Chen Hao's knives exploded his head, but the number of zombies was too high, and they kept coming like a tidal wave. Come on, Chen Hao, the lift is coming. Su Hui looked at Chen Hao and shouted out, somewhat excited. However, the moment the lift door opened, a zombie opened its bloody mouth and rushed in from inside, biting towards Su Hui's snow-white neck. Ah! Su Hui screamed, but it was too late to dodge. Chen Hao was quick on his feet and threw a hopper knife in his hand, which swept past Su Hui's shoulder, chopping off a piece of her hair and piercing through the zombie's head. Chen Hao quickly stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Su Hui's water snake waist, pulled her into the lift, and quickly pressed the lift door closing button. The lift door then closed, keeping the large number of zombies out. In a state of shock, Chen Hao was holding the palm knife in his right hand, his left hand was wrapped around Su Hui, and the hot and coarse breath that came out of his mouth reached Su Hui's ears, unintentionally stirring up a pool of spring water in her heart. The first time she was in such close contact with a man, Su Hui's body also changed. Biting her red lips, she hurriedly broke away from his hands, and said shyly, Thank you, Chen Hao. Should be. Chen Hao said, Maybe there are only two of us left in this world, I have to protect you and pass on the fire of humanity. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Su Hui, who was always very iceberg, once again turned red in her pretty face. She couldn't help but quietly examine Chen Hao, feeling that he was becoming more and more heroic. Especially when he killed the zombies with his half-palm blade in his hand, he looked like the hero she had been looking for. The atmosphere in the closed lift was ambiguous. Chen Hao stared at Su Hui, intending to confess his love at this special time and take him down in one fell swoop. The lines he had thought of long ago, 3 words. I'll raise you. Chen Hao gathered his courage and walked straight towards Su Hui. Su Hui also looked straight at him, her heart was in turmoil, and her breathing slowly became thicker. Chen Hao, with one hand on the wall, tidied up his voice, and was just about to speak, when the lift reached the ground floor, the lift door opened, and a group of zombies came rushing in. This killing zombies. Chen Hao sighed, and then his right hand waved the only one remaining palm knife, his left hand pulled Su Hui, turned on the killing mode, knife headshots, all the way to the entrance of the district. Not far away, there was also a black pickup truck parked. Sister Hui, get on the car. Chen Hao did not have the slightest fear, stepping on the accelerator to the end, hard to kill a bloody road in the zombie group. This domineering and hard style, this bloodthirsty nature that dares to fight, Su Hui, the co-pilot, after watching this, had a happy smile at the corner of her mouth. Xin Hao drove with full concentration and soon arrived at the city's largest shopping center, Wanjialai. The Wanjialai shopping center had a total of 5 floors. The ground floor was full of luxury shops, all kinds of luxury branded clothes, bags, lipsticks. The first floor was some household goods, kitchenware, and some fitness equipment. The third floor was vegetables, meat and other food. The fourth floor was restaurants, and the fifth floor was a cinema. There is no woman in this world who doesn't like luxury goods. The difference is that some people will sell their virginity for a bag, and some people would rather be poor than stick to their bottom line. Su Hui was like an undeveloped diamond. Although her body was extremely hot, she was very conservative inside. However, she saw these long desired, displayed in the LV window bags, or very excited to rush in. Chapter 5. What's it like to do whatever you want? This was a limited edition. There were only 12 of them in the world. Su Hui got an LV handbag and shouted with great excitement. But after getting excited, she looked at the price and put the bag in place again. Too expensive. Even if she worked hard for 3 years, she couldn't afford to buy a bag. Xin Hao, on the other hand, walked in front of her in a very handsome manner and said in a domineering manner, "The entire shopping mall has been contracted by me. Be my woman, take whatever you fancy." Hearing Xin Hao's words, Su Hui only reacted, "Now is the end of the world. The owner of these bags, whether it is dead or alive, is not yet known. Not to mention the entire shopping mall. I'm afraid that even the entire world has lost order. But can I really just take it away?" Su Hui has always been a person with a very positive outlook. She wants to get rich with her own labor, with her own hands, hard work. Although it was the end times, it still felt strange to take things directly without paying. Now that it's the end times, these bags have become something without an owner, and whoever takes it is whose. Is it really okay? Su Hui hesitated for a moment, picked up that bag and clutched it to her chest, her eyes shining with light. The tension and fear brought to her by those zombies just now had vanished. In the end of the world, the strongest is the king. Xin Hao said in a very domineering manner, "Sister Hui, take whatever you want, I'll help you block the zombies." "Thank you, Xin Hao." Su Hui was so excited that she couldn't help but kiss Xin Hao on the face, and then began to frantically pick various bags. Xin Hao stroked his face that had been kissed by Su Hui, and looking at her happy shopping, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, bags cure all diseases. After ransacking the LV, Su Hui went to the next door high-end cosmetic shop Aquamarine Mystery, and pocketed all those tens of thousands of dollars of cosmetics that she liked before but couldn't afford. Soon, 1/3 of the pickup truck compartment has been filled with various bags of cosmetics, clothes, lipstick. But she did not mean to stop, and rushed into the Chanel shop inside children ready to pick clothes, but was stopped by Xin Hao. "Sister Hui, we have to hurry to take some food, and then take the clothes, the car will have no place." Su Hui froze, from the madness of the joy of chopping hands to wake up, some apologetic, "Sorry, I forgot, let's go get food first." Su Hui immediately closed her hands and walked up the stairs with Xin Hao. When they walked to the first floor, Xin Hao suddenly glanced with his eyes and found a Durex shop, so he had some ideas in his mind and said to Su Hui, "There is a fitness equipment shop on the first floor. There must be some nunchucks or knives and sticks or something like that. I'll go and get some as a defense. You go to the third floor first to get food, I'll be right there with you." After saying that, Xin Hao ran into the first floor. When he came to the door of Dulacy, he looked back and found that Su Hui had already gone up to the third floor, and no one saw him, so he immediately ran in. He was both excited and nervous as he came to the side of this kind of shop for the first time, and he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. After some selection, he found a slim suit, and he tore off the box while looking around, afraid that Su Hui would suddenly kill him. In the end, he hastily took a few dozen tablets and stuffed them in his pocket before leaving in a hurry and running to the gym equipment shop. He searched around the gym, and finally took a nunchaku, and then took a sharp kitchen knife from the shop selling kitchenware next door, and then went straight to the third floor, to find Su Hui. Su Hui had already packed a dozen plastic bags with instant noodles, vegetables, noodles, meat, eggs, as well as mineral water, milk, and fruits. Since Xin Hao had fused the genes of the zombies, his strength had become extraordinarily large, carrying 5 or 6 with his left hand and 7 or 8 with his right hand. He didn't feel tired at all. "Sister Hui, time is not short anymore, let's leave here first and go find a place to hide." Su Hui gently nodded, and carried 2 bottles of yogurt, followed behind Xin Hao, and returned to the pickup truck together. At this time, a large group of zombies, towards them, Xin Hao no longer hesitate, directly a foot throttle pedal to the end, rushed out of the encirclement, all the way to the east. Let's go to Tianlong Lake to have a look. Tianlong Lake District? Su Hui asked with some surprise. That is the city's most upscale villa area, in which live a lot of rich people. Before there is a pursuit of her super rich second generation, will live in that neighborhood. Maybe those villas in bags, has become the owner of nothing, who accounted for is who? Xin Hao said with a smile. After the two of them drove into the neighborhood, they found many luxury cars parked, including some sports cars worth millions of dollars. However, the neighborhood was empty and there seemed to be no traces of zombie invasion here. There were all kinds of unique villas in the district. Some were Chinese-style villas with courtyards, some were Western-style villas with huge floor-to-ceiling windows and a strong sense of fashion, but they all had one thing in common: they looked good but not useful, and were too easy to be invaded. Xin Hao drove the car all the way in, and when he reached the deepest part of the neighborhood, his eyes lit up. This villa was like a castle, situated on top of a large lawn, and its appearance looked very sturdy, with a full sense of security. This place was easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as the gate was locked, there was no need to worry about zombies being able to rush in. Xin Hao was ecstatic after looking at it, then he turned his head to Su Hui and said, "Sister Hui, wait for me in the car first, I'll go and explore." Su Hui nodded her head obediently. Xin Hao parked the car on the lawn in front of the villa's door, holding the hot palm knife in his right hand, the kitchen knife in his left hand, and the nunchaku hanging on the inside of his waist. He carefully walked to the door of the villa and tentatively asked, "Is anyone there?" He asked a few more sentences in succession, did not hear a response, so directly pushed the door into the house. Found that the interior decoration was very European, with some oil paintings hanging on the walls, and a fireplace and some old sofas in the living room. Whether it was the overall decoration or the choice of furniture, it was all very elaborate. He checked every room in the villa one by one again, and after making sure that no one was there, he returned to the pickup truck and said excitedly, "Sister Hui, I checked, there are no zombies, it's very safe, let's stay here for now." Su Hui slowly got out of the car, followed behind Xin Hao, carefully walked into the mansion, looking at the luxury of this house, a little unnatural, so could not help but ask, "Are we really going to live here? What if the original owner of the house suddenly comes back? Let's wait until he has the life to come back." Xin Hao replied as he moved things into the room. Su Hui walked into the living room and sat on the sofa, enjoying the ultimate softness. The tension she had just felt swept away. After Xin Hao put all the things in the room, he closed the door of the villa and slowly walked towards Su Hui, who was reclining on the sofa. Looking at Xin Hao, who exuded a beastly aura, Su Hui's newly relaxed emotions tensed up once again. She had gradually accepted Xin Hao and found him charming, but she also didn't want to surrender herself too quickly. Rather than not wanting to, it was more like being afraid. At this moment, Xin Hao was already sitting beside her, and the two of them were getting closer and closer together. "Anyone? Anyone? Please answer when you hear." Right at the moment when the spark hit the earth, a very gentle voice came from a radio station placed in the corner of the living room. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief and pushed Xin Hao away. "Go and take a look, maybe it's other survivors." Xin Hao hesitated for a moment and immediately picked up the microphone next to the radio and responded. Someone, may I ask where you are at now?" "Great, can you come and save me?" "I'm Dr. Tong Yen from the Institute of Alien Energy." Hearing the other party's response, Xin Hao was surprised and delighted. "What? It's the legendary, most mysterious, and beautiful Dr. Tong Yen?" Chapter 6, The Ancient Man's Warm Wine Beheads Hua Xiong, Xin Hao Saves Tong Yen Below. "It's really Dr. Tong Yen." Su Hui also stood up with great excitement and walked to Xin Hao, saying with great excitement, "With her here, we will be able to know why the world has suddenly turned into what it is now." In the world that Xin Hao lived in, the ones who dominated the microblogging hot searches were almost all stars from the entertainment circle, and people from other industries rarely had the chance to be on the hot searches. However, there was one exception, and that was Tong Yen. Tong Yen not only can be on the hot search, but also often occupy the top 10 hot search list. Tong Yen was extremely mysterious. 3 years ago, no one had heard of this name, but in the last few years, came out of nowhere and accomplished a series of astounding technological breakthroughs that pushed human society forward greatly. However, not a single person knew exactly what Tong Yen looked like. Countless good journalists and good netizens have racked their brains to search for information on the child face, but have not found any clues in the past 3 years. The only clue was that not long ago, a piece of audio of Tong Yen speaking was leaked out, and the audio voice was extremely gentle and magnetic, more mesmerizing than that of many voice actors. Through this audio, netizens have put forward a variety of guesses. Some people say she is a genius girl, currently only 18 years old. Some people say she is already close to 70 years old, just the voice sounds younger. More people say that she is in fact in love with lowly voice of the stingy uncle. Everyone wants to know her true face, but the child's face is like a mystery that no one can solve. But there is no doubt that she is the absolute goddess in all men's minds. Microblogging once engaged in a top 10 goddesses selection activities, Tong Yen with absolute advantage to occupy the first place in the list, the number of votes than the remaining 9 candidates combined but also more than 10 times. What can't be obtained is always in commotion, compared to those female stars that can often be seen on TV. Tong Yen, who has never appeared, is like a cat's paw, scratching every man's restless heart. Without a doubt, Tong Yen was also the goddess in Chen Hao's mind, alongside Su Hui. Chen Hao, let's go save her together, Su Hui once again anxiously urged. Sister Hui, don't be in a hurry first, we don't know where the location of the Alien Energy Institute is, let me ask first. The Institute of Alien Energy is responsible for the investigation and research of all supernatural phenomena, and is one of the most mysterious departments in the world where Chen Hao lives, and no one knows its exact location. Chen Hao said, holding the microphone in his hand trembling a little. Having a direct dialogue with the goddess of all, this was the dream of all men in the world. He never dreamed that he would become the man who took away Tong Yan's first public dialogue. He took a deep breath and suddenly thought that he was the only man in this world. In a sense, this world was already his, so Tong Yan was most likely his as well. Thinking of this, he was instantly less nervous. What was there to be nervous about talking to his own woman? So he adjusted his mindset, cleared his throat, and said in a tone of the Lord of the world, "Tell me the location of the Alien Energy Institute. I'll go save you right now." The Alien Energy Research Institute is just below the zoo, and the entrance is in the staff lounge of the Little Green Cup coffee shop at the entrance of the zoo. Ah! Before Tong Yen could finish his words, he let out a gentle scream, and then lost contact. What? In the staff lounge? Where in the lounge? Chen Hao asked loudly, but received no reply. Dr. Tong Yen must have encountered some kind of problem, let's hurry over before it's too late. Su Hui looked flustered. Chen Hao did not say anything, but fell into deep thought. He remembered that in his dream, apart from the zombies, there were also a large number of ferocious alien beasts. If the Institute of Alien Energy was really hidden in the underground of the zoo, then I am afraid that the Institute has already been surrounded by alien beasts, and Tong Yen might have already perished as well. Today's zoo, it could be said that whoever goes there will die. It was not easy to become a survivor of this post-apocalyptic world and have the opportunity to spend his life with an extremely good goddess. Chen Hao was not willing to die so easily. Seeing Chen Hao hesitate, Su Hui asked, Chen Hao, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Chen Hao sighed and said, I'm afraid that the animals in the zoo have mutated now, and those can be more terrifying existences than zombies. So, let's not go and leave Dr. Tong Yen alone? Su Hui asked. How can that be? I'm the only man in this world, I have to take on the responsibility of protecting this world. Chen Hao blurted out. Although he had some regrets after saying it, but seeing Su Hui's eyes flashing with admiration, he felt that it was worth it. Sister Hui, it's too dangerous over there, let me go alone. You take care of yourself at home, then order a bowl of my favorite shredded meat noodles, and when your noodles are ready, I'll be back. He smoothly copied the pig-killing knife on the table and pinned it to his waist. Chen Hao. Su Hui was instantly captured by Chen Hao's powerful aura again. In the ancient times, there was Guan Yu who beheaded Hua Xiong with warm wine, but today, there is me, Chen Hao, who saved the child's face below. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he resolutely walked towards the door, and when he walked to the door, he didn't forget to turn back to Su Hui and said fondly, Sister Hui, close the door well below, wait for me to bring Dr. Tong Yen back in triumph. Chen Hao left the villa in stride, got into the pickup truck, stepped on the accelerator, under the watchful eyes of Su Hui, and left. Driving on the chaotic streets, Chen Hao thought back to the images he had just seen, completely unable to believe that he could say such words. Was saying those words for the sake of pretense? Or was it a dream of being a hero deep down inside? He didn't know, but after saying those words, he suddenly felt as if he had changed a bit. In the past, he was used to obey, when he went to school, what the teacher told him to do, what he did, after going to work, what the boss told him to do, what he did, from the beginning to the end of the role of obedience to orders. But just now, there is a voice in his heart vaguely told him that he is the master of this world. From this moment on, he must issue orders, dominate all of this, must take the initiative to take responsibility, rather than passive implementation. If he wanted to survive in the midst of the end times, he must take the initiative to find a way out, give full play to his abilities, protect his woman, and guard his territory. Thinking of this, for a while Chen Hao, unexpectedly some blood boiling, cannot help but take out his mobile phone, click on the music player, with only a little bit of power remaining, play a song that he has treasured for a long time. Men should be strong. When. The familiar melody rang out. Chen Hao hummed along with the rhythm. This kind of rooted in the depths of the heart has been worn out by the life of the hero dream, at this time has been completely awakened. Chen Hao drove the pickup truck all the way across the road, corpses blocked to kill corpses, beasts blocked to kill beasts, and soon came to the entrance of the zoo. Chapter 7, Not Good, Bad Things Are Coming. Chen Hao's emotions have been completely mobilized by himself, pushed open the door, left hand holding a mobile phone, right hand holding a pig knife, is ready to kill at the entrance of the zoo. Never thought that the zoo thieves pull quiet, not to mention the beasts, and even a zombie are not. Nima, what is the situation? Blanked my emotions. Chen Hao sighed, casually turned off the music, put away the mobile phone, carrying a pig knife, slowly towards the zoo door of the small green cup coffee shop. The little green cup coffee shop has a chic decoration, and there are no traces of having been invaded by the beasts, and after entering the door, what comes into your eyes is a piece of greenery, giving you a feeling of vitality and wanting to start anew. If one drank a cup of coffee here, it would definitely put one in a comfortable mood, full of love and positive energy. There aren't any zombie alien beasts around. Could it be that these guys have evolved and learned to ambush? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Although the place was comfortably decorated and no danger could be seen to exist, Chen Hao didn't let his guard down. He was alert all the way, carefully observing everything around him, and slowly walked towards the staff lounge in this seemingly calm greenery. In his dream world, those foreign beasts were all extremely terrifying, especially the smaller ones, which were not only good at hiding, but also tended to have extraordinary speed, and either came with sharp claws or had terrifyingly sharp teeth, capable of directly biting off a person's neck or ripping out a person's tendons and bones. Breathing tightly and maintaining a high level of concentration, Chen Hao walked to the end of the coffee shop and found that there was a small corridor, and next to the toilets, there was a room with a sign hanging on the door that read Staff Lounge. This is the place. Chen Hao, in front of Chen Hao's eyes lit up, quickly stepped forward, hand on the door handle, ready to push the door, when a strange cry came from behind. Meow. The cat's cry rang out, like a very baby's cry at night, miserable and incomparable, listening to the goosebumps all over one's body. Chen Hao looking for the sound, from the toilet out of a cat, body black, eyes are also black shiny, like two night pearl, flashing cold light, the corner of the mouth is still hung with blood, legs in the shape of a bow, tail high up, is ready to wait for an opportunity to move. Chen Hao didn't dare to be careless, glancing at this black cat, he directly pushed the door in and instantly closed it, only to hear a whirring sound and an extra bump on the door. Fortunately, this door was made of iron. If it was wooden, it would only be directly shattered by the cat's claws. This black cat's strength is extremely great, still banging on the door one by one, several more bumps appear on the door instantly. At the same time, two other cat calls came from outside the door, and it was obvious that this cat had already called its companions, preparing to surround Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to start searching for the entrance within the room. The room's arrangement was very simple. There was only a computer desk with a worn-out desktop computer on it, as well as a sofa, a table, and a cabinet. Tong Yen said that the location of the alien energy research site was underneath, indicating that there was a secret door on the floor. Chen Hao got down on the floor and started looking, but he searched round and found nothing. The iron door had begun to slowly loosen, and the cries of the cat outside the door were becoming more and more miserable. There must be a way. Chen Hao was very anxious, his palms were sweating, he took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions, then began to seriously think about it, and eventually his eyes fell on the broken computer that was placed in the corner. A place as mysterious and high-end as the Institute of Alien Energy could not have such a broken computer, the organ must be here. Chen Hao tried to open the computer, but found that it was dead and could not be opened at all. However, at this time, the iron door had been severely loosened, and the black cat clawed through it, probing its claws into the chamber. These cats aren't like those zombies, they're extremely fast. If I'm strangled by a joint effort of 3 cats, then there's no way I can get out alive. Chen Hao tapped the keyboard in his desperation, and suddenly realized that a light lit up above that keyboard. This keyboard might be connected to a secret door. Chen Hao was very excited and began to try to enter the password. His first reaction was to enter the full spelling of the Institute of Alien Energy first, and found that it wasn't correct. He thought for a moment and then entered the full spelling of child's face and found that it wasn't right either. He started typing in the Alien Energy Institute's acronym again and found that it was still incorrect. Boom! The black cat directly knocked over the door, bringing behind it two snow-white cats, each with their tails up to reveal their fangs, pressing towards Chen Hao with a murderous pace. Crap, it still doesn't work. Chen Hao tried a few more times, still not working. The three cats approached Chen Hao step by step. In desperation, Chen Hao beat a dead horse and directly inputted the full spelling of Guardian of World Peace for a final attempt. At the same time, holding a pig-killing knife and ready to counterattack with all his might, he heard a comforting sound coming from his ears. The password is correct. Welcome to the Institute of Alien Energy. The floor under Chen Hao's feet then suddenly opened up, and after quite a long period of free fall, he fell onto an airbag and landed safely. He got up and looked around. It was pitch black. The power system here had already failed as well, leaving only the emergency reminder in the corridor, flashing some green light. Inside the long and narrow black corridor, the green light was flickering. It looked eerie and terrifying, and the miserable cries of the three cats could still be heard vaguely. Chen Hao took out his mobile phone and used the remaining power to turn on the flashlight, holding the pig knife in one hand and the mobile phone in the other, slowly walking forward. At the end of the narrow passage was a D-shaped intersection, and he was hesitating whether to go left or right. On the right-hand side issued a burst of violent tapping sound, and at the same time also with the childish gentle cry for help. Help! Ah! Stay away from me! After hearing the sound, Chen Hao immediately walked towards the right side. He passed a corner along the corridor, and found that there were two zombies wearing white coats, frantically tapping on a door, and Tong Yan's voice was coming out from inside that door. Chen Hao took a look and saw that there were no foreign beasts around, just two ordinary zombies, and instantly had much less worry in his heart, so he began to think about another question: what does this legendary child's face actually look like? Recalling all the previous comments on the internet, he especially longed for the child's face to be a person of his own age, which would add a color to his monotonous post-apocalyptic life. But don't let it be a stingy uncle, or else you'll have a shadow over the lowly sound for the rest of your life. Thinking of this, Chen Hao hurriedly said, "Bah! Bah! Bah!" Never have such bad thoughts. According to Murphy's Law, the more you worry about a certain situation happening, then it's more likely to happen. Chapter 8, Beauty Beyond Recognition Seeking Collection. As he was hesitating, two walkers breached the door and entered the room. Who cares if he is a man or a woman? Saving people is important. Chen Hao didn't dare to hesitate. His steps were as fast as flying, and he directly rushed into the room. With a knife, he directly killed both zombies. Their brains blossomed, bursting out plasma sprayed on Chen Hao's face, and then collapsed with a sound. After the zombies fell, a person wearing a white coat in the corner came into view. Chen Hao fixed his eyes and found that this person was very thin and weak, with his hands clasping his knees and burying his head in his chest, shivering all over. Is this the legendary child's face? Chen Hao's heart was pleased that it was a woman. Just at this instant, Chen Hao hesitated, not daring to look at her true face. He was afraid of disappointment. Life experience told him that names are often the opposite of looks. People with the word quiet in their names are often more like to make a fuss. People with words in their names are also often more like to move their fists and feet. While Chen Hao was fuming, Tong Yan seemed to have sensed something and slowly raised her head to look at Chen Hao. Right at the moment she raised her head, Chen Hao was stunned. Her previous life experience had deceived her, and it turned out that there really was a word in the world called a person's name. Although he didn't know exactly how old Tong Yan was, Tong Yan did have a porcelain doll-like face, as if she had been kissed by an angel, and was incredibly beautiful. And just in the moment she slightly raised her head, Chen Hao saw that she was wearing a white shirt underneath her coat, elegant and sensible, with a delicate figure that could be known by a single leaf. Although compared to Su Hui, hers appeared slightly thinner, her figure was equally good to the point of being breathtaking. The Emperor's heaven is not responsible for the people who have a heart, and it is true that being a hot-blooded good man has a good reward. The corner of Chen Hao's mouth revealed a pleased smile. He stepped forward and was about to pull up Tong Yan, who was in the abyss of fear, but did not expect to be greeted by a scream. Help! Ah! Tong Yan once again hugged her thin body tightly, curled up in the corner, her limbs shaking. Don't worry, it's me. Chen Hao slowly approached Tong Yan. But the closer he got to Tong Yan, the louder Tong Yan screamed, "Don't come near me." Looking at the child face so abnormal reaction, Chen Hao suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone, opened the front camera, after watching himself also exclaimed, "Crap. He was shocked to see that he had just been splattered with plasma when he killed the zombie, which was very scary, so it was no wonder that Tong Yen was so scared when she saw him. Xinhao quickly withdrew a piece of fabric from the zombie and cleaned up the plasma on his face, then said to Tong Yen, "Dr. Tong Yen, it's me, we just contacted each other, I came over to save you." After Xinhao said this, Tong Yen no longer shouted, but slowly raised her head and looked at Xinhao, noticing that although this person in front of her had blood on his body, his face was very clear and clean, completely different from those zombies whose faces had already started to fester. "Who are you?" "I'm Xinhao, I'm here to save you." Seeing Tong Yan's pale face, Xinhao said patiently, "Don't worry, I'm a human being, not a zombie, it's impossible for a zombie to speak." Noticing that Tong Yan had lowered her guard, Xinhao slowly squatted down in front of her. "Dr. Tong Yan, are there any other survivors in your area?" "I don't know." Tong Yan shook her head, her spirit somewhat dazed. When a person is in extreme fear, the brain stops thinking. People are still animals after all, and the instinct to survive suppresses one's use of the brain. "When you came to work in the morning, did you see any other colleagues?" Xinhao asked. "I was in the lab all day and night yesterday, I was probably too tired, then I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I found that there was no one and there were zombies everywhere, then I closed the door, hid here, and looked around for help." Tong Yan's tone was very delicate, and her delicate face was bloodless. This kind of pathetic appearance inspired Xinhao's protective desire, so he hurriedly comforted. "It's okay, I'll protect you, let's leave here first." Xinhao got up and prepared to take Tong Yan to leave, but found that Tong Yan did not move at all, still holding her hands on her knees, crouching in the corner. "Dr. Tong Yan, let's get out of here, the zombies can smell us and find us here, it's very dangerous here," Xinhao said. Tong Yan raised his head and looked at Xinhao with tearful eyes and said, "My legs are weak now, I can't walk." "It's okay, I'll carry you." Xinhao put the pig knife in his hand on his waist and stretched out his thick palm. Tong Yan slowly reached out, wanting to grab Xinhao's hand, but right at the moment she touched him, she instinctively shrank back. Tong Yan grew up as a genius teenager and early on began closed studies, indulging in scientific and technological research, rarely contacting people in the outside world, not to mention men, women he had very little contact with. This was the first time she was in close contact with the opposite sex, and her body was repulsed. Compared to the fear of death, Tong Yan seems to have a deeper fear of this kind of contact between the opposite sex. "Don't mind me, you go first." "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Xinhao sensed Tong Yan's mind, hesitated for a moment, stepped forward, his right hand grabbed Tong Yan's hand, his left hand holding Tong Yan's waist. "We'll help him up." Tong Yan pouted, instinctively want to refuse, but it is extremely weak, which can resist. At the moment of life and death, saving people is important. Xinhao could not care less, directly turned around and put her on his back. Both hands were like two pincers, tightly fixing her so that she wouldn't easily fall off and be grabbed by the zombies. Tong Yan's own body was delicate, coupled with the double fear of zombies in contact with the opposite sex. She was so scared that her arms and legs were weak, and she directly went limp on Xinhao's back. At this moment, a few miserable catcalls were heard in the corridor. Xinhao didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and immediately asked, "Dr. Tong Yan, the Little Green Cup Cafe has been surrounded by zombies, we can't go through that side, is there any other exit?" "There is." Tong Yan lightly grunted and nodded her head with great effort, but just as she nodded her head, her body shook with it. "Dr. Tong Yan, don't be afraid, help me show the way and I'll carry you out." Xinhao took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Well, go forwards first." Tong Yan once again made an effort to nod her head and raised her jade finger, pointing ahead. The terrain of the Alien Energy Research Institute was extremely complicated, and the underground structure was very large, like a maze, with quite a few narrow corridors, and many rooms that housed high-end instruments. Many of these rooms were already in disarray, obviously traces of being infested by alien beasts and zombies. Xinhao had just walked out not too far, when suddenly, a few crooked-headed zombies, killed from the slant, blocking his way. Chapter 9, Who Can Carry This Asik Collection? Be careful. Tong Yan warned, while subconsciously wrapping her hands around Xinhao's neck. Xinhao was fearless, his right hand drew out the pig-killing knife pinned to his waist, his left hand dragged Tong Yan's arse to prevent her from falling off, and he charged all the way across the road to kill a bloody path. Because he was running too fast, the Tong Yan behind him was constantly bumping on his back, and the squeezing sensation brought about by this bumping made Tong Yan's delicate pretty face turn from snow white to red. Although this feeling is a little strange, but for some reason, the kind of fear that was just born inside has disappeared, and replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. And gradually, it felt that her body didn't seem to reject Chen Hao as much as before, and her emotions slowly stabilized. Turn to the left. Good. Soon, under Tong Yan's guidance, Chen Hao led her to another exit. After coming out, they found that it was a car park with many heavy trucks with containers parked. Tong Yan pointed at one of the red Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks and said, "Take that one, there are my things there." HM. Chen Hao gently nodded his head and quickly ran to the side of the heavy truck, put Tong Yan into the co-pilot, and then started to drive the heavy truck towards the Tianlong Lake neighborhood. "Thank you, Chen Hao." After escaping from the heavily damaged area, Tong Yan's emotions had completely stabilized, and looking at Chen Hao, who was driving seriously, she said very gently, "This is what I, as a man, should do." Chen Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dr. Tong Yan, I will protect you." "Thank you, Chen Hao." Tong Yan nodded gently, her heart warming. "You're welcome." Soon, Chen Hao drove the Mercedes-Benz heavy truck to the front of the villa, and Su Hui, who had been standing in front of the third-floor window, waiting for Chen Hao's triumphant return, was delighted in her heart after seeing the truck. It was Chen Hao who had returned. She immediately went downstairs and ran forward to greet Chen Hao. Chen Hao opened the door of the truck, jumped down from the truck and said with a smile, "Sister Hui, I'm back." Seeing that Chen Hao was the only one, Su Hui thought that Chen Hao hadn't succeeded in rescuing Tong Yan, so she asked with great concern, "You're the only one who came back? How could it be?" Chen Hao smiled smugly, "Hao made a move, it's absolutely impossible to return empty-handed. Dr. Tong Yan, get off." As soon as his words fell, another car door opened and Tong Yan got down from the car and walked in front of Su Hui and said, "Hello, I am Tong Yan." Su Hui looked at Tong Yan's absolutely beautiful face, surprised and speechless. She had also imagined the appearance of Tong Yan, but everything in front of her still exceeded her imagination. Tong Yan seemed to be someone who walked out of a painting. Her features were extremely delicate, and her face did not have the slightest trace left by age. "She is my personal trainer." Chen Hao looked at Su Hui, who was lost in thought, and introduced her with a smile. Su Hui blankly glanced at Chen Hao and smiled, "Hello, Dr. Childish, my name is Su Hui and I am a yoga instructor." If Su Hui was in extreme sexiness and hotness, then Tong Yan was the ultimate gentleness and delicacy. Looking at the two superb beauties in front of him, and thinking that he was the only man in this world, Chen Hao was tickled and said with a smile, "You guys go back to the house first and rest, it's still dangerous here, there will be zombies out at any time." "What about you?" Su Hui asked. "I'll go and carry the supplies in the car first, here are the things that Dr. Tong Yan needs," Chen Hao said. "Thank you, Chen Hao, you are a hero," Tong Yan said and gave Chen Hao a big smile. "You're welcome." After Chen Hao finished speaking, he ran towards the truck. After entering the truck's compartment, he found 9 wooden crates placed inside, with seals attached to the crates and 2 words written on the seals, "Top Secret." Chen Hao knew that since it was something that Tong Yan had asked for by name, it must be of great relevance, and he didn't dare to hesitate as he began to carry the crates one after another towards the basement. When he finished moving the last box, he found a black suitcase in the far corner of the carriage, heavy, with 6 combination locks, and it looked like what was in it should be more valuable than the 9 boxes. Chen Hao didn't think much about it, and moved it to the basement together. The basement of the villa was very large and clean, and after sorting out Tong Yan's belongings, Chen Hao went out and closed the door on the truck, then returned to the room. Looking at his clothes that were stained with zombie blood, Chen Hao muttered in a small voice, "Gotta go change. I remember when I checked the room earlier, there were quite a few clothes in the cloakroom, go see if they fit." Chen Hao walked straight towards the cloakroom, but when he entered the door, he bumped into Tong Yan, who had just come out of the room to change her clothes. At this moment, Tong Yan took off her work uniform and wore a black halter dress, revealing her perfect collarbone and shoulders, which was both simple and noble, setting off her already snow-white skin to be even more white and translucent, and invariably adding a touch of mystery and temptation to her. Seeing Chen Hao's fiery eyes and feeling his hot breath, Tong Yan subconsciously lowered her head, still very gentle. "You have zombie blood on these clothes, don't throw them away yet, I want to use them as research material." After saying that, he hurriedly left. "Good." Looking at Tong Yan's absolutely beautiful back and perfect curves, Chen Hao said with a smile. He then walked into the changing room and changed into a t-shirt and shorts before returning to the living room. "It's time for dinner." Su Hui carried the noodles and walked out from the kitchen. The tight workout clothes on her body had disappeared, replaced by a large blue-gray t-shirt that just happened to cover her arse. The hem of the t-shirt fluttered back and forth, and the beautiful scenery loomed out, attracting people's imagination. Thank you, Sister Hui. Xinhao took the noodle in Su Hui's hand, looking at the extreme gentleness on the left side, looking at the extreme sexiness on the right side. Unconsciously there was another stream of warmth that flowed out of his nose after listening. Not good, your nose is bleeding. Indulging in scientific research, but not eating earthly fireworks. Tong Yan, seeing this picture, immediately picked up a tissue and went to help Xinhao wipe. Maybe it's because it's too hot, it's dry, and easy to catch fire. Xinhao smiled awkwardly and cursed his body for being too unproductive. I don't think it's because the sky is dry, it's because you're too dry inside. Su Hui teased. The main thing is that I am surrounded by these two flames, burning too much, who can't bear it? Xinhao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. The spring breeze in his eyes was rippling, and he was looking forward to his future life. Tong Yan didn't pay attention to the dialogue between the two of them, but kept staring at Xinhao's snot flowing out, observing carefully. According to reason, the blood of a zombie should have a virus. I have observed for a long time, your eyes and mouth have already seeped into the blood of the zombie, but your body has not undergone any changes, and the color of the blood is normal. This is very abnormal. Afterwards, Tong Yan raised those clear bright eyes and carefully examined Xinhao. Chapter 10. Dare I ask, Doctor, how old is she? Xinhao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the oddities of his body would be easily detected by Tong Yan, worthy of being a doctor specializing in researching supernormal abilities. Maybe you have some kind of talent, but you don't know it yourself. These nosebleeds are very important research. Samples, I'll tell you after I study them. Tong Yan carefully folded the tissue with Xinhao's nosebleed and placed it by his side. Xinhao didn't want to expose the fact that he possessed psychic abilities for the time being, so he hurriedly changed the topic. Right, Dr. Tong Yan, would you help us analyze why the world has turned into what it is now? Right, before we watched the film, even if the end times came, there should be a process. Su Hui, who was eating noodles, also put down her chopsticks and looked at Tong Yan and asked, why did other people suddenly disappear overnight and so many zombies appeared? After hearing the duo's question, Tong Yan pondered for a while and said, I have to do further research before I can tell you the correct answer. However, I suspect that there is a possibility of a parallel universe collision, resulting in a spacetime leap. What does spacetime leap mean? Su Hui asked. As an art student, she had never passed physics since she was a child. Although she tried hard to listen, she couldn't understand it at all. There is a theory that in four-dimensional space, there are a number of identical worlds that are distributed parallel to each other on the time axis, and if for some reason, two or more parallel worlds collide with each other, it is possible to cause the person who was originally in the parallel world of A to run to the parallel world of B or C, which is a spacetime leap. Tong Yan explained. So esoteric? Su Hui listened with a blank stare. To put it simply, that is to say that the people who existed before our world did not disappear, but may have run to another parallel world. Tong Yan explained, of course, it's possible that a few of us ran to this world and the others are still in the original world? Then is it possible for us to return to the original world? Su Hui asked. It is possible. As long as we find the location of the coordinates of the previous parallel universe and take the right transport, we can go back. Tong Yan replied. Is it possible for others to break into our world? Xinhao asked the topic he was most concerned about. It is possible, for the same reason. Tong Yan analyzed the problem for the duo like an academic report. In other words, our world could be invaded at any time? Xinhao asked again. This world of theirs wasn't severely destroyed, but without manpower, the defense capability was extremely poor. If some mercenary squads with strong combat power came, it was possible for them to take over this place, and Xinhao wouldn't allow others to become the king of his world. That's right, although the probability is relatively low, but this possibility city exists? Tong Yan replied. Then where did these zombies come from? Xinhao continued to ask. I specialize in researching energy bodies, and from my perspective, it is possible for humans to turn into zombies if they are affected by some kind of energy, causing their bodies to mutate. Although they are still alive, their brains are already in an out-of-control state, just like some lower-class animals. Tong Yan explained. Then can zombies mutate or evolve? Xinhao asked. Of course it will. Tong Yan replied, in fact, every kind of creature is constantly evolving, only the speed of evolution is different. This kind of creatures that are affected by special energy leading to mutation, there is a possibility that they will evolve at a high speed and turn into high-level zombies. Tong Yan said rigorously, I have to do further research before I can tell you the correct answer. Whenever Tong Yen talked about his profession-related issues, he was extraordinarily confident and composed, and his usual delicate state was judged as two people. Oh. So that's how it is. Hearing Tong Yan's analysis, Jinhao secretly decided to go to the library as soon as possible to make up for the relevant knowledge. Otherwise, without a common language, how could he take down such advanced knowledge as Tong Yan's? It was good that he had scanner-like eyes and database-like brain. Learning was as simple as drinking water. As long as he was willing, it would not be a problem for him to become the greatest scholar safely overnight. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Jinhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laughing, he suddenly found that the air was quiet, and scanning with his afterglow, he found that the two beauties were looking at him coldly. Jinhao, in order to change the topic and ease the embarrassment, casually asked, "By the way, Dr. Child Face. Don't call me Dr. Tong Yen, it seems too outgoing as well. Why don't you guys just call me Sister Yen?" Tong Yen said very gently. Hearing Tong Yan's words, Jinhao and Su Hui were both stunned. From the face alone, Tong Yen was obviously the youngest of the three. Her porcelain doll-like face, and the tender white smooth skin, said she was now 18 years old, no one would doubt. "Yen's sister, inside what I have a question to ask you, but this question may be a little rude," Jinhao said with some hesitation. "Ask," Tong Yen said. Jinhao paused for a moment and asked the question that he wanted to know the most, and that boys all over the world wanted to know. "Dare I ask Sister Yen, how old is she?" 37. What? Jinhao and Su Hui shouted in unison. Although this number didn't sound very big, the shock it brought to Jinhao and Su Hui was huge. It was completely impossible to tell that Tong Yen was actually someone who was about to run into his fourth year. However, in front of the face value, age was not a problem. Jinhao paused for a moment and asked another question that all the people who adored Tong Yen wanted to ask. "Sister Yen, are you married?" "No, I started working at the Institute of Alien Energy at a very young age, and I usually have very little contact with men," Tong Yen said, "and, I do not know why, I have a natural fear and aversion to men." After listening to the words of the child-faced Jinhao, heart has a fierce cold, did not think the world is left with two women, one of them afraid of pain, the other there is a phobia of men syndrome. However, in order to the continuation and development of mankind, even if it is difficult, we must struggle and work hard to cross this mountain, so that the fire of the stars can start a prairie fire. However, just now when Jinhao carried me out from the institute, I suddenly felt that men didn't seem so scary. When I was lying on his back, I still felt quite secure. Tong Yan's words changed, and then she started eating the noodles again, which were really good. At this moment, Jinhao felt slightly comforted inside. This shows that there are no hurdles in the world that can't be crossed over, only legs that aren't long enough. He then thought of chatting more about understanding Tong Yen while it was still hot so that he could pass on the fragrance for mankind earlier. "Sister Yen, what's in those boxes you asked me to move?" Tong Yen put down her chopsticks, her expression a little grave, looked at Jinhao, and said hesitantly, "These are top-level secrets." Chapter 11, Which Man Doesn't Want to Be King and King of the World? I've been working on this project for almost 10 years. Originally, we were going to do the next stage of the experiment today, and there is a possibility that there will be a new breakthrough, Tong Yen said, with some regret in his words. But now has become the end of the world, those secrets are no longer confidential, tell you also nothing. After Tong Yan's words, Su Hui's appetite was also completely lifted. What is the thing that can make a genius doctor like Tong Yan spend 10 years of time to research? 10 years of hard work for nothing. Tong Yen sighed again, without the support of a strong team, with her alone, she could no longer continue this huge project. "Sister Yen, what exactly is it?" Jinhao also couldn't help but ask. "There is a special kind of energy body contained there." Tong Yen explained that whether it was a human being or any other substance, it was essentially an energy body, capable of emitting all sorts of waves. For example, why some people would have the feeling of love at first sight was because the frequencies of the waves they emitted were similar, or a multiplicative relationship. So that's how it was. Jinhao gently nodded his head and turned his gaze towards Su Hui. Su Hui gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, "Listen well to the lesson. 10 years ago, we detected an ancient creature in the depths of the seabed, which lived in groups, with a leader among them, and all the others were his subordinates," Tong Yen explained. But the behavior of these subordinates was very strange. Surprisingly, they obeyed the orders of the chief 100%, without a single exception, a situation that would not be possible in any other species. Yes, how is it possible to have such loyal creatures? The animal world often talks about the survival of the fittest, whoever has a thick arm is the monkey king. Chen Hao sighed. The behavior of this biological population violates the laws of nature, so we began to seriously study it and finally found the answer. Tong Yen said. It turns out that this organism stores a special energy stone in its memory, and the chief's body is a meta-energy stone, and the subordinate's body is a sub-energy stone. The chief is able to control the energy stone by manipulating the energy stone, emitting a special wave, controlling the secondary energy stone, and then controlling the actions of the subordinates. How many subordinates can the leader control? Chen Hao asked. The number of subordinates that the chief can control, and how large the scope of control is still unclear. I have to do further research before I can tell you the correct answer. Tong Yen said. Then can this energy stone be transplanted into other organisms? Chen Hao asked. This morning I was going to do the first experiment, but I didn't expect this to happen all of a sudden. Tong Yan's words revealed regret. When Chen Hao heard this, not only did he not feel sad, instead, he wanted to laugh a little inside. I possess such a strong devouring ability. If I can fuse the Yuan energy stone into my body, and then transplant the secondary energy stone into the body of a zombie, wouldn't I be able to build a powerful zombie battle team? Chen Hao thought in his mind. These zombies were unconscious, powerful and defensive, and would become the perfect fighting machines. Previously, my history teacher had said that in the course of human society, the main reason for the collapse of an organization was usually not an external enemy, but betrayal from within. If I can build a strong zombie battle team, then even if there are external invaders, they will be easily annihilated, and I will be able to further create a powerful organization. The more Chen Hao thought about it, the more excited he became, and at this time, 4 words emerged in his mind: the Chen Group. 3 more words then emerged: Boss Chen. Yes, which man doesn't want to be king and dominate? Under the Putian, there is no place other than the king's land. The rate of the land, no one is the king's minister. The beauty of the 4 directions, there is no one who is not the king's consort. This feeling of dominating everything, think about it, all makes people's blood boil. Chen Hao grew up in an orphanage, fatherless and motherless, with no sense of belonging, and at the end of his graduation, he took a meager salary and did a dispensable job. He has always wandered away from the world, and has always felt that he was born just to make up the numbers. But he has always longed to be a hero in his heart, to be a savior, to want to save the world like the hero in the film, but he never had the chance before. Unexpectedly, this time the end of the world came. Let him have this kind of opportunity. Heaven's gift is not to be taken and given, but to be blamed. It's time to build up a huge conglomerate and become the boss Chen that everyone respects. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter drew a sideways glance from Su Hui and Tong Yan. Sister Yan's project can't continue, why are you so happy? Su Hui lifted her jade foot and kicked Chen Hao. Excuse me, Sister Yan, I would like to ask, can this Yuan energy stone be transplanted into a human body? Chen Hao asked with a smile. It cannot. Once our colleague tried to take a look at the stolen Yuan energy stone, but it turned into ashes just as soon as he touched it. Tong Yen said, which secondary energy stones, on the contrary, could be made into a liquid and injected into the human body. However, it seemed to have no effect on the human body. But after hearing Tong Yen say so, Chen Hao Tiger shook. Although there is a supernatural ability to protect the body, but life is only once, in case he cannot devour the meta energy stone, but instead turned into ashes, that is not a cool song to himself. Why is it like this? Chen Hao sighed a sentence. Although no specific experiments have been done, but I analyzed that the sub-energy stone should only be injected into animals with underdeveloped brains, and the fluctuations produced by the brain are able to inhibit the waves produced by the Yuan energy stone. Tong Yen said. By the way, those energy stones and equipment of mine, where did you put them? It's all in the basement. Chen Hao said. I'll go take a look and set up a temporary laboratory to do some other research first. Tong Yen finished, got up and walked towards the basement, just walked a few parts and stopped, turned back to Chen Hao and said, go catch a few zombies for me later, I need to do some other test experiments. Oh. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Boss Chen, who wanted to achieve supreme dominance, turned into a zombie catcher. Before you go, brush the bowl. Su Hui got up and said with a smile, I have to go and sort out my clothes and cosmetics first to start a brand new post-apocalyptic life. Oh. Boss Chen had become a bowl brusher again. Just as well, I'd better take care of the 2 ants at home first. Shinhao brushed the dishes in the kitchen, thinking about capturing the zombies, but for some reason, the planning about the Great Chen group surfaced in his mind once again, so clear and deep. Death in life is never a big deal, and a man is a hero up to this point. Some things, although dangerous, are still worth fighting for, aren't they? Chapter 12, Capturing a Pure School Flower Alive. After tidying up the kitchen, Shinhao left the villa with a smile and started his own corpse-catching operation. This Mercedes-Benz heavy truck is too flashy. I need to pick a driver that's easy to move around in. Shinhao began to wander around the neighborhood and found many sports cars worth millions of dollars. Although the sports cars look stylish, they have a low chassis and are not very practical in the fight against zombies. He circled around and found that the highest chassis was a Rolls-Royce. Can't these rich kids be a bit more masculine and play with some muscular cars? Shinhao wandered another half circle, and suddenly, a tall and powerful Hummer H1 broke into his vision. Bully, this is the necessary weapon to kill zombies. The Hummer H1 has a wide body, full horsepower, a comfortable front seat, and a metal grid between the back seat and the front, just enough to throw the tied-up zombies to the back seat. Departure, catch zombies to go. Shinhao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and went to a nearby hardware shop and found some ropes, chains, steel pipes, hammers, duct tape, and other essential tools for catching corpses. After some simple grooming, he drove the Hummer to a place with relatively few zombies. Although his strength and speed had been upgraded now, in the midst of this danger, it was still important to try to do the most with the least amount of effort, as you didn't know when a new crisis would appear at any time. Shinhao parked his car at a corner and saw 2 or 3 zombies walking in a group not far away. He lowers his head and hides in the car for observation. After confirming that there aren't too many zombies in the vicinity, he quickly opens the car door, picks up the sledgehammer, and bam, 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 a heavy hammer triple strikes straight away, and each of the 3 zombies' heads explode. Wait a minute, is Sister Yin talking about capturing live zombies? After an operation as fierce as a tiger, Shinhao suddenly thought that if he was doing an experiment, it would be better to capture them alive. So he was ready to return to the car and find a zombie that had fallen alone before striking. Coincidentally, at this time, not far away, appeared a single long-haired female zombie. Fixing his eyes, this female zombie is a little different from those zombies before. Her face does not have any traces of decay, only the clothes on her body are a little mutilated. Taking a closer look, she was wearing what seemed to be a university uniform, with a t-shirt on top, a short skirt underneath, a pair of knee-high black socks on her slender legs, and a white canvas shoe on her hand. A head of black hair hanging down at the waist, although the body is dirty, but can see that if caught back after washing clean, certainly is a pure schoolgirl. The schoolgirl's t-shirt and black skirt were already somewhat broken, and the skin under the clothes was hidden, very provocative. Not knowing whether she had caught the scent or felt Shinhao's eyes, the schoolgirl suddenly turned her head, opened her scarlet eyes, and pounced over. Shinhao coldly grunted, jumped up high, swung the hammer in his hand, and was about to smash towards the schoolgirl's brain, but after seeing that kind of clear face, he hesitated. Beautiful, like a pure angel who fell to the mortal world, it was lovable. But just in the moment he hesitated, the arm school flower to scratch broken. The strength is not small, but I like it. Shinhao's figure swayed, ran to the back of the schoolflower, controlled his strength, swung his fist at the schoolflower's neck, directly knocking her to the ground. The schoolgirl's hands were propped up on the ground, ready to get up. Shinhao quickly stepped forward and sat on her small head with a butt, smoothly using a rope to first tie the schoolgirl's hands. The schoolgirl struggled, her legs clenched and rose up to kick and hit Shinhao, who sneered, grabbed and tied her feet again. Then sealed her mouth with tape to prevent her from biting, and withdrew a piece of cloth from her body to use as a blindfold to cover her eyes. Finally, another rope was taken to tie her up and thrown onto the back seat of the. Looking at his masterpiece, Shinhao stroked his chin, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'm really a little learner. Shinhao closed the door of the back seat and was about to enter the driver's side and hit the road, when suddenly, a familiar cry came from not far away. Meow. Shinhao searched for the sound and looked over, but it was the black cat that he had encountered earlier at the Institute of Alien Energy. All black, its eyes were like glass balls, flashing with a cold light. Cats were a very cold-blooded animal, always as far away from their masters as they could be, not as loyal as dogs, and in his previous life, Shinhao had never liked cats. Of course, the main reason was that he had been scratched by a cat when he was a child. It just so happens that I need to catch a beast right now, and it just so happens that I'm taking you back. Xin Hao, who had originally planned to leave, only hesitated for a split second before choosing to stay. The narrow space would result in a person's fists and feet not being able to be utilized, but for a dexterous animal like a cat, it was indeed the perfect place to fight, but in this relatively vast place, that advantage of his quick dodging had been wiped out. Xin Hao, who was not afraid, looked at this black cat and gently shook the hammer in his hand, issuing a provocation. The black cat's hind legs were in a bowed state, tail cocked, center of gravity pressed down, ready to attack. Xin Hao preempted the attack and threw out the hammer in his hand, smashing like the black cat. The black cat rose up in the air, dodged the attack, stepped on the hammer floating in the air with its hind feet, and used the force to stomp, like a sharp arrow, and lunged towards Xin Hao. Xin Hao didn't expect this black cat's speed to be so sensitive. Good thing he also made sufficient strategic preparation this time. Using his palm as a blade, he directly slashed at the black cat's stomach, knocking the black cat out a dozen meters away. But just as he struck the black cat, a piece of flesh was scratched off his wrist. But soon, the wound began to heal. The resistance of this black cat seems to be a few notches stronger than a zombie. This palm of mine, even if it were to chop into a zombie's head, it would still be able to shatter his brain, but I didn't expect that hitting a black cat would not cause any noticeable damage. Xin Hao pondered. There were only two options now, either kill it quickly or slowly consume him before capturing it. After thinking about it, Xin Hao decided to choose the latter. For one thing, he hadn't met any other foreign beasts yet, and for another, most of the foreign beasts were so large that it was not good to capture them back to the villa for experimentation, and this black cat in front of him happened to be a very good choice. Xin Hao took out an iron chain and wrapped it around his right arm and fist, turning his right hand into a sledgehammer. Meow. The black cat quickly lunged at Xin Hao. Xin Hao punched his fist as if he was playing baseball, whacking the black cat to the ground again and again. After a lot of fighting, although Xin Hao had several scars on his body, the black cat was also greatly consumed, and at this point, it was already short of breath. Meow. The black cat let out a miserable cry, as if it wanted to be the one to launch a fatal blow to Xin Hao. Chapter 13, What a Special Man. Come on, little flower cat. Xin Hao fought harder and harder as his wounds continued to heal, and he noticed that his body seemed to become stronger after each healing of his wounds. After sensing Xin Hao's provocation, the black cat once again lunged at him like a sharp arrow. Knowing that the black cat was already at the end of its strength, Xin Hao didn't panic and tugged on the ends of the chain with both hands. Just as the black cat pounced, he first pretended to retreat, then jerked forward, bracing his hands on the chain and wrapping it around the black cat's neck. Meow. The black cat let out a miserable cry, trying to break free. Xin Hao coldly grunted, "Never will give it a chance to escape." Hands quickly draw a circle, as if wrapping woolen eggs, soon, wrapped the black cat into a chain ball. You don't say, this move of mine is still a bit of Taijiquan, I'm really a little learner. With a smug smile, Xin Hao threw it on the back seat of the car. These tools are a bit too backward. If there can be some long-range shooting tools, or those mesh tools, it will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Xin Hao began to ponder these questions after he sat in the car. I need to make a quick trip to the library in the city center. In particular, I need to find some books on how to refine weapons. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, to capture these zombies and alien beasts, it seems like I still need some creative cold weapons. The black cat was very unfaithful, and even though it was already entangled in chains, it still struggled desperately. The schoolgirl is fine, but this black cat's impact is too strong to study. Go find a cage first. I'll first inject that zombie with the sub-energy stone and try the effect. Tong Yen took out a syringe and from his audience where the sub-energy stone was stored, took out a milliliter and injected it into the schoolgirl. Ow! The schoolgirl let out a hiss. Start. Good. Xin Hao said, closing his eyes to feel the power from the meta-energy stone. Wait. What's going on? This equipment of mine is very valuable. In case the experiment fails and is backfired by the zombie control, it will damage my equipment. Tong Yen said with a serious face. Then you're not afraid that I'll be eaten by zombies? It can be cloned again. Oh. Xin Hao was very helpless and carried the schoolgirl to the next room, unlocking the chains on her body. The schoolgirl suddenly got up, like a runaway wild horse, staring with starry eyes, and lunged at Xin Hao. Xin Hao instinctively dodged aside and suddenly felt that an inexplicable connection had been created between himself and the schoolgirl. Stimulated by the Yuan energy stone, he closed his eyes and slowly tried to transmit the images in the sea to the schoolgirl. Sure enough, the school flower was no longer attacking Chen Hao, but instead, she was doing some strange movements. He slowly opened his eyes and found that the schoolgirl was dancing an extremely sexy and bold dance, which was dancing exactly the kind of dance that female anchors like to do most to tease straight men. Chen Hao watched with great interest, and with a glance of his eyes, he found Su Hui and Tong Yan, who were holding 2 bottles of yogurt in their hands, side by side, looking at him with a face of contempt. Cough. Chen Hao dryly coughed a few times, and the image of Muay Thai's fist blowout appeared in his mind, only to see that the schoolgirl instantly put away the flirtatiousness she had just shown, and became abnormally cold. At this moment, the schoolgirl was like a sophisticated robot, strictly executing the commands Chen Hao passed on to him, and very smoothly striking out a set of 36 styles of Muay Thai. Chen Hao then stopped controlling the schoolgirl, and the schoolgirl stood there motionless like a robot. How about it, 2 sisters? I originally thought that you were only able to control her for some simple actions, but I didn't expect you to be able to control her so perfectly. Tong Yan said with great excitement, you are really a perfect test subject. Tong Yan, this Chen Hao's, like a hungry wolf saw a piece of fat meat, hate to give him naked now, a good study. Chen Hao was also very excited, feeling that he was one step closer to founding the great Chen group. Sister Yan, hit that black cat for a while longer and see if I can control the foreign beast. Tong Yan gently nodded her head, then took out another milliliter of the sub-energy stone reagent and injected it into the black cat's body. Meow. The black cat let out a miserable cry, stretching out its sharp claws in an attempt to resist. Immediately after the reagent completely seeped into the body of the Dao, the miserable cries immediately became gentle, and its eyes were no longer glowing with a cold light, but instead, it directly lay down on the ground and didn't move at all, extremely gentle, and the beast turned into a cute creature in a second. If one didn't look at its eyes, one simply couldn't tell that it was a brutal foreign beast. Although Chen Hao didn't like raising cats, Su Hui was extremely fond of it, and seeing that the black cat was very well behaved in the sky claws, she couldn't help but hold it in her arms. Does it have a name? Su Hui asked. No. How about calling it Little Black? Su Hui said, I had a cat named Xiao Hei before, and then it got lost. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it, and I haven't had a cat since then. Good, then let's call it Little Black. Chen Hao very easily controlled both the schoolgirl and Xiao Hei at the same time. Sister Yan, how many milliliters of sub-energy stone reagents are left now? Chen Hao asked. There's about 300 milliliters right now, but we can continue to extract and quench it at a later stage, so it should probably end up being around 1,000 milliliters. Tong Yan said. 1,000 milliliters meant that 1,000 zombies could be controlled, and each of these zombies was like a daredevil, extremely powerful and defensive. If one was able to create a battle team consisting of thousands of zombie aliens, it would be an extremely terrifying existence. Then how many times can I control an energy stone carrier? Chen Hao asked with some excitement. I have to do further research before I can tell you the correct answer. Tong Yan said. However, I can provide a simple figure. The previous one was the original host of the ancient creature's primordial Yuan energy stone. It should theoretically be able to control around 1,000 minions. I think that different hosts should have completely different control over the Yuan energy stone, and you estimate that you can control 100 of all of them. Indeed, the more you control, the more difficult it becomes. Controlling multiple zombies at the same time for different campaigners is equivalent to multiple uses of one brain. In the human world, 2 uses of one brain is extremely difficult, not to mention 1,000 uses of one brain. Practice is the only standard to test the truth. Let's go directly to the street to do the test, we'll know. Chen Hao said. Afterwards, he drove a Hummer H1 and took Tong Yan and Su Hui to the street to capture zombies. Unexpectedly, soon 100 milliliters of reagent used up. Chen Hao precise control of 100 zombies, no effort at all, feel far from his limit. Tong Yan was too surprised to speak. Chen Hao had once again broken the limits of her perception. She went back and got another 50 milliliters, which was soon used up as well. Chen Hao didn't feel the slightest bit overwhelmed and led the zombie army in a mechanical dance on the streets. You're really an amazing test subject. Tonight, I have to study you. Tong Yan marveled once again. Chapter 15, Hustling Outside must first secure the insight-seeking collection. Su Hui, holding Little Black, was also astonished. After the end came, this man in front of her was simply a treasure boy, giving herself too many surprises, refreshing her knowledge time and time again. Sister Yan, let's test my control range again, and see how far away the zombies are from me before they can get out of my control. Chen Hao said excitedly. The control range of that creature before was 1,000 meters, I think. Tong Yen hesitated for a moment, thinking that she had underestimated Chen Hao too much before, so she should raise her expectations a little this time. After some trial and error, half an hour later. What? Surprisingly, it's 30,000 meters? Tong Yen was surprised and completely speechless, never dreaming that Chen Hao's control distance had reached a terrifying 30,000 meters. From today onwards, everyone within a radius of 60 miles will have to call me daddy. Chen Hao's domineering aura was revealed. This is too unbelievable. There was a hint of admiration in the eyes of the childish difference. Chen Hao, why do I feel like you're getting stronger and stronger? Su Hui didn't mince her words of praise either. Seeing the two girls bombarding themselves in turn, Chen Hao smiled and said, "Two sisters, how about tonight?" Hui, didn't you share a room with Chen Hao before? Was there anything strange about him before? Tong Yen simply ignored bad Chen Hao, still studying him as if he were a test subject. We shared a room for a long time, but he has always been mediocre, knowing that only today he showed this ability, maybe he is more low-key. Su Hui once again sized up Chen Hao. It's getting late, it's not safe here, let's go home. Chen Hao hurriedly changed the topic and quickly ran to the car. Driving a powerful and domineering luxury car, sitting in the car with a beautiful woman who admires him, followed by a loyal death squad. Isn't this the legendary, emperor-like treatment? Ha ha ha. The more Chen Hao thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud, but under the eyes of the two beautiful women who despised him, he resumed to concentrate on driving. With this 100 number of zombies back to the Tianlong Lake community, let these zombies do their own security, the entire small Tianlong Lake community surrounded, the scene is very spectacular, like stationed a regiment in general. Looking at this 100 number of death squads under his command, Chen Hao was very satisfied. Just a little worried is that these zombies almost no shortcomings, but the only fate in the head, if you can give each zombie tailored to build a hard helmet, protect the head, then these zombies will become a very scary force. Soon to the dinner period, Su Hui, who was dexterous and good at cooking, made another gourmet meal for everyone. In the morning, she was still thinking about saving the ingredients. It's not easy to go out on a frugal trip. But knowing that Chen Hao had this ability to manipulate zombies and could do whatever she wanted in this post-apocalyptic world, she used these ingredients in a generous way. It's so delicious, Hui, you're really a good girl with a good heart, whoever marries you will be lucky. Don't look at Tong Yan's thin figure, but she was actually a foodie. It's just that her previous indulgence in scientific and technological research had caused her to eat irregularly, and she didn't have much of a mind to eat, and this doomsday had instead given her some opportunity to relax. Especially after learning about Chen Hao's ability, her heart was full of security, and even though it was now the end of the world, there was no fear in her heart. Thank you, Sister Yen, you're so smart, so powerful, so knowledgeable, which man would be truly lucky to marry you? Neither of the two were the kind of people who liked to compete, and each had something that the other particularly appreciated, so the two were very chatty and always complimented each other without mincing words. I am so lucky. Chen Hao looked at the two extremely beautiful women who were living in harmony, not jealous but instead complimenting each other, and he instantly felt soothed. As the saying goes, to bustle the outside world, one must first secure the inside. Only after stabilizing one's own little home can one facilitate the opening of territories in the future. What are you lucky for? It's not like we're talking about you, Tong Yen said while eating her meal. Sorry, Sister Yen, I'm the only man left in this world. If I don't marry you, who will? Chen Hao squinted his eyes and said with a smile. This world is so big, you didn't look anywhere else. How do you know you're the only man left? Maybe there are many other survivors hiding somewhere. Tong Yen did not understand the situation in the slightest, and began to objectively and calmly analyze the problem again. According to the theory of time and space leaps, there could be thousands of people who completed the leap at the same time. It's hard to say. Today has already proved that those theories you mastered before, Sister Yen, don't seem to be very applicable. Chen Hao is not in a hurry. Looking at Tong Yen said with a smile, by the way, Sister Yen, I remember you just said you want to study me properly tonight. When do we go to your room? When are we going to your room? There is no equipment inside my room. Hui, the cooking is really fragrant. Tong Yen did not understand Chen Hao's meaning at all, and did not raise her head, and one by one, she sent rice to her mouth. At this time, Su Hui gently whispered a few words in Tong Yen's ear, and after listening to it, Tong Yen's ears turned red. I am full, first go back to the room to rest, other things tomorrow. Tong Yen got up and left. just walked out a step, and then turned around and took away a bowl of rice, served a plate of vegetables, trotted up the stairs. Hey! Yen's sister, don't go ah. She now saw a face of complacency. Su Hui said with a bad smile, "We sister, you deliberately bade me a good thing, is not trying to complete their own good things? I am also full, you hurry to go and brush the dishes." Su Hui got up and left. "By the way, your room is on the 3rd floor, I have already helped you pack up. The 1st floor is my place and Yen's sister, don't come over to bother us when it is fine, good night." Hey! Hui sister, don't go ah. These two women, during the day when they boasted about themselves, one blew more than the other. Now at night, when it comes to the time when one really needs to be praised, it turns out that one is farther away from oneself than the other. However, what Yen said is not without reason. The world is so big, it's very likely that there are really some people hiding in some corner. These people, I don't know if they're good or bad, but if I want to start the Chen group and become the only hegemon in the world, I have to rush to the library to draw more knowledge, and then convert that knowledge into combat power. Shinhao is a man of action and does what he says. He closes the door to his room, takes a bottle of water and a small box of pill-shaped gum as dry food, lets the schoolgirl and Blackie guard the entrance to the villa, and picks out 18 sturdy zombies for himself, and drives his Hummer to the library. The library was only 20 kilometers away from the Tianlong Lake community. Even if he was reading a book here, it was perfectly fine, controlling the zombies to protect Tong Yen and Su Hui's safety, so he wasn't worried for the time being. Soon, Shinhao arrived at the library. However, the moment he got off the bus, he froze. Chapter 16, Mysterious Intruder Seeking Collections. In front of the library's door, there was a huge teardrop-shaped object parked, with a height of more than 10 meters and a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, with a layer of extremely smooth black substance attached to its surface, giving it a strong sense of technology. Could this be a spaceship? Shinhao also didn't know exactly what this big black droplet in front of him was, but he instinctively told himself that it could be a flying machine. Could it be someone from another world that had discovered this place? Shinhao carefully surveyed this black water droplet, not daring to get closer, and right at this instant, he immediately ordered the 18 scattered zombies to spread out and surround this black water droplet. At this moment, a doorway suddenly appeared on the upper side of the black water droplet, and a blonde woman, wearing a tight black leather jacket and leather trousers, staggered out from the inside there, and just after taking a few steps, she fell to the ground and fainted. Shinhao did not dare to be careless, afraid of fraud, so ordered 2 zombies, slowly approaching this mysterious woman. The 2 zombies had a try. The woman did not have any reaction, so they set the woman up and dragged her to Shinhao. "Who are you?" Shinhao asked tentatively, but this mysterious woman remained motionless on the ground. Shinhao opened his penetrating eyes and carefully scanned this mysterious woman, and found that on top of this woman's convex, concave, delicate and alluring body, there were some blue and purple scars, as if she had just been in a grueling battle with someone. And, the most impressive thing was that he found that this mysterious woman's vertebrae tail carved a black rose. At a glance, it looked like a ruthless character. "Water, I want to drink water." The blonde woman suddenly started talking. Shinhao hesitated for a moment, took out a bottle of mineral water from the car that had just been opened, and handed it to her, but the blonde woman was extremely weak, and her hands couldn't move, so Shinhao took the bottle of mineral water and slowly poured water into the woman's watery mouth. Powerful business, so that the blonde woman forgot her own image, open mouth, greedily drinking water. Just as she was drinking the water, Shinhao carefully surveyed and found that this mysterious blonde woman, her features were extremely delicate, her eyes were extremely seductive, and her figure would not lose to Su Hui at all. However, Su Hui was the kind of noble beauty like an iceberg, while this blonde beauty in front of her was so sexy and provocative, with sparkling light in her eyes, just like a fox fairy in a film. Soon the blonde beauty had finished the bottle of water, and her weak body seemed to recover slightly. She gasped loudly and asked, "Who are you? Where is this?" Shinhao was a kind person, and when he saw a weak person, he instinctively wanted to tell what he knew truthfully, but the moment he said it, he suddenly remembered a word, Dark Valley Law. This was a law that he had read before, put forward by a very famous science fiction novel. In the novel, there was a story that when you were walking in a dark valley, if you heard a loud noise not far away, the first thing you had to do was to fire a shot at the place with the noise, and fuck the other person to death. Because you couldn't tell whether the other party was a friend or foe, only then could you possibly survive. However, Shinhao had already scanned the woman thoroughly with his penetrating eye and found that she wasn't carrying any lethal weapons or anything special, and was still in his own territory while he himself was armed with supernormal abilities, so he wasn't worried that the blonde woman would do any harm to him. But in order to protect himself, he must not easily tell the other party his true identity. This world is called the Chen Group, and I am the boss here, Boss Chen. Chen Hao softened his voice and said coldly. Now that you have intruded into my territory and become my captive, why did you suddenly appear here? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell me, I'll sentence you to execution. Chen Hao stood in front of the blonde with a serious expression. Don't kill me, Boss Chen, I'll do whatever you want me to do. The blonde woman's voice was very delicate as she slowly raised her head, her eyes glowing with spring light and charm. She tugged on Chen Hao's thigh with her right hand and slowly climbed up and used her body to stick close to Chen Hao. As the two were too close, Chen Hao smelled a very special fragrance from her body, an odor that was so intoxicating that he even wanted to sleep a little. However, soon after, Chen Hao's mind snapped awake with a cold chill. At this moment, the blonde beauty suddenly opened up and reached out to strangle Chen Hao's neck. She was fast, but still far inferior to Chen Hao. Chen Hao grabbed her wrist with his right hand, twisted it backhandedly and directly pressed her onto the carriage, and said coldly, if you want to compare speed with someone like me who is armed with supernormal abilities, you are still young. What? You are an alien? Hearing the blonde beauty's mouth and the 2 words of the inhuman, Chen Hao first tried to stunned and then calmed down. He could hear from the blonde's tone that she seemed to be very afraid of the inhuman, and Chen Hao started to swindle her. That's right, I am an inhuman. My speed is 3 times that of a normal person, and with this little mind of yours, there's no way you can be a match for me. Quickly tell me where you really come from. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. 3. Inhuman, don't kill me, my name is Scarlet, I am an agent, and I come from planet X314. After hearing the information provided by the blonde beauty, Chen Hao was puzzled. The blonde woman was really from another planet, the so-called know your enemy and know yourself. You will not be in danger in 100 battles. If you want to live better, you have to know more about the current cosmic situation. I also came from planet X314, but it was already a long time ago. Tell me specifically what situation has occurred on this planet. If the information you tell is untrue, I will kill you directly. Chen Hao said. Elder man, your hand is too strong, it has already hurt me, Scarlet said charmingly. At the same time, that particular scent once again invaded Chen Hao's body. Put away your little tricks, or else I'll be rude to you. Chen Hao snorted coldly and exerted a fierce force. Scarlet let out a pout. Hetero master, I won't dare to do it again. You are my master, let go of me and I will be honest and tell you everything I know. Seeing the delicate body that was pressed under him, although Chen Hao's heart and blood boiled a little, he still suppressed his emotions and said coldly. Last chance, don't let me down. Chen Hao slowly loosened his hand, and Scarlet meekly knelt in front of him and respectfully said. Honorable alien human, please accept me as a slave, I will offer everything I have to you. Less nonsense, quickly say. Seeing such a special thing returned in front of him, Chen Hao was a bit distracted and couldn't help but scan her with again, especially the black rose at the end of her spine. But he knew very well that it was a rose with thorns, so he must be careful. Since your lordship is willing to accept the little slave, then from now on, I will respectfully address you as my master. Master, perhaps you don't know, planet X314 has currently undergone a great deal of change and has now become a wasteland, Scarlet spoke in a respectful tone. Wasteland? That's right, those inhumans who possessed powerful supernatural abilities like you occupied the entire world and became the masters of the world, enjoying all the joys of the world. And the vast majority of ordinary people can only live on in the midst of the chaos. Why did you come back here? Chen Hao's tone remained cold. I'm an agent of San Antonio State, responsible for escorting criminals to a space prison attached to planet X314, but for some reason, halfway there, the ship suddenly malfunctioned, and when I woke up, I appeared here and bumped into you, Master. Is there anyone else in the spaceship? Chen Hao stared at Scarlet and asked in a stern voice. Chapter 17, The First Step to Becoming an Overlord. Being asked so coldly by Chen Hao, Scarlet instantly panicked a bit and hesitated for a moment, saying, There's no one. Are you sure? If you lie to me, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Chen Hao looked at Scarlet and said coldly. Scarlet hesitated and said, There are no more living people, there are 5 dead people inside. 5 dead people? Who are they? Chen Hao asked again. He knew very well in his heart that the woman in front of him, kneeling in front of him and pretending to be subservient to him, was by no means an oil lamp. The 5 dead people were all prisoners. They mutinied on the way, wanting to do something untoward to me, a beautiful female agent. I had no choice but to kill them. Scarlet explained. When killing these criminals, I accidentally touched some buttons on the airship, causing the airship to deviate from its route, and met you, Master. Scarlet said charmingly, while untying her black leather jacket, revealing her fragrant shoulders, letting Chen Hao own the scars on her body. Master, you see. Scarlet tried to continue to tempt Chen Hao, but unfortunately, Chen Hao had already read her 1,000 times. Chen Hao did not have the slightest fluctuation in his heart, but said coldly, I'll trust you for now, get up. Thank you, Master. After Scarlet got up, she began to survey her surroundings and realized that it wasn't badly damaged and seemed to be a complete world. Master, I have a question I want to ask you. Ask. Chen Hao said. Master, how long have you been here? This world seems to be intact and not under much threat, just the occasional zombie, Scarlet said as she looked around at the zombies that had fallen to the ground. In fact, these zombies on the ground, is Chen Hao deliberately let them there to pretend to be dead. The purpose is to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, in case Scarlet sneak attack himself or again help. Chen Hao can secretly manipulate the zombies, kill her by surprise. Never let others know their own cards, so that will occupy the initiative, so that will become the real king. This is Chen Hao from the Dark Valley in the middle of the law of survival. This world is infested with countless zombies and alien beasts, do you think it's safe? Chen Hao asked rhetorically. Master, perhaps you have been away for too long and don't know the situation of planet X314, Scarlet said with a smile. At this time, X314 had long since changed, powerful and brutal inhumans controlled the entire world, and the killings never stopped. Are there zombies in X314? Chen Hao asked. There are, but the zombies there are more powerful. Compared to this world of yours is simply a paradise. If the victims of other planets know about the situation here, they must very much want to come over. Scarlet said truthfully. After hearing Scarlet's description, Chen Hao confirmed one thing: the world he was currently in, after all, was just the end of the world. It was indeed considered to be richer in resources, and hadn't encountered too many powerful zombies and alien beasts, so in a sense, it was indeed like a paradise outside of the world. If through Scarlet to some similar X314 planet, recruiting, find some at the bottom of the social layer, but very knowledgeable people, let them become employees of the Chen group, will be able to help their own fast powerful. After all, one's own strength alone was still very weak. Even if one could grasp all the knowledge in the world, one would still be distracted. If one wanted to become an overlord, one must have vassals. Any cooperation that could be established was essentially a match of supply and demand, and he could only give shelter to those talented refugees and let them live a good life, and they would surely be willing to serve him. My current force is not very strong. The first batch of employees selected must be the kind of ordinary people with a better brain and more knowledge, but with a delicate force that is easy to control, and must never possess an inhuman. Chen Hao analyzed in his mind. Just as Chen Hao was thinking about all of this, Scarlet once again asked, Master, how many survivors are currently left on our planet? Did you come over to poke around? Is it because you have something in mind for my world? Chen Hao asked coldly. Hearing that Chen Hao's words had some aura of terror in them, Scarlet was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, Master, I just want to know more about this planet of ours. After all, I'm going to follow my master in the future. Since you are a slave, you should know that you should not ask more questions about things that your master doesn't tell you, understand? Chen Hao was like an emperor, standing with his arms folded. Yes, Master, little slave understands. Scarlet's forehead hit the ground, kneeling respectfully in front of Chen Hao, her words filled with fear. Let me ask you, is this spaceship still usable now? Can you still fly back to planet X314? Chen Hao asked. This spaceship had not malfunctioned, everything was functioning normally, and it was relatively well fueled. It just suddenly went off course and came here. Scarlet answered truthfully. Very well, take me there to take a look. Scarlet hesitated. Scarlet hesitated for a moment and got up to lead Chen Hao up to the water droplet spaceship. After entering the airship, Chen Hao saw that the cabin was in a mess. 5 people wearing dark blue uniforms collapsed on the ground, each with a particularly grim expression, as if they had suffered great ordeals before death. Master, these are all vicious prisoners, and I originally wanted to take them for a good rehabilitation. I didn't expect them to start a mutiny on the way, wanting to break out of prison, but at least I still know some kung fu, and put them on the spot. Scarlet explained. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to escort 5 prisoners by yourself? Chen Hao casually asked. Scarlet's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, and she immediately said with a smile, Planet X314 is in a period of wasteland, the crime rate is extremely high, and there are especially many war criminals of this level, but there are especially few agents, and the resources of the spaceships are relatively scarce, so the organization has sent me to escort these 5 people. Shinhao gently nodded his head and didn't ask any more questions, but instead walked around the cabin and began to use his penetrating eyes to scan the entire internal structure of the airship. Although he didn't understand the construction of these airships and the functions of these buttons at the moment, it was a good idea to take clear notes of every detail inside him. If one wanted to open up the frontier, building some suitable vehicles was a must. Besides Planet X314, are there any other planets? Shinhao asked. X314 is a code name, X refers to a star field, and 314 is the number of the planet. Scarlet said. That means there are very many planets similar to X314 in the X starfield? Shinhao asked. There are indeed many planets, but the vast majority of them have long been deserted and are not suitable for human habitation. Scarlet replied that there were very few planets that were suitable for human habitation, and X314 was already considered a relatively suitable planet for human habitation, but of course, it couldn't be compared to this place at all. Among the ordinary people of X314, were there any high-level intellectuals, such as scientists and the like? Shinhao asked. Chapter 18, Black Rose's True Identity. There are a lot of them, except that Planet X314 is the world of inhumans, and as long as they are non-inhuman scientists, they all live worse than a dog and don't have a job at all. Scarlet said. Very well, my Chen group is currently recruiting and is willing to take in these poor homeless people, Shinhao said. What does the master mean? What I mean is that I want to send you as my special advisor to help my Chen group and select some capable people on Planet X314 for my use. Shinhao said. Little Slave is willing to become the master's saddle and go to Planet X314 to search for those poor people to come over and serve the master. Scarlet was extraordinarily excited inside. She had been trying to find a chance to slip away in a water dropship, and she never thought that Shinhao would take the initiative to try to set himself free. How long would the entire trip take? Shinhao continued to ask. Master, wait a moment. Scarlet activated the ship and opened one of the display panels, and soon some data appeared on the panel. Master, the navigation system shows that flying from here to Planet X314 will take about 3 days each way, and if I were to spend 3 to 4 days in helping you look for people, and then add in the return time, it would probably take about 10 days. Scarlet didn't dare to deceive Shinhao. She knew that the more she told the truth, the more likely she was to be trusted by Shinhao, and the more likely she was to leave. Shinhao looked at Scarlet coldly, not saying a word. He didn't have anything to constrain Scarlet right now, so he didn't believe that Scarlet would help himself unconditionally at all. As Shinhao was thinking about all this, he suddenly remembered that he had a box of chewing gum in his pocket, and that they were all in the shape of pills, so he didn't move and put his hand in his pocket, took out a red pill, and handed it to Scarlet. This is a special medicine that I developed. It just so happens that the efficacy of the medicine is 10 days. After 10 days, if I can't see you appear here with the person I want, what will face you will be death. Scarlet stared at the red pill, hesitated for a moment, and thought in her heart, how can there be this kind of strange medicine, the efficacy of which also happens to be 10 days, he is not intentionally swindling me, right? I know what you are thinking. Shinhao sneered, this pill, swallowed will have a taste of chewing gum, sweet and comfortable. But I can tell that with the medical equipment you have there is no way to detect the toxin contained here, and there can be no antidote. Master, you also know about medicine? Scarlet asked tentatively. Not only do I know the art, I also know that your heart is different from normal people and is located on the right side. Shinhao looked like he had a good idea. Hearing Shinhao's words, Scarlet completely froze. She had originally thought that Shinhao was just an inhuman with great speed and wasn't particularly difficult to deal with, so she had been trying to seduce Shinhao through the flirtatiousness and sexiness of her body, looking for a chance to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. But when Shinhao said that the location of her heart was different from normal people, she immediately gave up the idea of escaping, and also completely believed that the pill must be a special kind of poison. This was because inside Planet X314, there was a class of powerful inhumans who possessed a high social status, were able to see through other people's bodies with a single glance, and were extremely adept at creating one-of-a-kind poisons. While she was thinking about all this, Shinhao quickly stepped forward, broke open her mouth, and directly shoved the red pill into her mouth, forcing her to swallow it directly. Scarlet instinctively covered her throat and coughed dryly a few times, but realized that she had still completely swallowed the pill, panic in her eyes. But her perennial combat experience told her that the only thing she could do now was to please Chen Hao in exchange for the antidote. Master, I'm already your person now. Can you tell me more about the situation here? It's more convenient for me to understand it and come sell it to others. Scarlet's eyes were full of flirtation, but still mixed with some worry. As you said, the situation here is indeed very good, the material is relatively rich, and I do not have a very sufficient number of people under me right now. Chen Hao said. What kind of people does the master need at the moment? I need two types of people. The first type is those who are responsible for maintaining the power system, and the second type is those who are responsible for maintaining the network system. The number of people doesn't need to be large, keep it around 20, but they must be elite. I won't let them eat and drink for nothing. Our Chen group doesn't keep idle people. Chen Hao stood with his arms folded, like a towering emperor enacting regulations. Scarlet knelt on the ground and listened attentively to the monarch's orders. Yes, master. Scarlet then took out a mobile phone-like object and handed it to Chen Hao. Master, this is a special signal tower. I am currently unable to know the exact location of where Master's world is, so if I want to fly back, I must have a signal tower to help guide me in the right direction. Chen Hao gently nodded his head and took the signal tower. He knew very well in his heart that Scarlet would definitely bring someone over 10 days later no matter what. Boss of the Great Chen Group, I've always been clear in my rewards and punishments. Carry out my orders well, and if you perform well, not only will I help you detoxify, I'll give you a reward. Chen Hao said. Thank you, master. And you tell those people that as long as they are willing to come over, I will not only keep them clothed and fed, but I can also make them inhuman. My inhuman abilities are not something you can imagine. As a boss, when it's time to draw a cake, you must draw it vigorously, so that your employees can eat a lot. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Hearing the word inhuman, Scarlet knelt on the ground very excited. Go and carry out your mission. Chen Hao domineeringly turned around and left, entering the library. Scarlet didn't dare to hesitate and immediately closed the airship's door before launching it and flying away. After she flew out for some time, she opened the communication system and said, Scar, this is Black Rose, please answer when you hear me. At this time on Planet X-314, in a dilapidated KTV in the 13th City District, a man with a scar on his face, a gold chain around his neck, and a lewd face, the phone beside him rang. As soon as he pushed away the coolly dressed sexy woman sitting on his lap, his face showed horror, and he picked up the phone and said, Big sister, you escaped from prison? In fact, Scarlet was not an agent, but the head of a small company in the 13th City District of Planet X-314. This company was not too big and not too small, with 30 to 40 employees, and had a certain influence in the local area, operating some KTVs, bars, and other businesses. This man, nicknamed Scar, was the number 2 person in this company and a tough guy under Scarlet. He always wanted to be the boss, but was no match for Scarlet, so he conspired with the agents of the 13th District to frame Scarlet. He originally thought that Scarlet was locked up in the middle of the space prison, and the whole company was under his control, and was celebrating by opening champagne in his own KTV box, but he did not expect to suddenly receive a call from Scarlet. I not only broke out of prison successfully, there is a huge discovery, you prepare at home, I will soon go back. Chapter 19, The Book of the Book. After hanging up the phone, Scar was very flustered inside, his mind was full of thinking about how Scarlet succeeded in her prison break. How was it possible? Didn't you send out 5 agents? Your 5 agents couldn't even clean him up? Just in this instant he completed all sorts of thoughts in his mind, and at the same time, he was thinking about Scarlet's words. The Black Rose said that she had made a major discovery. What kind of major discovery was it? Could it be the discovery of my betrayal? Those damn agents won't betray me, right? Scar muttered to himself. What's wrong, Scar? The woman who was pushed to the ground by his hand, slowly climbed up, her slender jade fingers placed on Scar's thick leg, trying to continue to please Scar. Scar was upset and backhanded a slap, directly knocking the woman out several meters away, shouting. Roll, all fucking roll. On the other hand, Chen Hao stood behind the library door and froze. Layers of bookshelves extended from the ground to the ceiling, eventually enclosing on the roof. The bookshelves were densely packed with numbers, the entire library was like a sea of books. This library was called the Golden Jade. Library, the name was taken from a poem, there is a golden house in the books, and there is a jade in the books. The collection of books in the library has 50,000 books, literature, science and technology, astronomy, geography. Encompassing everything, it is one of the landmarks of this city. and it is also the carting destination of a lot of netroots. Those who came here were often some gorgeous netizens, as well as those who used to come to see the netizens, and there were not many people who really loved reading instead. Xinhao sat on the sofa in the lounge area and quickly flipped through a book on quantum mechanics, starting to understand some of the basic principles of physics. After flipping through it, he flipped through some books on astrochemistry, biology, and literary physics, and soon flipped through hundreds of books. The various concepts that were once bitter and difficult to understand, and which made people scratch their heads and fail to remember, were now firmly imprinted in their minds, and the amount of knowledge that Xinhao had memorized in the past 1 or 2 hours had already exceeded what the vast majority of people had learnt in their entire lives. Learning turned out to be so easy, really want to go back to high school at that time. I also once went half an hour to hand in the paper, easy to get full marks of the school bully. Xinhao said with a smile. After putting all these books in their original position, he came to a corner and found a few books on cold weapon refining. The pages of these books were already yellowed, obviously some very old collector's edition books. Within the books, the refining methods of hundreds of weapons were described. Long instruments, short instruments, those with hooks, those with thorns, those with spikes, those with knives, those in the open, those in the dark, those that attack, those that defend, those that fight, those that kill, those that strike, those that shoot, those that block. After another less than an hour, Xinhao became an expert in cold weapon-related matters again. Learning was as easy as drinking water. Everything is faster than it is. Let's stop here today. Although this knowledge is already stored in my mind, I still have to digest and absorb it. Xinhao said. There was no rush to learn this knowledge of biology and physics, there was plenty of time. The most important thing right now is to quickly consolidate the force system and create a powerful battle team to stop the outsiders. Starting tomorrow, I will first help the zombie army forge some handy weapons and sturdy armor. After making this series of plans, Xinhao drove his Hummer with his 18 zombie guards and returned to the Tianlong Lake community. Humming a song, Xinhao got out of the car and walked towards the entrance. He was in a particularly good mood today, not just because he had quickly grasped an amount of knowledge that others would have trouble grasping in a lifetime. More importantly, after running into Scarlet, the great Chen group had taken its first step and was about to usher in its first batch of employees, and his own boss Chen's prestigious name was about to spread to the X314 starfield. At the same time, he has a clearer judgment and understanding of the current situation of the entire universe, paving the way for future expansion. Good hiya, simply life has reached a high. Xinhao hummed a little song, very happy to push the door to enter, did not expect to open the door, a person cloaked tree in front of himself. Crouch. Where to go? So happy. Sister Hui, people scare people to death, this big night you do not sleep, standing at the door for what? After Xinhao saw clearly that it was Su Hui, he took a long breath of relief. What's that smell? Why does it feel weird? Su Hui hummed her nose, then, close to Xinhao carefully smelled, immediately frowned, really is the smell of your body. Xinhao hurriedly sniffed left and right towards himself. What flavor ah Sister Hui ah, how come I didn't smell it? In fact, he did smell some special odors that came from Scarlet. A woman's perfume smell, can't fool me, say it, what did you go out for? Did you go out to find a woman? Su Hui asked. A woman's organs tend to be much more sensitive than a man's, especially in terms of sensation and smell. Xinhao drove back on the way, originally wanted to tell Su Hui and Tong Yan about Scarlet, after all, the three were the only survivors left, and the news they knew should be shared. But when asked by Su Hui, he was a bit afraid to say it again, he was afraid that he couldn't explain it clearly. This is a post-apocalyptic world, I can't even see a person, I'm still looking for a woman? I went to the library to read books. Xinhao replied. Which library? How can reading a book smell like a woman's perfume? I went to the Golden Jade Library? As the saying goes, there is a golden house in a book, there is a yen ruyu in a book, maybe I read too many books and saw a yen ruyu, so I naturally have the scent of a woman's body on my body. Xinhao said with a smile. Honestly, don't bullshit here, where the hell are you going? Su Hui with a suspicious look at the signal. Really, Sister Hui, I really went to the library. I am now able to control the zombie army, but these zombies have a weakness that their lifeblood lies in the head, so I thought about refining a special helmet for them. But I don't know how, so I went to the library to check out some methods on practicing making helmets. Xinhao answered correctly. Then what's with the womanly smell on you? Su Hui was unforgiving. You forget, that library is a famous net red card mecca. A lot of heavy makeup female net red all like to go there live. Over time, there is a particularly strong smell. I was there to read 2 or 3 hours, stained with some of the scent, and then normal. Shinhao's face is not red and heart does not jump to explain, said even he himself believe. Okay, so that's how it is. By the way, Sister Hui, it's so late, why don't you go to bed? Is there something you're standing waiting for me? Shinhao asked. Yes, there is something. Su Hui hesitantly said, can you come to my room for a while? Shinhao listened and frowned, how can there be such a good thing? Could it be because I have read more books and have reached the realm of being rich in poetry and can attract a goddess to take the initiative to fall back? The ancients honestly did not deceive me, reading books can soak yen Ruyu. Chapter 20, I want to be your secretary. Sister Hui, this middle of the night, you let me into your room, it can't be that you have any thoughts about me, right? Shinhao teased. I don't want to come, don't come. Su Hui turned around and left, due to the close distance between the two of them. The moment Su turned around, her head of green silk slowly floated up, gently brushing Shinhao's face. Really fragrant. Shinhao took a deep breath, looking at Su Hui's delicate figure and perfect curves, he couldn't help but sigh. This woman is only found in heaven, and can be heard of a few times on earth. You don't say, after reading this 100 books is different, how to speak now feels literary. Shinhao is planning to quote another poem to describe Su Hui's absolutely beautiful face, only to hear an urgent voice from the ear. Are you coming or not? Do not come later, do not enter my room. Come. Here. Shinhao hurriedly small steps to follow, came behind Su Hui. At this time the interior is dark, only through the moonlight, slightly see the road ahead, Su Hui holding the wall, in the stairs slowly forward, do not dare to go too fast, afraid of falling. But for Shinhao, who has extraordinary eyesight, the influence of night and day is not very big. When Su Hui went up the stairs, she stepped on one foot and did not stand steadily, and her body began to fall backwards. Shinhao was quick on his feet and stretched out his thick arms, directly holding Su Hui in his arms. Su Hui pouted and wanted to escape, but unexpectedly Shinhao stepped forward and used his right hand to grab Su Hui's beautiful legs and directly came in a domineering princess hug. At this time, Su Hui was wearing a light silk nightgown, and when she was held in her arms, she could really feel her tender and delicate skin. Sister Hui, how is it? Is my chest thick? With such an ambiguous atmosphere, how can there be less verbal flirting? Disgusting. Su Hui let out a pout and punched Shinhao hard on his chest. However, it must be admitted that being held in the arms of this man in front of her did have an inexplicable sense of security. Just like this, Su Hui lay in Shinhao's arms and was carried back to his room and gently placed on the bed. Shinhao also sat on his arse next to Su Hui. Sister Hui, what exactly are you looking for from me? Why are you being so mysterious? Seeing that Shinhao had been scanning her body with ill intent, Su Hui hurriedly pulled up the ice silk quilt from the bed and covered her body, and then hugged the pillow in front of her chest to do a good job of all-round self-protection. Unfortunately, she didn't even know that with this bit of defense she had, to Shinhao, it was just like a paper tiger that would break without poking. I don't have much ability either, I can't engage in scientific research like Sister Yen, and usually I can only cook a meal with you guys and help out with the housework. But who knows when this end of the world will end? Who knows if we'll run into anyone else? I don't hate cooking, but I can't just cook all day long, I want to find something to do too. Su Hui hesitated for a moment and said all of her thoughts. She had always been a very progressive and hard-working person, and her initial dream was to become the best yoga instructor in the country and then open her own yoga training center. But with the sudden arrival of the end times, all her plans were shattered, although after meeting Shinhao, she had no worries about food and clothing, and was living the life of a rich wife, but she didn't want to be idle in her villa all day long. That kind of life, although leisurely, was no different from being a salted fish. Sister Hui, I understand what you mean, so how do you want me to help you? Shinhao put away his immodesty and asked very seriously. He knew very well that Su Hui wasn't the kind of person who was greedy for pleasure, she had always been the kind of person who was very motivated and had a very positive outlook on the three things, which was one of the major reasons why Shinhao regarded her as a goddess. Aren't you going to help the zombie army build helmets? In the future, can you let me be your assistant, just help you make a start, I also want to follow you and do what I can. Su Hui paused for a moment and continued. Shinhao, although we lived under the same roof before, we don't know each other very well. I didn't expect you to have such special abilities. I want to get in touch with you more and become a valuable person as well. Good, Sister Hui. I announce that from now on, you will be the special assistant of Boss Chen of the Chen Group. Xin Hao said excitedly. A beautiful secretary is the standard equipment of a boss, and now this Boss Chen of his own is getting more and more into it. What did Chen Group? What Chen boss? Su Hui asked. This, well. Xin Hao's mind, he did not intend to tell Su Hui and Tong Yan. After all, he remembered a saying that it was best not to tell others easily about the dreams in one's heart, so that one could not give others the chance to laugh at them. Xin Hao had also originally thought of telling Su Hui and Tong Yan about his plan to create a great Chen group after a few days, when he had slightly achieved something. But he didn't expect the words to catch up with him and was so excited that he blurted it out directly. So he no longer hid it, and told Su Hui all about his plan to create a great Chen group. Of course, the part about Scarlet, he didn't mention a word about. Tonight's atmosphere was so good, he didn't want anything else to ruin his plans. You're too good, Xin Hao. After Su Hui heard this, she was very excited and threw the pillow aside in the middle of her embrace, then couldn't help but climb out from the side of the quilt and sit beside Xin Hao. I really like this plan of yours, and I have fantasized before about setting up a very powerful company and becoming the most powerful yoga gym in the world, but the fortune teller said that if I want to be successful, I have to find a man who is motivated and has ideas to help me. Su Hui looked at this man sitting beside her as if he was like the man the fortune teller had told her about in the underworld. Really, Sister Hui? Don't you think this plan of mine is a bit ridiculous? Am I being too arrogant? Seeing Su Hui giving out praise to herself, Xin Hao was instead a little embarrassed. You are not arrogant at all, and I think your plan is very feasible. Before I may not know you too well, after this day's observation, I think you are the omnipotent hero. Su Hui's expression at this moment was a bit mesmerized as she stared at Xin Hao, her eyes filled with admiration. If every man wanted to become an emperor who claimed the throne, then every woman wanted to marry a man who was willing to claim the throne. Wasn't this spirit of daring to fight and to think and to act, this hot-blooded, forward and undaunted character, the best place for a woman to belong? One has been searching hard for such a man, not realizing that he has actually been by his side all along. Su Hui closed her eyes, two sexy lips, slowly to the right. Xin Hao close. Xin Hao also followed the trend, a hand embraced Su Hui into his arms, and was about to enjoy a good time, when Tong Yan's voice came to his ears. Sorry to interrupt. Tong Yan was wearing a large t-shirt as a nightgown, and walked into the room with bare feet, sexy and provocative. Chapter 21, Good morning, Boss Chen. After seeing Tong Yan walk into the room, Su Hui was so shy that she immediately ran out of Xin Hao's arms before covering herself with the quilt. With the mindset of covering her ears, she told herself that she didn't see it, Sister Yan didn't see anything. What happened to Sister Yan? What happened? Xin Hao looked at Tong Yan and was slightly irritated. After all, being interrupted at this critical time was something that was particularly painful. But he saw that Tong Yan's willow eyebrows were tightly pressed, and seemed to have some important things to say, so he was patient again. Nothing, I'm just afraid of the dark, I can't sleep alone. Tong Yan said weakly. Then what do you want to do? How about the three of us together? Hearing Tong Yan say this, Xin Hao was very excited and felt that there seemed to be some unexpected surprises. No, I'm also afraid of men. Tong Yan was nonchalant, and directly climbed onto Su Hui's bed, and smoothly tried to push Xin Hao away. You hurry up and go out, I want to sleep with Hui Hui. Sister Yan, I was here first, there has to be a first and last in everything you do. Xin Hao cried and laughed, this is too overbearing, thanks to you looking so gentle. I am the sister, you have to listen to me. After saying that, Tong Yan directly into the quilt side, hands embracing Su Hui's arm, said, Hui Hui's arm is really secure, hugging up really comfortable. Looking at Tong Yan's adorable appearance, Su Hui was also helpless. Does this look like a big sister who was running into her fourth year? Tong Yan was just like a little flower cat, gentle and petite, endearing. Su Hui was momentarily overwhelmed with motherly love and couldn't help but use her hands to comb Tong Yan's hair just like her mother. Seeing this picture in front of him, Xin Hao's heart tightened, but he didn't dare to let the two of them develop any feelings, otherwise he would be embarrassed. Sister Yan, you're... By the way, Xin Hao, tomorrow, you go to the hotel or the warehouse in the large shopping mall to look for it, there must be a generator there. The equipment for extracting the sub-energy stone reagent needs to be electrified in order to be used. Tomorrow I still have to do other experiments, I have to go to bed earlier, you don't stay here, hurry back to your room. Tong Yen began to set up the work in a long speech, and after saying that, he directly drilled his head into the side of the quilt and fell asleep against Su Hui. Sister Hui, I. Smaller voice, Yen's sister asleep, you hurry to go back first, other things tomorrow. Su Hui whispered. Woman, your name is cruel. Xin Hao sighed, eyes full of unwillingness, wiping tears out of the gentle land. He returned to his room, lay on the wide and soft bed, and began to think back on this long and turbulent day. Feeling both incredible and afraid that it was all just a dream, he unknowingly fell asleep today. Xin Hao. As his sleepy eyes were hazy, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Xin Hao immediately got up and hurriedly wistfully looked around. He was afraid that if he woke up, he would turn into the mediocre Xin Hao from before. However, taking a closer look, he was not in a rented house, but still lying in a luxurious villa, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Hao looked out the window. At this time, the sky has already dawned. He lay in bed, has no more sleep, so he simply put on his clothes after, simply wash up, drove with a few zombies to a nearby supermarket, and sure enough, he found 3 small diesel generators in the warehouse. He threw the engines onto the back seat and drove to a nearby petrol station again. After ordering the zombies to fill up a few large barrels of diesel, he quickly went to the middle of the villa's courtyard and began the project of building the electrical equipment. After getting out of the car, he returned to his room and sat in front of the window, drinking red wine while controlling the zombies to help him work. Another idea came to his mind. After his first batch of employees arrived, and the network and power system were solved in all aspects, he would install surveillance cameras on his zombie army one by one at the first opportunity. That way, when he lay at home and looked at the monitors, he could clearly observe every corner in a 60-mile radius, and he could also remotely control every single zombie. For example, things like carrying supplies, building weapons, and managing people. He would no longer need to personally step in. What does it mean to plan in a tent and be victorious in 1,000 miles? What does it mean to have everything under control? What do you mean by international law? Thinking of this, Xin Hao couldn't help but come to a tactical backward. Incoming call. The lights inside the villa lit up and a shout full of surprise came from the first floor. Xin Hao carried the red wine very dashingly, walked to Su Hui's room, saw the 2 sleepy-eyed, stretching YouTubers, and slowly approached step by step. Good morning, 2 sisters. Good morning, Boss Chen. The 2 women said in unison. But when Xin Hao heard the 2 of them call himself Boss Chen, a mouthful of red wine directly sprayed out. This kind of feeling is like, originally you intend to flirt with a pure primary school girl, over the mouth, but the other party is a veteran driver. He was directly eaten dry clean. He was actually very reluctant to tell Tong Yen about his plan. An important point was because Su Hui had already been conquered by himself in a way, and wouldn't laugh at himself, and would do her best to help herself. But Tong Yen, as a high-level intellectual with extensive insights and her own unique ideas that were hard to manage, and with such a high IQ and having only known her for a day, would definitely laugh at himself. He was planning to wait for the first batch of employees to arrive before announcing the establishment of the Great Qin Group, so that he could conquer Tong Yen in one fell swoop. Xin Hao had been a small man for too long before, and although he longed to be the king who controlled everything, at this point in his heart, he was still a bit unsure. Sister Hui, this plan of mine is still not very mature. Why did you tell? I like this plan of yours very much. You are the most special man I have ever seen. The scientific research department of the Qin Group will be given to me to take charge of. Tong Yen got up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and walked out of the room with her 2 snow-white legs. Cheer up, Boss Qin, your little secretary is going to make you breakfast. Su Hui also got up, her jade feet gently pointing the ground as she walked towards the kitchen. Xin Hao didn't expect that it would turn out like this, surprisingly smooth. The 2 extremely good-looking YouTubes, all of them actually supported and believed in themselves without any hesitation. For a while, his blood boiled a little, and he became even more excited about his future, and became even more convinced that he was the Boss Qin who was destined to achieve some supremacy. At the same time, he began to think about a new problem. Since both women were now willing to obey him, it was necessary to divide them into a size in terms of name. Who was considered the big one? Who was considered the smaller one? Although Tong Yen was older, she was actually still a child at heart, not eating smoke and fire, not very good at dealing with things other than scientific research. Although Su Hui is younger and her knowledge is not very rich, but she is more intelligent, more character, and more understanding. The 2 women had their own strengths and their own specialties, and if they really had to be divided into a size, it would really be a headache. Who was bigger and who was smaller? It depended on which of them performed better. Xinhao drank the remaining half cup of red wine and walked out of the room with a smile. Chapter 22: Capturing Wild Elephants Alive as Mounts. Soon, a pleasant breakfast ended in the laughter of the three people. On the second day of Doomsday, the three not only accepted the current situation, but they were all looking forward to the days ahead. I'm going to do my experiments first. I'll leave things like housework to you, Boss Chen. Tong Yen put down the chopsticks in her hands, gently wiped the corners of her mouth, fell asleep in that wide body shirt, and went into the lab, ready to start continuing the extraction of the sub-energy stone reagent. Xinhao, go prepare the things we need, I'll clean up here. Su Hui got up and started to clean up the leftovers on the table. All right, Sister Hui. Xinhao gently nodded his head and got up to go to the lab to get 30 milliliters of sub-energy stone reagent, so that in case he found a suitable zombie or alien beast, he could continue to incorporate it into the Great Chen battle team. He then went to the neighborhood and gathered all the zombies together and arranged them according to their height. After some inventory, he found that there were 36 zombies with a height of over 1 meter 9, and a dozen of them, all of them, had a height of over 2 meters. And each of these zombies had a lean and sturdy figure, with a body shape very much like a basketball player. It was very likely that they had come to this city to participate in a competition, but ended up becoming zombies by accident. Due to the fact that neither the power system nor the network system had been restored at the moment, many of the smelter's machines were unable to operate, and currently, they could only refine the helmets by hand, which led to the fact that the efficiency of the work would be on the low side. Xinhao decided to concentrate his superior resources and first build helmets and weapons for the 36 of the zombies and set up a special squad. 36 people, might as well call it the Big Dipper Daredevil Squad. Xinhao said to himself. Xinhao, let's set off. At this moment, Su Hui, dressed in a handsome but not too sexy sportswear, wearing a baseball cap and holding Xiaohei, walked out from the villa. Seeing Xinhao's fiery eyes, Su Hui smiled proudly and directly sat on the driver's seat of the Hummer, then rolled down the window and looked at Xinhao, who was mesmerized by his own beauty, and said with a smile. Get in the car, Boss Chen, sister to take you for a ride. Let me feel Huey's car skills. Xinhao was very happy to sit in the car, and led the Big Dipper Death Squad towards the smelting plant. This smelter is very large, there are many large smelting equipment in the plant, and there are some messy traces on the ground, which shows that there seems to be zombies or alien beasts that used to infest this place. They circled around the factory and eventually found a manual smelting workshop in a corner. This kind of workshop, because it couldn't be mass-produced and wasn't economically beneficial, had long been shelved. It was just stored there as an exhibition area, not expecting it to come back into use after the end of the world. Open up! At Xinhao's command, 36 zombies, in groups of 4, began to work methodically. The sounds of clanking iron in the workshop came to mind, as well as the booming sounds of burning iron furnaces. Su Hui, as a girl, although she usually liked sports, she had never come into contact with these steel apparatus plants, and after this close encounter, she was suddenly a little excited. Indeed, these most primitive cold weapons were often able to stimulate one's bloodlust. Su Hui, like a curious baby, hugged Xiaohei, a moment later observing the process of observing the refining of steel liquid, a moment later looking at the steps of creating helmet molds, playing around. After watching for a long time, she got itchy and put Xiaohei down, then started to get her hands on the helmet refining herself. Xiaohei, I'll build you a cool helmet too, okay? Meow. Seeing Su Hui and Xiaohei happily playing over there, and looking at these loyal escorts under his command, Xinhao was very satisfied. In the midst of chaos, others are fleeing in haste, while I am happy. Soon, with the full cooperation of the 36 zombies, 9 of the helmets and 9 of the daggers had been built. And Su Hui also built an ugly little helmet through her own efforts. Little Blackie, come here, let Mummy put it on you. Su Hui's eyes were filled with motherly love. Meow. After Xiaohei put on the helmet, only 2 eyes and a mouth were revealed. It looked a bit ugly, but Su Hui was very satisfied and even lifted Xiaohei up high for Xinhao to see. How is it? Isn't our Xiaohei looking better and better? Xinhao, who was standing not far away, raised his right thumb high. Worthy of being my secretary, these little hands are just good, the helmet is so delicately made. Humph. Su Hui hummed, very proud. Moo. A long but with a few mournful beast cries resounded through the workshop, breaking this warmth. Xinhao searched for the sound and found a 4-meter-tall, 7-meter-long wild elephant with fierce eyes, flinging its long trunk as it walked towards the place. The 2 white tusks had turned black, shining with a cold light like 2 sharp blades. It was extremely large, and with every step it took, the entire workshop shook. Just in time, let's show you the might of my Big Dipper Death Squad. Shinhao secretly operated, making 9 of the zombies that were over 2 meters tall wear helmets and hold daggers, and surrounded the wild elephant. Meow. Xiaohei instantly changed from gentle to cold-blooded, jumping out of Su Hui's arms, with his tail high in the air, looking at the wild elephant's eyes without fear. Xiaohei, don't go. Su Hui couldn't bear to see Xiaohei get hurt, rushed to Shinhao. Shinhao, don't let Xiaohei go to fight, that wild elephant is too fierce, Xiaohei will suffer. Su Hui is like a mother who is afraid that her child will get hurt in a fight. In her eyes, she is full of reluctance. Sister Hui, when a child grows up, he has to let it go. Shinhao said with a smile. Su Hui may not know, but Shinhao is very clear, under the gentle appearance of Xiaohei is a bloodthirsty heart. But Su Hui is still a little reluctant to let go. Meow. Xiaohei has already taken the lead in the attack, leapt up, stepped on the nose of the wild elephant, jumped to its head, raised his claws high, and on the wild elephant's brain, scratched out 3 blood marks. This. Su Hui was surprised and speechless, and after a pause, he raised his arms high and shouted excitedly, Xiaohei, go for it. Moo. The wild elephant let out a mournful cry and began to fling its trunk, going to whip Xiaohei. Xiaohei quickly dodged and easily avoided the attack, circled around behind the wild elephant and went to tickle its tail again. Seeing that he had suffered successive losses, the wild elephant let out another angry cry and raised his foot to stamp on Blackie. But just as it focused all of its attention on Xiaohei, 9 zombies simultaneously leapt up high, raised their daggers, and ruthlessly plunged them into the wild elephant. 9 daggers, 9 bloody holes. Moo. The wild elephant let out an agonizing cry and jumped around wildly in place, but it was met with another 9 wounds. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Knowing that it can't be defeated, the wild elephant decided to seize the door and escape. Wanting to leave, it wasn't that easy. Shinhao coldly grunted and ordered 8 of the zombies to stand in front of the wild elephant's life, blocking its way, and had another zombie walk up to himself and take the syringe with the sub-energy stone reagent in his hand. As the saying goes, a dog in a hurry will jump over the wall, and an elephant in a hurry will crash. Prompted by the desire to survive, the wild elephant did not care, lowered its head and rushed towards the door with all its might, and instantly, the 8 zombies were knocked off, most of them. Not good, Shinhao, it's getting away. Don't worry. Shinhao smiled blandly. Only to see the zombie with a syringe in his hand quickly run behind the wild elephant and thrust the needle raw into the wild elephant, one of the wounds stabbed by the dagger. Moo. At once, the mournful cry turned into a gentle murmur. The wild elephant turned around and slowly walked to Shinhao, his front legs bent, his head against the ground, and his trunk straightened to welcome Shinhao to ride himself. In the future, when we go out, we don't need to sit on a Hummer, just ride a wild elephant. Shinhao looked at the jaw-dropping Su Hui, and very gentlemanly half-bowed, making a please pose. Sister Hui, please get on the elephant. Chapter 23, Major Discovery Seeking Collection. Su Hui hesitated for a moment, and with Shinhao's assistance, carefully stepped on the wild elephant's trunk. Recalling just now also like the wild appearance, Su Hui was still fearful and forbidden, her willow eyebrows knitted, her legs trembled a little. But the wild elephant under her feet is indeed well behaved like a kitten. Let Su Hui step on it, not moving a muscle. So well behaved, just like Little Black. Su Hui rode on the wild elephant and gently stroked it, which remained motionless. Come over here, Little Blackie, and ride the wild elephant with Mummy. Meow. Xiaohei called out very gently, then licked his paw and jumped up and ran into Su Hui's arms. While Su Hui was having fun, Shinhao didn't dare to have the slightest relaxation. Wild elephants were herd animals. Since there was a wild elephant infested here, it also meant that there were other of its kind nearby, and there could be other large alien beasts infested as well. He hurriedly manipulated the zombies to build the remaining 27 helmets and 27 daggers, as well as other relevant weapons. Although the wild elephant is powerful, it is slow, so I can round it up. But if I come across some raptors that specialize in speed, such as tigers, leopards, and the like, it will be difficult to strangle them, and it's necessary to build some net-like weapons. When Shinhao thought of this, he transferred 9 people from the 36 zombies and started hammering steel wire ropes, which had a certain degree of toughness and were very strong, so that if they were made into a trapping net, they would be able to hunt the faster beasts. Shinhao operated his brain at high speed, precisely controlling each zombie, making them quickly execute his issued instructions. Soon, 9 more helmets and 9 more daggers were built, and most of the wire rope woven beast trapping net was completed. Roar! At this moment, a male lion, 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, walked into the workshop with its bloody mouth open and shaking the mane on its face. Unlike wild elephants, lions not only have great destructive power, but also have swift speed, and are aggressive by nature. They are the deserved king of all beasts. Dealing with this beast was obviously much trickier. Seeing the situation, Chen Hao hurriedly maneuvered the wild elephants and brought Su Hui and Xiao He to a safe zone. At the same time, he had 9 of the zombies, who were already heavily armed, surround the lion. The male lion was exceptionally fierce, and before the zombies could make a move, it took the first step to attack, biting off the arm of one of the zombies. It was really fierce. Chen Hao didn't dare to be careless and immediately sent 9 more zombies to join the battle and started fighting the lion. Wait, why does it feel a bit strange? Chen Hao stared at the zombie whose arm was bitten off by the male lion and noticed something peculiar. The blood flowing out of this zombie was not dark red, it was surprisingly bright red with some orange in it, and a new arm was gradually growing out of the wound. Could these zombies have mutated again? This strange change in the zombie made Chen Hao very confused. He remembered very clearly that the zombie's blood was dark red, and those zombies he had killed before had never produced this change. Be careful, Chen Hao. After hearing Su Hui's reminder, Chen Hao slowed down from his thoughts about the zombies, and he realized that the male lion had already begun to go on a killing spree, injuring several of his own zombies consecutively. Worthy of being the king of all beasts, becoming even more ferocious after alienation, I'll take you as my mount. Seeing that the zombies under his control were unable to inflict effective damage on the swift lion, Chen Hao immediately mobilized the 9 zombies that were weaving the wire mesh to join the battle. Seeing a large net pouncing towards him, the male lion stomped on the ground with its hind legs and raised its front paws high like 2 heavy hammers, ruthlessly smashing into the wire mesh. Its power was too strong and directly shook a few of the zombies several meters away. It was a bit interesting. Although they were constantly bitten off by the male lion's arms and legs, the zombies' wounds quickly healed and rejoined the battle as their heads were well protected. Although the male lion was tough, it ultimately had limited stamina, and under the depletion of a few rounds of battle, it was already showing signs of decline. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. Chen Hao used 18 zombies at the same time, ripping apart the wire mesh to cover the male lion. The lion struggled desperately, but the more violently it struggled, the more it consumed its body. After a lot of struggling, it was exhausted and was forced into a corner by this wire trap net. It is now. Just as the lion was panting, Chen Hao ordered one of the zombies, holding a syringe containing the sub-energy stone reagent, to ruthlessly stab the lion's eyes. Roar! The male lion let out a violent roar, and exerted its last ounce of strength to wave its 2 powerful front paws and slap the wire trap net, trying to break free from its bonds. However, the moment the reagent entered, the male lion instantly became quiet, curled up in the corner, and began to lick his own paws to play like Xiao He. Chen Hao told all the zombies to withdraw to the side, and slowly approached the lion, which had been domesticated by himself, and leapt up, kicking and punching the lion's stomach with both feet like a horse. The lion slowly got up, carrying Chen Hao as he strolled through the workshop. There was a strange feeling of riding the king of all beasts, like sitting on a throne, and for some reason, he inexplicably had an inexplicable fondness for this kind of lion. This was probably the desire for conquest that men most longed to be fulfilled. Drinking the spiciest spirits, riding the fiercest lion, hugging the most arrogant woman. Sister Hui, come and feel it with me. Chen Hao received Su Hui from the wild elephant to the lion, wrapped one hand around Su Hui's water snake waist, and slapped the lion's body with the other hand, patrolling those zombies in the workshop hammering armor and weapons. Majestic and overbearing, there was a feeling of an emperor touring the world with his beloved consort. Why, it always felt like he had a kingly aura about him. Su Hui looked at Chen Hao, who was hugging her, her pretty face flushed red as she secretly pondered in her heart. Sister Hui, I think this lion set is more suitable for me, and the wild elephant will be given to you as a mount, Chen Hao said with a smile. No, I still like Xiao He, let's give the wild elephant to Sister Yan, it's very docile, I think Sister Yan will like it, Su Hui said with a smile. Thinking of Sister Yan in every way, Sister Hui really does have the manners of a boss. What boss? What do you mean? Heir? Nothing. Soon after building the rest of the helmets and weapons needed, Chen Hao rode the lion to bring Su Hui back to the villa. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived at the lab, Tong Yen took a test tube filled with red blood and said to him excitedly, It's amazing, it's amazing. It was the first time Chen Hao had seen Tong Yen so excited, so he hurriedly asked. Sister Yen, what major discovery have you made again? Chapter 24, You're a Cow. You guys come and see, this is the blood I extracted from the schoolgirl today. Within her blood, there is a very special energy substance. This energy can stimulate a certain trait within her body, allowing her to produce some kind of supernormal ability. Tong Yen said. According to my speculations, this substance can also transform ordinary people into extraordinary people. After hearing Tong Yan's description, Chen Hao suddenly thought of a word that Scarlet had used in her mouth, inhuman. Sister Yen, how did she suddenly mutate? Was it a spontaneous mutation, or was it an external stimulus? Chen Hao asked. Outside stimulus. Who gave her the stimulus? Chen Hao was also keen to understand the root cause of the matter. If he could find the root cause, then his zombie army would be on the next level. I suspect that the root cause of all this is you. Tong Yen was seriously sizing up the man in front of her who was getting more and more interested in her. I triggered the evolution of the zombies? Chen Hao was a bit puzzled for a moment. You seem to possess some kind of ability that can stimulate other people's psychic abilities? Hearing Tong Yen say this, Chen Hao also told her about the zombie possessing self-healing capabilities that he had seen today. The zombies before, were they able to heal themselves? Tong Yen asked. Can't. The root cause is you, and I guess that it might be the Yuan energy stone in your body and the sub-energy stone in the zombie's body that created some kind of magical connection. Tong Yen analyzed. What connection? I originally thought that between the chief and his subordinates, they could only transmit information and instructions, but now it seems that they may also transmit energy? Tong Yan's right thumb and forefinger pinched her chin, pacing back and forth in the lab. Sister Yen, can you be more specific? Su Hui weakly asked. She felt confused every time what command energy and other words. To use an analogy, Chen Hao was like a cow, and those zombies with sub-energy stones could drink Chen Hao's milk and grow up. Sister Yen, can you change the analogy? Chen Hao was speechless. In an analogy, Chen Hao is like a boss. Those zombies, in the acceptance of his orders to help him work at the same time, can quietly absorb the energy in his body. This energy is quite far from the wages they earn. Tong Yen said, my analogy is perfect. It means that Chen Hao has been nourishing these zombies? Su Hui all comprehended. That's right. Then, will the energy in my body decrease? Chen Hao asked the question he was most concerned about. Although he was also well aware that everything required a price to be paid, he was not willing to be emptied by these zombies. According to the law of conservation of energy, the energy in your body will definitely decrease. Tong Yen said. Then I have to. Chen Hao was about to say that he was going to give up on forming an army of zombies. After all, his own life was more important, but before the words were finished, he was interrupted by Tong Yen. Although the energy in your body will be lost, but these losses for you, like a hair of 9 cows, these zombies consume your energy for a year, but not as much as you breathe to consume. Tong Yen explained. And the blood in your body, there is also a powerful devouring ability, able to devour all the energy you come into contact with. That is to say, you are a super milk. Drinking air can produce milk so much that you cannot finish squeezing, so much that you can feed the people of a country. This. After hearing Tong Yan's analysis, Chen Hao suddenly felt that he was like the sun of this world, and that he could feed countless zombies by simply radiating some residual heat. Go ahead and use it boldly, Boss Chen, you have a lot of energy, don't be afraid of being emptied. Tong Yen said. Cough cough. Sister Yen, what hollowing out or not, am I still short of that little bit of energy? Chen Hao hurriedly cleared his throat with a righteous face. To tell you the truth, my motto is, peacefully obtain a wide building 10 million rooms, sheltering the world as cold people all happy. Hey, Sister Yen, what are you doing? In that case, let me have 2 more tubes. Tong Yen did not know when she had 2 more syringes in her hand, and while Chen Hao was getting it, she directly inserted it into his body and drew a large tube. Want to study me? There are other ways, let us change the way, okay? Sister Yen. Don't move, I have to study you more deeply again. Tong Yen drew out another tube, turned around and walked to her own experimental apparatus, and began to conduct a new round of experimental research. Sister Yen, can you help me clone a little bit of blood out? You're always pumping me is not a thing. Chen Hao said while wiping his tears. Tong Yen stopped her work and looked back at Chen Hao with a serious face. By the way, Chen Hao, I just made a decision. In the rest of my life, my most important research topic is to figure out how many secrets you still have in your body. Why did your body become like this? Oh. Su Hui, who had been listening to the duo chatting at the side but hadn't said anything, said at this time. Sister Yan, I have a question. If the sub-energy stone reagent is injected into a normal person's body, will that normal person be able to absorb the energy from Chen Hao's body? Tong Yan stopped her work at once. This is a very good experimental subject, we can study it now. Once Chen Hao heard this, he tiptoed around and wanted to leave, but was yanked back by Su Hui. Can you be more serious? We are exploring very profound issues. Oh. At the moment, apart from Chen Hao, only the two of us are alive, and I have to be in charge of controlling and observing the entire experiment, so that means I can only let you be the test subject. Tong Yan took a brick with a magnetic energy stone actuality and walked to Su Hui. So, are you willing to make sacrifices for the common cause of humanity? Yes, I do. Su Hui decisively extended her arm. When she heard Tong Yan say that Chen Hao was able to produce mutations in zombies, she was moved. Although he was a woman, she aspired to achieve something and wanted to be different. Even as Chen Hao's secretary, but she couldn't be too far from him. Therefore, even though what Tong Yan said was only in the theoretical stage and had a great deal of risk, she was still willing to give it a try. Wait, I haven't agreed yet. Chen Hao said. The milk drinker didn't say anything. What are you, a cow, wasting your words? Oh. Come on, Sister Yan, I am mentally prepared. Hui Hui, you are a hero, and you will leave a colorful mark in the history of mankind. You too, Sister Yan, you will become the greatest scientist in human history. Looking at these two, not only milking but also not considering the cow's feelings, but also one after another in that fancy mutual compliments, Chen Hao Tiger shook. How do I feel that the feelings of these two have deepened again? Am I superfluous? Tong Yan gently pushed the syringe, a milliliter of sub-energy stone reagent, completely injected into Su Hui's body. Is there any feeling? For the time being, there is no. Wait, there is a change. What changes? Can he manipulate your actions? Tong Yan was very excited and asked, eyes flashing light. Recently, these 2 days, their own exploration in scientific research has far exceeded their past 37 years. He can't manipulate my actions, but I can receive the messages he sends me. What messages did he send you? Tong Yan asked with great concern. What he sent? Chen Hao, why are you so annoying? In broad daylight, can you not say these words of tiger and wolf? What are words of tigers and wolves? By the way, has anything changed in your body? Tong Yan seems to be a little impatient. Not yet, it shouldn't be that fast, after all, the reagent has just been injected into my body, even if. Wait. What's wrong? It seems like there is a change, I feel it. Su Hui began to manipulate her body. Crap. After seeing Su Hui's changes, Chen Hao, who had been feeding the words of tiger and wolf into Su Hui's mind, roared out, his eyes filled with excitement and incredulity. Chapter 25, My Woman Has Mutated. Only to see that Su Hui was like a rubber man, every part of her body could be contracted at will. Whether it was stretching or contracting, the length could reach 10 times the previous length. And her strength and speed at this time also became 10 times of what it was before. Most importantly, her skin at this time was so watery and tender that she felt like she could squeeze out water when she touched it. This kind of softness, this kind of stretchability, even the softest soft girl with the softest body in the world couldn't do it. If held in the arms, the effect would be too pleasurable for me to think about. What does it mean to be an excellent mate? What does it mean to be an extremely good secretary? Let's not mention Sister Hui's unbelievable face value and ultra-positive outlook on the three things. Based on her body alone, she is already unbeatable. Sister Hui, you are also too. Chen Hao was itching to stretch his hands to feel it. At the moment he was about to touch Su Hui suddenly became smaller, turning into only 1/10 as big as before, smoothly avoiding Chen Hao's capture, drilling through Chen Hao's crotch, and circling around behind him. Then she changed to her normal size again, looking at Chen Hao with blazing eyes. She said with a bad smile, "Humph, I'll see how you can still bully me in the future. I'm now also a person with special abilities. This is really taught into the staff, starved to death boss." Originally, I was thinking that I could enjoy it, like a rubbery texture, who expected that it would be difficult to even touch it now. This thing is delicious, but you just can't eat the edge of your mouth, is it urgent? Sister Hui, you're being a bit unkind, you're now relying on the nourishment of my milk. You can't just drink the milk and not give the cow grass to eat. Xinhao made a double entendre, if anything. La 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 la, la 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 la, I'm a little connoisseur who loves to drink milk. Sui a moment to become larger, a moment to become smaller, feel the different sizes of their own, excited like a child, running and jumping, completely ignoring Xinhao. Xinhao quietly ran to the side of Tong Yan, to her for help asked, Dear Yan's sister, I have no method to control her. Between the meta-energy stone and the sub-energy stone, one glory is all glory, one loss is all loss, wait for you to hiccup one day, Hui Hui's body's alien energy will disappear, you can control her. Oh. I don't know when. Tong Yan in his right hand more a syringe, containing a light blue liquid, no need to ask, this is the sub-energy stone reagent. Xinhao saw the bad, hurriedly said, Yan's sister, 10,000 times must not, this thing is risky, you are the only knowledge of the three of us, we want to understand the world, want to live well, but also rely on you, you do not dare to take yourself as an experiment. And what he really thinks inside is, I beg you Yan, be a normal person, if you also become a rubber man again, the two of you go on a double date, leaving me alone what to do? Will the flame of mankind continue? Will the civilization of mankind continue? Can you stop being so selfish and think about the future of mankind? Don't worry, Xinhao, I won't. I won't. Xinhao's heart breathed a sigh of relief. I won't be fine. Tong Yan did not hesitate to insert the needle into her arm and then quickly injected the reagent into her body. Sister Yan. You are too cruel. Xinhao immediately felt his heart dripping blood. Sister Yan, have you changed now? Sui was very excited and ran to Tong Yan's side, as if she had found a kindred spirit, and hurriedly asked with great concern. For the time being there is no, my physique is relatively weak, it may take some time for the absorption of the medicinal effects. Tong Yan seriously felt the changes in her body. Xinhao squatted on the ground and drew circles, silently reciting in his mind, never turn into a rubber man, 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 and definitely don't boost her speed and strength. Then can you accept the message Xinhao sent you? Su Hui asked. I can, but they are all boring rubbish messages. Tong Yan was disdainful, and as soon as the words fell, her pupils suddenly dilated with some excitement. Here it comes, I feel it. Xinhao looked at the sound, immediately jaws dropped, the next second became excited. Tong Yan now awakened this kind of supernormal ability, is exactly what he dreamed of. Hello, my name is Tong Yan. Hello, my name is also Tong Yan. Two Tong Yan who were exactly the same in height, appearance, voice and clothing were greeting each other politely. Xinhao hurriedly went forward to observe, around the two child faces, turned around several times, did not find the slightest difference, these two people's similarity is much higher than identical twins, the two of them are like a mold carved out. No, not just like, but just. Sister Yan, can you still replicate a third self? Xinhao asked thoughtfully. I shouldn't be able to with my temporary copying ability, I should just be able to copy only oneself. Then has your speed and strength changed? Xinhao asked somewhat nervously. There doesn't seem to be any changes. Soga. Xinhao's nervousness completely disappeared, and was replaced by endless excitement and endless thoughts, two identical and extremely beautiful things. If this is held in the arms, it is simply, the picture is too beautiful, I dare not look. Great, there can be one more person to help me do experiments, and I can accompany myself to sleep, I no longer need to be afraid at night. But. Xinhao sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. I can sleep with myself, this TARD operation, thanks for thinking of it. Collapse. Xinhao's mentality is now somewhat collapsed, now himself, want to live an beautiful emotional life of difficulty, no doubt, must be super S level. However, as a man destined to become a boss, Xinhao contemplated for a moment and quickly recovered his mental state. Although the difficulty was increased, the coolness was also 10 million times higher than before. There was nothing difficult in the world, as long as one was willing to climb. For the sake of all mankind, these two peaks, I must climb and plant my own little red flag of victory. Xinhao secretly decided that he would not stop until he reached his goal. At this time, on planet X314, Scar drove his car, alone, to the 18th city district, which was one of the most chaotic city districts on planet X314, and also a place of exile, where all those who had committed felonies would be exiled to this city district. As a result, this place was mixed with people, and scum criminals walked everywhere. Scar and Black Rose, at one time, were indeed both agents of the 18th Urban District. At that time, Scar was a junior under Black Rose, and had been secretly in love with Black Rose, but didn't have the guts to pursue it, and that scar on his face was the one he received on behalf of Black Rose. Later, when the Inhuman mastered the world, the 18th City District became a place of exile, and their fellow agents, in order to maintain the order, kept people dying. In order to survive, the duo gave up their positions as agents and fought their way through, eventually taking their place in the relatively stable 13th City District. Scar felt that Black Rose had been looking down on him, and the years of pent-up resentment had turned the love in his heart into hate, and he eventually decided that he wanted to kill Black Rose and get rid of her afterwards. He was worried that Black Rose's sisters cried for heaven and earth, wanting to find some more helpers, but found that no one was willing to intervene. Originally not far away there are two people want to help the green-haired three sisters, but see Scar is a ruthless person, then quietly left. It wasn't that they were so afraid of Scar, it was just that for them, it wasn't worth it to risk their lives for goods like the three sisters with barber hair. What does it mean to be the weak and the strong? What does it mean to see profit and forget righteousness? What does it mean to choose a tree of integrity? The so-called human nature, in the middle of this underground city's nameless boxing gym, was interpreted to the fullest. The three sisters saw that they had lost their backing, so they hurriedly changed from a shrew to a gentle lamb in seconds, kneeling in front of Scar to beg for mercy. Grandpa, the lives of the three of us are yours to play with. Three rubbish. Unable to find the person he was looking for, Scar was distracted and raised his right hand high, ready to release the violent anger in his heart, but he heard a loud voice from behind him. Long time no see, still so grumpy. Chapter 27, The Special Features of the Inhuman. Scar looked at the voice, it was a smiling, seemingly harmless little chubby guy. But in the jungle there is a law, the more conspicuous looking flowers, the stronger the toxicity, the more seemingly quiet animals, initiation seems to be the more ferocious. In front of me, this little chubby peer looks only about 1 meter 6.5, round and very cute, but he has a chilling nickname, Blood Diamond. Although this person looked fat, but his movements were very agile, he had already been in the boxing gym, set a horrible record of 50 consecutive victories. He used to be Scar's colleague, and still holds the position of agent in the 18th City District. He could have left this chaotic place, but he was born with a thirst for blood, and the more chaotic the place, the more he likes to stay. The reason why Scar thought of being the first to come to him was because Blood Diamond's kung fu was extremely high and his body had already reached the limit of an ordinary person. Secondly, Blood Diamond owed him a favor and made a promise that as long as Scar opened his mouth, he would put in his best efforts to help knife-handle kill his enemy. Long time no see. Scar put away the hand he had just raised, and a smile appeared on his gloomy face. You met someone you wanted to kill? Blood Diamond's tone was calm. When he said the word kill, it was as natural as killing a chicken, usually without a fluctuation inside. Scar nodded gently, let's change places. Scar drove the car and took Blood Diamond towards the outskirts of the 18th City. The outskirts of the 18th City is a dense forest, sparsely populated. There are a lot of huge ferocious animal infestation, usually few people here. Did you really decide to kill her? What's wrong? Are you unwilling to do it? It's not that I'm not willing, I'm just curious. You used to love him so much, why did you suddenly go back to killing her? Of course, although I've never been optimistic that the two of you could be together either. Blood Diamond spoke in a calm tone, but listening to him say these words, you would feel that he was like an old friend, helping others to analyze their relationship problems, without a trace of killing aura on his body. Years of killing would stain a person with a very heavy force, but Blood Diamond was different. Although he loved killing, he also loved life. In addition to being an agent, he also has another profession, which is a psychological counselor. He often gives free psychological counseling to people with psychological problems. My decision to kill her was also made after thinking for a long time. What exactly is the reason? Was it because he looked down on you? Blood Diamond analyzed patiently. Hearing the words look down on, Scar braked violently and looked at Blood Diamond coldly, unable to speak. After stopping for about half a minute, Bai again put his foot on the accelerator and continued driving. Blood Diamond also managed not to get angry, just looked at him very calmly. Trust me, it will be much better if you say the words inside your heart. Just a short time ago, Black Rose's blood changed and became more translucent, and at that moment I knew that she looked at me even less. When Scar said those words, there was some despair and even more sadness in his language. So, the Black Rose is alienated? Blood Diamond's pitch rose, and for the first time, his emotions fluctuated. By alienation, he was referring to regular people awakening their powers under some kind of stimulus and turning into an inhuman. One of the most important criteria to differentiate between a normal person and an inhuman is the color of the blood. A normal person's blood is dark red and the energy in the blood, between 500 degrees and 1000 degrees. Once the blood changes from dark red to bright red, then the energy in the blood will be greater than 1000 degrees. And the value of 1000 degrees is the dividing line between an inhuman and a human. According to my observation, her energy value is only just greater than 1000, and her inhuman ability is not in the direction of speed or strength. What it is still unknown. Scar said. How long has this happened? About a week ago. Do you know what prompted her mutation? Blood Diamond asked, a gleam in his eyes. No ordinary person would not want to change into an inhuman, including Blood Diamond. I'm not sure, I just noticed that other men seem to be more obsessed with her. Scar said, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. For him, he must destroy what he can't get, and if he is destined to not get the Black Rose, then he will never allow others to get it. Interesting, this is the first time I have heard that someone is able to mutate without realizing it. I'll take this business, free of charge. Blood Diamond said with a smile. In his cognition, there are two types of inhuman, one is born inhuman, the other is smashing heavy money after complex medication to stimulate some kind of potential in regular people, so that they can be converted into inhuman. But like Black Rose, it was rare to suddenly and spontaneously become an inhuman overnight. As a martial arts nerd, he instinctively felt that Black Rose should be considered a very unique existence, and if he was able to get up close and personal with Black Rose, he would have a chance to figure out what was going on with the inhuman abilities in her body. Blood Diamond had a perverted desire to become stronger, so he kept taking part in battles, constantly refining his body to become stronger in the midst of killing. He was currently having a hard time meeting opponents among ordinary people. Although her supernormal ability has just been awakened, an inhuman is still an inhuman, and it is difficult for an ordinary person to win, plus I am not very sure what her supernormal ability actually is, so I would like to hire another inhuman to help. Scar parked the car at the foot of a hill and walked with Blood Diamond, entering the depths of the forest through a path. I understand, but are you sure he'll help you? I heard that his energy level is now close to 2000 degrees. Blood Diamond said. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was Black Rose who forced him into this forest in the first place, and since he has now evolved into an inhuman, he must be anxious to take revenge. In Planet X-314, but all inhumans can live in the 9th City District or above, where life is rich and comfortable, with stable jobs, without having to worry about killing and natural disasters, which is the reason why most people want to become inhumans. But there are always some exceptions, just like the Blood Diamond who is unwilling to leave the 18th urban area. In this forest, there is still an old monster living. This person is the #1 most wanted criminal in the 18th urban area back then, Dragon Bone. The scar on Scar's face was his masterpiece. Although this person is old, he is extremely lustful and loves to destroy flowers with his hot hands. He has not spoilt many young women. 7 years ago, Black Rose set up a beauty trick to capture him, and also dealt him a painful blow, taking away his dignity as a man. After he escaped from prison, he hid in this jungle and never came out again. Chapter 28, Just How Strong is Boss Chen? After constant training, he finally alienated and became an inhuman a year ago, and his alien ability was accuracy, being able to kill his opponents with a flying dagger in his hand from a distance of 2000 meters away, based on the observation of his entry eyes alone. In this year, he constantly fights with fierce beasts, and his energy value is gradually approaching 2000 degrees. His years of hard practice has only one purpose: to abuse the Black Rose and snow the previous shame. The duo just walked in a few steps. Behind them suddenly came a hissing sound, eerie, chilling. Turning around to look, it was actually a flower-colored python as thick as the mouth of a bowl, spitting out its long letters and looking straight at the duo. The two of you even intruded into my territory. You really think you have a long life? At this moment, an unusually eerie voice came from the air. I think you are mistaken. We came here to help you. Help me? I'm afraid you are sent by that wicked woman to kill me. However, this era has changed. Whoever has a hard fist can do whatever they want. Dragon Bone laughed. You are wrong. I am not sent by her to kill you. I am here to find you to kill her together. I just don't know if you dare to step out of this forest? Scar said. After hearing the words of Scar, Dragon Bone first froze, then laughed. Ha ha ha. I did not think that this vicious woman also has today. The one who once loved him the most, now wants to kill her. Interesting. How about it? This is considered a promise by you? Scar asked coldly. I have been practicing hard until now. For this day, she took away my things, then I must leave my mark on her. Dragonbone's evil laughter echoed more than just in the forest. On the other side, Tong Yin drew blood from herself, Su Hui, and the Big Dipper Daredevil respectively, and then carried out a deep and systematic research. She wanted to figure out the reasons that led to the change in the color of these bloods, as well as the different meanings that the different colors represented. Since she possessed the ability to split into different bodies, the efficiency of the entire experiment was greatly increased. She was so excited that she was completely immersed in the lab at this point, unable to extricate herself, not to mention paying attention to Qin Hao. Su Hui was not idle either. She liked to practice combat before the end came, and this time, after obtaining the alien ability, she immediately brought up the idea of combining her combat skills with her alien ability, and finding a mode of combat that suited her. Boss Qin, practice makes perfect. I still don't know what level I am at. I have to practice a little bit. You these 2 days, first condescend to be my practice assistant. Su Hui blinked her eyes and said in a very petulant manner. I'll be your assistant? Qin Hao began to search for this matter in his heart. Since it's as an assistant, then Sister Hui must be sparring with me. Since it's sparring, it's inevitable that skin-to-skin contact will occur. Since it can produce skin-to-skin contact, it is possible to produce a large area. Deal. Qin Hao thought that these deals were quite cost-effective when he did so, and immediately agreed with gusto. Unexpectedly, Qin Hao was still too simple. When Su Hui asked him to be her assistant, she didn't ask him to accompany her, she asked him to be a babysitter, and while helping herself to capture ordinary zombies on the street and use them as living targets for practice, she would use her mobile phone to take pictures of her spreading and fighting as a souvenir. These 30 zombies are simply not enough to fight. Move faster, go catch another 100 or 10 and come back for some more ferocious ones. My KO of the bison just now, was it cool? Did you film it? Looking at the red-eyed Su Hui, and then looking at the streets littered with corpses, Qin Hao's heart tightened. Sister Hui had to live in modern times. If she lived in ancient times, there would be another female tyrant in the history books. The Big Dipper is a team of death-defying men and women, and they will come out to practice with me. Su Hui does not know tired, continued to fight for more than 2 hours, killed hundreds of zombie beasts, or not addicted, and then hit the idea of Qin Hao's zombie army. Women know martial arts, no one can stop them, it's really scary. Sister Hui, let's talk about it tomorrow. They are quite tired from capturing the lions and wild elephants today. I just gave them a holiday. Qin Hao said weakly. No, I haven't had a good fight yet. As your secretary, I have to be all tough, otherwise how can I protect you? Su Hui pulled Qin Hao's arm in a very petulant manner. Indeed, these zombies on the street right now were too unchallenging for her. After all, these zombies don't have sub-energy stones in their bodies, and they can't complete their mutation evolution, so both their speed and strength are relatively weak. Hurry up, Boss Qin, practice with me for a while longer. Su Hui once again turned on her pampering mode. Qin Hao thought for a moment and hurriedly said, No good, Sister Hui, Sister Yan seems to have made a new discovery and is calling us back. That's good. Qin Hao breathed a long sigh of relief and hurriedly left with this killing god. Right at the moment Su Hui left, he noticed that the zombies on the nearby street corners had tears of gratitude in their eyes. Sister Yan, what's your new discovery? Su Hui walked to the lab first and asked excitedly. You guys look. Tong Yan, as well as her doppelganger, held 4 blood tubes in her 2 hands, all of which were filled with blood, but of different colors. The first test tube was dark red, taken from the body of the most common zombie. The second test tube was bright red, taken from within himself and Su Hui. The third test tube was red with a tinge of orange, taken from the body of a member of the Big Dipper Death Squad. The fourth test tube was orange in color, taken from inside the schoolgirl. Through my research, I found that in the dark red blood, the energy value was the lowest, and in the orange blood the energy was the highest. Explaining a problem, the earlier one establishes a relationship with Qin Hao through the sub-energy stone, the higher the energy value in the body. Tong Yan analyzed, then he placed the 4 test tubes on the test tube rack and took out another test tube. The blood in this test tube was also dark red. Strangely enough, Qin Hao's blood, however, was always dark red, and the energy value in its body was undetectable. What an interesting man. The 2 child faces began to surround Qin Hao as they looked back and forth. Qin Hao suddenly thought of Scarlet at this time. He now desperately hoped that Scarlet would come back earlier. From her mouth he could learn more about the Inhumans, and perhaps also learn why he was so special. And at this moment, Scarlet was also thinking about the things about Chen Hao. That boss Chen, with his mediocre speed, should only have just awakened his inhuman abilities. If I can find some helpers after returning to planet X314, it should be enough to deal with him. At that time, I will be able to take over the entire planet. Scarlet felt excited as she thought about this. If one wanted to dominate a small city at the 5 million population level on planet X314, one's blood should be at least bright red, with an energy value of 2000 degrees, and not even a little bit of dark impurities. If one wanted to dominate a large city at the 10 million population level, the blood had to be bright orange with an energy value of 3000 degrees, not with some red impurities. I didn't think that boss Chen would be able to dominate a world with a large amount of dark red in his blood, but unfortunately, this world of yours is about to come under my ownership. Scarlet thought she was smug and began to plot how to gather people to conquer the world Chen Hao was in. But what she didn't know was that Chen Hao's world was the Hell Mode. One of the zombies under Chen Hao's command was already an orange-blooded inhuman. And this zombie had only just absorbed Chen Hao's energy for a day or two. So, when Scarlet and the others arrived in a few days, to what extent would these zombies be alienated? It was unknown. What do you mean, people are more angry than people? It's this. Chapter 29, How to Deceive a Woman Seeking Collections. In the next few days, Tong Yen soaked in the lab day and night, extracting the sub-energy stone reagent while researching the cause of the blood alienation. It could be said that he was so wasted and oblivious that he didn't even have time to eat. Su Hui, on the other hand, continued to immerse himself in his combat training routine, and after killing 1,000 zombies, his mastery of his powers was now perfect. But she still wasn't satisfied and had to practice with Chen Hao. But how could she fight against the chief with a sub-energy stone ministry inside her body? Although Chen Hao couldn't directly control her behavior, Chen Hao was like having a super positioning system, always able to prejudge Su Hui's position, so Su Hui was busy for half a day without touching Chen Hao even once. Chen Hao was a little proud, thinking that he had defeated Su Hui and could finally man up and enjoy the spoils of war. Unexpectedly, the defeat didn't make Su Hui succumb, but instead inspired a stronger desire to fight, so then she fucked another 3,000 zombies to death to train her fighting skills. Chen Hao sighed that he was too stupid and regretted that he shouldn't have defeated Su Hui, so then when Su Hui challenged him again, Chen Hao suddenly lost to Su Hui and was knocked down by her slap. Chen Hao went with the flow and lay on the ground, covering his chest and shouting in pain. Sister Hui, you are too strong, my little heart is going to be shattered by you. Ha ha. I am the world's #1 female martial god. Su Hui was very proud as she walked to Chen Hao and supported him in her arms. However, when she saw the ghostly appearance of Chen Hao, who was intoxicated and kept rubbing his head against her body, she instantly understood that she had been cheated. Liar, the corners of your mouth are not even bleeding, but also lied to me that you were knocked down. Humph, go and catch 5,000 zombies for me again. Hui's sister. Cut the crap, I have to knock you down in a dignified manner before I can do it, you are not allowed to let me. Oh. That night, Chen Hao took advantage of Su Hui's rest to sneak to the disc shop and studied a large number of action scenes, and after a night of unremitting efforts, he firmly remembered 365 desperate eyes and facial expressions after being knocked down. And through repeated practice, finally on the next day, realized how to play a painful but not pompous loser 4 steps. The first step is that after you fall to the ground, you must have your lines, but not too many words, people can't speak when they are in the most pain. Step 2, after the lines, you must start spitting blood, but not too much blood, it must be sprayed out in the form of flying foam. The third step, after spitting blood, with eyes full of fear and unwillingness to look at, the winning party is very triumphant towards their own, the corners of the eyes should be hanging teardrops, but cannot have tears down. The fourth step, one hand on the ground, the body trembling efforts to stand up, presenting a look and the other party to the end of the dead, however, just in the other party close to their own that moment, that once again fell to the ground, limb weakness. Finally, after this set of film star performances, Su Hui temporarily believed that she had defeated Chen Hao. So she took Chen Hao, who had already been beaten half to death by herself, and tenderly hugged him in her arms, saying proudly, Boss Chen, Sister Yan's knowledge is #1, and Sister Hui my martial arts is unrivaled, 1 literary and 1 martial arts, 2 superb beauties accompanying you, are you happy? Su Hui eyes charming, exhale like orchids, but also very gentle for Chen Hao rubbing, by their own injured parts. The unusual comfort made Chen Hao subconsciously want to do something, but the moment his eyes were about to close up, he suddenly remembered that he was exposed last time because he couldn't withstand the temptation. Thus, he immediately restrained his impulses, and the excitement in his eyes turned into unwillingness and fear. Suhui kept on testing, and this back and forth lasted for about a minute or so before he withdrew his hand in a very proud manner. Surprisingly unresponsive, it seems that you are really in pain. Well, let's believe you for now, let sister reward you with a loving hug. Between the words, Suhui smoothly copied Chen Hao's legs, directly gave him a domineering princess hug. Lying in Su Hui's arms, Chen Hao sniffed a burst of aroma and felt an unspeakable comfort. Unable to help it, the corners of his mouth raised into a contented smile. Revealed. Staring at Chen Hao's face of enjoyment, Su Hui coldly said, "Hey, defense is not enough, women are all great detectives." On the other hand, Scarlet, driving the water dropship, had arrived at Planet X-314 and parked the ship inside a relatively hidden abandoned factory. For a relatively backward urban area like the 13th urban area, a spaceship was an extremely special strategic material. After she took care of everything and confirmed that there were no other people around, she quietly sent a message to Scar. "I'm back, you wait for me in room 567 of the Black Rose KTV." After receiving the message, Scar quickly replied to Scarlet, and then arranged for Blood Diamond to hide in the next room, and had Dragon Bone ambush in the opposite room holding a sharp blade, ready to attack remotely. At the same time, he also replaced some of the waiters in the KTV with assassins he had found from the 18th City District. He had just set it all up when Scarlet pushed the door in. "Big sister, you're back." Scar pretended to be excited and rushed forward to greet her. "Did someone go to rescue you? What happened to the 5 agents who escorted you?" "No one came to save, just halfway those 5 agents suddenly got lustful and wanted to violate me, but the result was that I killed them back," Scarlet said with disdain. Hearing Scarlet's words, Scar instantly understood. Scarlet did have a kind of psychic ability that could seduce men in her body, and this kind of psychic ability of hers seemed to have become stronger now. "By the way, Scar, I have a major discovery." Scarlet sat on the sofa, picked up a cocktail, gently shook the glass and looked straight at Scar. Being Scarlet so straight hook a look, Scar was a bit of a thief, hesitated for a moment, asked with a smile, "What major discovery?" "Before I tell you, I want to ask you a question, will you betray me?" Being asked by Scarlet so, Scar was more anxious and panicked. Although he was short-tempered and considered a tough guy, he instinctively had no temper and was meek as a kitten as soon as he saw Scarlet over the years. He felt that he had been living in Scarlet's shadow, and as long as Scarlet was around, he had no manly dignity, which was one of the reasons why he wanted to kill Scarlet. "Why do you ask?" Scar pretended to be cloudy, squeezing a smile on his face. "We have been together for so long, when have I ever betrayed you?" Meanwhile, Scar sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone and prepared to send a message to Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone, asking the two of them to make a move. Chapter 30, Star reduced to slavery begs for collection. Then, "I've made a major discovery that can make us instantly rich beyond our wildest dreams." "Richer than a country?" After hearing Scarlet's words, Scarlet suddenly realized that Scarlet hadn't found out that he had betrayed her. So he hurriedly deleted the message he was composing, and at the same time put his mobile phone away, wanting to hear what Scarlet meant by being rich beyond compare. "After I solved those 5 agents, I accidentally broke into a strange time, and this world is simply out of this world." Scarlet crossed her legs and gently took a sip of her cocktail, her words filled with longing for that world. Scarlet's words also succeeded in arousing Scar's interest. Scar hurriedly sat beside Scarlet and asked, "A paradise? How do you mean?" "The material there is rich, the whole world is still intact, there are only some low-level zombies and alien beasts, you and I can go there to reign supreme." "How is that possible? The entire X-star field is already in a period of wasteland, how can there be such a paradise? Even if there is, there must be alien guards there," Scar asked tentatively. He was worried that Scarlet had actually discovered her betrayal and was just trying to lure herself into her trap. In that world, there was indeed an inhuman in existence, but he had only just awakened his powers, and his blood should still be dark red, so it wouldn't be difficult to deal with. Scarlet finished her cocktail in one drink. "Impossible, if there really is a pure land of this level, it must have long been occupied by that kind of powerful inhuman with white blood." Scarlet continued to question. "In Star Area X, the most powerful Inhumans were those whose blood had turned pure white and whose energy value had reached 4,000 degrees. These Inhumans only existed in legends and almost no one had ever seen them. On planet X-314, the energy value of the planet Lord was only 3,700 degrees, and his blood was white overall, but there was also a large amount of orange impurities mixed in. The higher the energy value, the harder it is to increase. Rumor has it that the planet lord of planet X314, the energy value is stuck at 3,700 for more than 200 years, and has not increased by one more degree. It is true. According to my judgment, that world is not a planet, but a spacetime relic, because I didn't find its location on the entire map of the starfield. Scarlet explained. When multiple parallel worlds made a collision, some spacetime relics would be created, and these spacetime relics could not be probed, even by pure white-blooded inhuman powerhouses whose energy value reached 4,000 degrees. There are two types of spacetime relics. One is an extremely ferocious and vicious place infested with all kinds of powerful alien beasts, and the other is a heavenly paradise, rich in materials and a peaceful environment, suitable for human survival. Since it is a spacetime relic, then we simply can't find the location on the map. Even if what you say is true, then we can't go back again. Scar questioned again. I have a way to go back, all that is why I ask you, will you betray me? Although Scarlet didn't know that Scar had betrayed herself, she was still always wary of him, so she didn't mention any specific news about Chen Hao, nor did she say that she had swallowed Chen Hao's poison. Because she wanted to firmly control the situation and make everyone follow her footsteps. Once too much information was known by others, then her value as a leader would be gone. You're saying this is all true? Scar had gradually believed Scarlet's words at this point. As long as you follow me well, you can possess the whole paradise together. The supplies there are richer than those in the first city, and we can dominate there and do whatever we want. Scarlet once again overwhelmed Scar in terms of momentum. Scar hated this feeling of being overwhelmed, but for some reason, time and time again he chose to obey. He secretly operated his mobile phone and sent a message to Blood Diamond and the others to retreat first and wait for his next plan. By the way, I still need you to help me find a few people. Okay, I'll go. Scar, who was bent on becoming a big brother, once again acted like a little brother, patiently listening to Scarlet's orders, and then began to help her go on her errands to find people. After Scar left the room, he quickly made a rendezvous with Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone, then told the two about the whole thing. Blood Diamond was very knowledgeable about temporal relics, and he felt that temporal relics were most likely spaces opened up by certain powerful inhumans, and that there must be a lot of unimaginable opportunities inside. Why don't we blend in and kill Scarlet when we get to the spacetime ruins? A spacetime relic, but it's a heavenly paradise. There's a good chance that there's some special technology in there that can cure the stubborn disease you're suffering from. What do you think, Dragon Bone mate? Dragon Bone wasn't very interested in the spacetime ruins, but when he heard that he could cure his persistent illness, he was immediately somewhat moved. However, more than being able to let him physically turn back into a man, he wanted to just abuse Scarlet, in order to bleed his heart and make himself a man psychologically. I can promise, but I only have one condition: the Black Rose must die in my hands. I must let her feel what it means to destroy a flower with a hot hand. If you dare to obstruct me at that time, I will kill you altogether. Good. Scar gently nodded his head. After convincing Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone, Scar asked them to go to the black market and buy an electronic mask. After putting on the electronic mask, one could change the shape of one's face for a period of time, hiding one's true identity. Scar followed Scarlet's request and went to the 13th city's talent market to look for engineers who could manage electricity and networks. In the Wasteland period, the emphasis on martial arts is light. Whoever has a hard fist will be able to eat, so those knowledgeable experts, on the contrary, have become a vulnerable group. In the 13th city's talent market, there are a large number of such people, unable to find a job. It is difficult to make ends meet, and is on the verge of starvation. Where there are people, there is business, and this situation has given rise to an industry, namely human traffickers. Some people have taken the opportunity to set up companies, ostensibly recruitment companies, but in fact, they are engaged in the business of human traffickers. They sign these people up with overbearing contracts and then package and sell them, making a profit from the difference in price. In the labor market, the most valuable are young and beautiful women, but the most valuable are strong men with athletic or martial arts experience. Those intellectuals who are rich in knowledge but weak in body are not very useful in this era of martial arts. Therefore, Scar used a very low price to buy 15 elites in electricity and network. These 15 people were all starving and skinny, and they were starving every day. Although they were all experts in major power companies and network companies, either CTO or CEO, they were also considered to be the man of the hour, and some of them even appeared on TV and were seen as entrepreneurial stars. But times have changed, and the former stars have fallen into slavery nowadays. Chapter 31, The Ambition of Black Rose. No one can go against the flow of the sea, they can only obediently comply with the changes of the times, to be a person who conforms to the times. Thank you for hiring me, may I ask, can I have 2 meals a day? Just of steamed buns. One of them, a thin, glasses-wearing man named Gao Yuan, said. In that peaceful era, he was also once the boss of a listed company, with hundreds of employees under him, and the company's market value was tens of billions of dollars. He was also considered a generation of heroes. But now he can only eat 1 meal a day, sometimes 2 days can only eat 1 meal, already have low blood sugar, he is worse than death every day. 100 useless as a scholar. Scar said disdainfully, as long as you can work well, the meal to you enough, 3 times a day. Really? Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Yao Yuan was very excited and cheered, happy as a child. Thank you, boss, you are really a good person. The other 14 people behind Gao Yuan were also excited one by one, and some even knelt down to thank him. In these turbulent times, people might kill a person for a bite of food, so those dignities had long since ceased to matter. Boss, let me ask again, is it really a network-related job? Gao Yuan had a developed brain and was extremely good at things like networks and electricity, but he was physically racked with weakness and couldn't do physical work for long periods of time, so when he heard that Scar had come to find himself a network-related job, he was so excited that he was still a little unsure about it even now. Nonsense so much, what else can you guys do besides network and electricity? Just your virtues. Scar cursed very impatiently. But seeing Scar so impatient, Gao Yuan was extremely happy in his heart because it showed that everything Scar said was true. Scar didn't dare to delay, he let Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone with electronic masks pretend to be experts in electricity, mixed in the crowd, and then brought these 1 to 20 people together to the Black Rose KTV. Finally face to face to see his long thought of enemy, Dragon Bone stupidly, cannot help but want to return fire for fire on the spot, Scarlet to do it. But just the moment he wanted to move to action, he was still stopped by Blood Diamond and Scar. Big sister, everything is ready, the people you want are here, Scar returned to the room and said respectfully to Scarlet. Scarlet had also seen a few of these 15 people on TV before, especially Gao Yuan, she was very impressed. Gao Yuan was not only the CEO of a company before, he was also considered an educator, he often went around giving speeches and spreading positive energy, he was an entrepreneurial idol in the hearts of many young people, and he was relatively upright and had a good reputation. Teacher Gao, if we say a city's network system and power system has now collapsed, and now you are asked to bring people to fix it, how long will it take you to fix it? Scarlet asked politely. She knew very well that as long as she gave a little bit of respect to these fallen cultures, these people would follow her to the death. As long as those infrastructures weren't damaged, it would take at most a day for the entire city's network and electricity to be fully restored. Gao Yuan pushed the thick lenses of his glasses on his nose and said confidently. Very well. Scarlet inquired briefly a few more times, and was very satisfied when she found that all the questions she asked, Gao Yuan was able to help her answer with ease. The reason why she was so concerned about the true level of these people was because she was looking for someone for herself, not for Chen Hao. She was absolutely certain that she would be able to take out Chen Hao and control the temporal relic smoothly. Scarlet's initial trial and error found that Chen Hao had no clear idea about the concepts of inhuman as well as spacetime relics, so she suspected that Chen Hao was just an ordinary person who had mistakenly entered the spacetime relics and had only developed a little bit of inhuman ability under some kind of stimulation, which was not enough to worry about at all. Scar, bring another 7 or 8 brothers, bring more weapons with more firepower, let's set off as soon as possible. Okay, big sister, I'll go and do it now. Hearing Scar's command, Scar was secretly pleased and felt that it was simply heaven helping him. He had wanted to bring a few more of his own brothers with him, and was at a loss as to how to ask, but he didn't expect Scarlet to take the initiative. He immediately picked a few brothers who were loyal to him, each heavily armed, and boarded the water drop airship with Scarlet. In the wasteland world, whoever had a gun in their hands was the true king. Only an EV with an energy value of 2,000 or more could resist bullets, and once he got hold of guns and ammunition, then even if everyone initiated a fight for the position of overlord, then he would be able to get rid of the likes of Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone, and become the absolute overlord. So in Scar's opinion, although he was currently superficially subservient to Scarlet, he was the one who was the true king. Just like that, Scarlet's group, each with their own agenda, flew towards the temporal relic where Chen Hao was in a water droplet airship. On the other side, Chen Hao had already expanded his zombie army to 300 people. And the blood of these 300 people had all turned completely orange, and everyone's body had become extremely hard. Not only could they withstand bullets, but they also possessed great speed. The vast majority of the zombies had only undergone a drastic increase in the strength and hardness of their bodies as well as their speed, but had not alienated any other special abilities. But there was one exception, and that was the schoolgirl. Chen discovered that the schoolgirl's alien ability lay in her waist-length hair. Under Chen control, the length of the schoolgirl's hair could become about 300 meters. Her hair was like extremely hard fibers, both sharp and tough. When dispersed, it was a sharp blade that could instantly pierce through a person's body. When compiled together, it could form a dense and sturdy net to capture foreign beasts. Crucially, the schoolgirl was also extremely obedient. The word resistance was not in her vocabulary, and no matter what instructions Chen issued, she could execute them perfectly. Of course, although Chen was complacent and had many ideas in his mind, he didn't dare to execute them under Su Hui's surveillance. The speed of the alienation of the blood of both Su Hui and Tong Yan was even faster, and white had slowly begun to appear in both of their blood. Su Hui's speed and strength had doubled again, and her stretchiness had also doubled. Tong Yan was even more exaggerated, and could currently also replicate 3 of herself, and occasionally, when she was tired of doing experiments, she could also play mahjong with herself, and have fun with herself, not even giving Chen a chance to have a trio. Another windy and sunny morning, the 3 of them were eating when Chen made a suggestion. My 300 warrior regiment has been well formed, but they don't have uniform clothing now, and are still dirty and unsightly. Why don't the 2 of you stay home today, and I'll take them with me to take a bath, and then go to a nearby clothing factory to find a suitable uniform. Tong Yan should eat and drink, and in her heart, she kept thinking about her experiments, and did not pay attention to him. However, Su Hui, on the other hand, instantly caught the point in Chen words. Bathing? Who do you want to bathe? Uniform? Who do you want to give a uniform to? Chapter 32, The Schoolflower accompanies me to look at the moon. Chen was a bit weak and stammered. Inside what Cough. I said Hui's sister how the thought is so unhealthy. I just want to lead our army to clean it up and make their image a little bit cooler. Wearing a uniform is also just to look more imposing. Your little mind, I would not know, don't you just want to give that schoolgirl a bath? Su Hui clamped a dish in her mouth, squinted her eyes at the here and now Chen and said coldly. It's not Hui's sister. I don't. Really can't, you follow me and supervise me. Chen stammered. Good go together. Su Hui agreed in one mouthful. After the meal, Su Hui whistled, drove a car, took a weeping Chen led an army of 300 zombies, and came to a clothing foundry near the local area, with a wide variety of clothing stored in the warehouse. Boss Chen, what do you think would be better clothes for our zombie army? Su Hui asked tentatively. I think although they are zombies, but there is a difference between men and women, not as good as the men wear Zhongshan clothes, look fierce and powerful, women. Female. What do you want them to wear? Boss Chen. Su Hui smiled with a bewitching smile and looked at Chen coldly. The women also wear Zhongshan clothes, look cool and valiant, and men and women wear uniform clothes, the whole army will look uniform and neat. Chen answered the question. Well, I think that Chen boss's analysis is very reasonable, just according to what you say. After packing 300 clothes, 300 pairs of sunglasses were found. Su Hui whistled, drove the car, took a crying Chen led an army of 300 zombies, and came to an artificial beach near the local area. Sister Hui, if I had known that I was going to come to this side of the beach, I would have brought you a bikini. Chen lying on a beach chair, while manipulating the 300 zombies to bathe in the lake, while sizing up Su Hui who was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, said. Who said I didn't wear one? She had actually taken Chen as her man long ago, but she had her own set of strategies for dealing with men. It is like flying a kite, if it is easy, if it is tight, if it is loose, if you completely let him get it, he may not cherish it, but if you do not let him taste it at all, he may run to find that schoolgirl. The 2 of them lasted for about a minute. Chen stretched out his own pair of dishonest hands, and was about to make a move, when Su Hui suddenly exerted her strength, and pushed Chen away with a hand, gently shaking her finger. Today, you can only do this first, don't give an inch, or else your sister will ignore you. When you perform better in the future, you can get a better one. Su Hui pouted, her eyes flirtatious, torturing Chen to death. Chen was also well aware of Su Hui's tricks and knew that it would be difficult for him to go further for the time being, so he quickly calmed down and continued to maneuver the army of 300 zombies, bathing in the water. 300 strong bodies, lined up one by one along the coastline, helping themselves to wash in each other from time to time. The picture was harmonious. Xinhao was lying on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses, enjoying the wonderful sun bath, and then had two eyes to admire, not far from the school flower. So shy, so slender, so gentle. Especially stained with water droplets of long hair fluttering with the wind, as the ink painting in general, in the sunshine under the exceptionally crystal clear. When the breeze comes, the long hair flutters with the wind, and the wonderful curves are hidden. It's great to be young, and youth is invincible. Is it better than me? It is not bad. Ahem, what is good looking or not? Inside what, it's all almost all zombie friends, go ashore and put on clothes Hearing Su Hui's soft and thorny voice, Xinhao instantly got up from the beach chair, hands behind his back, and walked towards the shoreline, like a serious instructor, ordering the army of zombies to put on the pre-prepared Zhongshan clothes. At ease, stand at attention, march in unison. Xinhao pretended to look at the slogan. 300 people were neatly organized and walked at the same pace. It was spectacular. It's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. After the zombie army cleaned their respective bodies, put on the Chinese mountain suits and sunglasses, from a distance, they could not see that they were zombies at all, and were more like a well-trained master. By these people wearing overbearing mountain suits, guarding the Tianlong Lake community also transformed, suddenly from the previous abandoned district, into a tightly guarded secret organization. In the evening, Xinhao was lying in his room, conceptualizing a more detailed plan for the construction of the Great Qin Group, when he suddenly noticed that the signal tower that Scarlet had left for him was flashing with a red light. She's coming? Xinhao guessed that the water droplet spaceship, for sure, would land somewhere near the signal tower. So he hurriedly took the signal tower and headed towards the library. Although Scarlet had been bluffed by himself, Xinhao always felt that she was by no means a good person, and he didn't want to easily let Scarlet know where he lived, causing Su Hui and Tong Yan to cause misunderstandings. At the same time, he also brought along the schoolgirl, with another zombie who had a few similarities with his height and weight looks. He planned to use this zombie, who was very much like himself, as a bait to test whether Scarlet had really brought along her desired person, or had set up an ambush and wanted to eliminate herself in one fell swoop. Xinhao didn't know whether Scarlet was an agent or not, but the only thing he could tell was that Scarlet was a particularly old-fashioned and ambitious person who had always had ideas about the world here. The best way to deal with this kind of person was not to guess, but to go straight for the test. Of course, the purpose of him wearing the Colonel's flower is even more obvious and simple. One is that he can hide in the dark with himself and fight remotely. The second is to accompany himself to read books in the library, look at the moon, and reminisce about the sweet school days before Scarlet arrives. Which boy didn't want to be accompanied by a schoolgirl when he was young, and spend time together in the library? What he didn't experience before, he didn't expect, but now he is slowly having it all. The two sat in front of the library's floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the bright moonlight, the schoolgirl was looking at the book, Xinhao was looking at the schoolgirl. Wearing a Chinese mountain dress, the schoolflower has an indescribable high-level beauty. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Xinhao cannot help but touch the schoolgirl's face with his hand, and use his thumb to gently touch her lips, which are not too thin and not too thick, and are slightly moist. A feeling that was hard to describe in words, a little soft and a little sweet. Looking at the quiet and pure schoolgirl sitting in his arms, Xinhao's breathing suddenly thickened. He raised his right hand that had nowhere to rest, somewhat torn. If he were to lay his hands on her now, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? After all, the schoolflower girl was already unconscious, although she wouldn't resist. She hadn't given her consent either, so if he went down on her rashly, wasn't he not gentlemanly enough? Born as a human being, whether one is more gentlemanly or should live a more unrestrained life, Xinhao was confused. Just as he was hesitating, a roar sounded outside the car window, and that water droplet spaceship he had been waiting for so long appeared. Chapter 33, The Mantis Catching the Cicada, the Yellow Bird at the Back. Seeing that his target had appeared, Xinhao quickly took the schoolgirl into hiding and secretly observed everything. The hatch of the airship opened, and Scarlet once again reminded Scar, who was standing behind herself, that everything would be done as I said, and no one would be allowed to make a move without my orders. Got it, big sister, don't worry. Scar gently nodded his head. Scarlet then led Scar and the others out of the cabin, leaving those heavily armed men with machine guns to stay in the airship. Master, I've brought the person you want, come out quickly. Scarlet's voice at this time was extremely seductive, and the kind of ice coldness that she had just spoken to Scar was the polar opposite. When Scar saw Scarlet in such a posture, his tiger's eyes instantly widened, especially when he heard Scarlet call out the word master. He felt that the cells in his body had exploded. For one thing, it was out of jealousy. Scar had been pursuing Scarlet for so many years. Scar had also fantasized about conquering Scarlet, making her obedient, kneeling in front of him and calling him master, but he didn't think that the thing he was so eager for was letting someone else get there first. Secondly, it was out of dignity. If one's own big sister is like a pug, calling out to others as master, then one must not call out to this person as master's master? Simple and rough and one-sided, he was a bit unable to bear it, and was about to have a fit, but was stopped by Blood Diamond, who was good at insight into the hearts of the people. Don't be impulsive, she so made her own reasoning, don't mess up her plan. Blood Diamond is very clear, Scar has some empty hands, simple mind, limbs developed, do not understand the reasoning of a great man can bend and stretch, destined to go not far. After he stepped into this world, through the light night color, he roughly scanned, and immediately understood that this is definitely a blessed land, the whole world is intact, and the material is extremely rich. In his conception, blessings and curses follow each other. A pure land of this level must have extremely large and ferocious places, and these ferocious places were the best places to raise one's force. This woman is just without dignity, like a dog. Scar unforgivingly cursed in a low voice. After Gao Yuan arrived in this world, he looked around and had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago, and suddenly felt that he had returned to the peaceful era when he was so spirited, waving his hand and pointing at the mountains. For a moment, the heart of joy cannot help but turn his head to the people behind him, said, "Here looks like a peaceful era, finally there is a place for us to use." Those 14 people behind him, one by one, also put a bright light in their eyes, as if they were reborn. Suddenly their hearts were surging, secretly vowing to make good use of their skills, do something, and return to the top again. "Master, where are you? Quickly come out, people want you so hard, Scarlet once again said charmingly and affectionately, but each of her words was like a bullet, shooting through Scar's heart one at a time, driving Scar to the edge of collapse. "I'm all good, slave, you're really on time." An icy voice came. Scarlet and the others looked for the voice, only to see a man wearing a Zhongshan suit with sunglasses in his eyes, walking out from the library. "My good master, you can come back. The people you want I can be brought to you, you quickly come over to see it." Scarlet was like a slave who was pleasing her master, her tone was humble to the extreme. She didn't fail to come forward to greet Chen Hao, but wanted to trick Chen Hao into the trap she had set. But what she didn't know was that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow was at the back, and this man dressed in a Chinese mountain suit was actually Chen Hao's double. Chen Hao installed a microphone on the body of the double in advance, and he could remotely control the living, so that Scarlet and the others mistakenly thought that it was the double who was talking. At this moment, Chen Hao hid in the dark, opened his penetrating eyes, and carefully scanned Scarlet and the others, finding that most of the people in the group still had dark red blood. Scarlet's blood had begun to turn red, and there was another person whose blood had almost turned bright red, so it was obvious that he was an inhuman. And he also discovered that this inhuman with bright red blood and the other person next to him were also carrying some sort of special tool that hid their true colors. Based on these 2 points alone, Chen Hao had already fully judged that Scarlet had come prepared, inviting people who considered themselves to be experts, preparing to kill herself and thus take over this world. Of course, there were some real experts in the cyber side and power side in here, but these were obviously prepared for herself. In an instant, Scarlet's plot was stripped clean and naked by Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao was somewhat puzzled as to why those 2 people with special equipment were hiding their true colors. Could it be that they wanted to go dark? In that case, why not play along with them? Chen Hao thought in his heart. "Master, come over here quickly, come over to little slave's side." Scarlet saw that Chen Hao was standing at the entrance of the library and was not coming towards his side, then so she couldn't help but urge him again. "Kneel down." Chen Hao roared with an icy tone. "Master, stop it, if you want to kneel, you have to wait for us to finish our business and find a place where no one is kneeling." "Don't you think so? Come over here." Scarlet continued to persuade, 1,000 charming. "Don't talk nonsense, all of you kneel down for me." Chen Hao's voice rang out again, his words filled with the air of an overlord. Scarlet was hesitant to kneel, Scar could not bear it, stepped forward. "What the hell are you? Surprisingly, let me kneel down." Scarlet sighed a bad sigh and was trying to stop Scar, who knew that Scar was too impulsive, holding a black dagger and running directly towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao manipulated his double, quickly dodged, and while dodging, ran towards Scarlet's direction. He was deliberately trying to fall into Scarlet's trap, forcing her to reveal her fox's tail. After all, now the double's energy value was enough to crush the entire field, even if they put their best foot forward. To him, it was just scratching an itch. This kid's energy value isn't that strong. Blood Diamond, Dragon Bone, let's team up together and kill him. Scar was completely unable to hold his breath, and seeing Chen Hao's double show weakness, he immediately became smug and took the initiative to reveal the identities of Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone, wanting to join forces with them to kill Chen Hao in one fell swoop and dominate this world. Blood Diamond was deeply calculating and had not wanted to expose his identity so early. Seeing that Dragon Bone had already torn off his electronic mask and struck out to kill Chen Hao's double, he let out a sigh and joined in the battle as well. He didn't know if there were any other masters behind this man in Zhongshan suit in front of him, but he could tell that this person's own ability wasn't very strong, and gathering one of the three of them, Dragon Bone and Scar, would be enough to take him down. The Blood Diamond man was very talkative, directly released a big move, his body straightened horizontally in the air, like a drill, directly knocked Chen Hao's double away. Go to hell, rampant brat! Scar swung both his fists, punching flesh, striking Chen Hao's double with one punch after another. At the same time, Dragon Bone circled around to the back of Chen Hao's double, leapt up high, and threw out a silver needle that directly pierced into Chen Hao's double's heart. Chen Hao once again performed at the level of a film director, pretending to be a weakling, and after a few struggles, he fell upside down, successfully fooling everyone. Ha ha ha. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but it's just a waste. Scar was very proud, at the same time, coldly looked at Scarlet. Chapter 34, Being Hacked to Death by a Brother, what a level! Scarlet looked at the Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone, and then looked at Scar with a smug face, and instantly understood why she was arrested not long ago. I didn't expect that it was you who betrayed me in the end. Scarlet sneered. Who the hell betrayed you? Figure out the situation, okay? It's you who has someone not to do, have to be someone else's dog. I've had enough of this for a long fucking time. Scar roared like a vicious dog, venting his emotions. Brainless thing, that's why I've always looked down on you. Scarlet shook her head helplessly. I'm brainless, I won't be like you, I won't speak to people and ghosts, I won't be like you, cold-blooded, you're blind to all the good that other people do to you. Scar pointed to the scars on his face, and then pointed to Dragon Bone, tearing his heart and lungs and shouting. In the beginning, if I did not save you, I have long become someone else's collapsed slave, ha ha. Really fucking ironic, I fucking saved you, but you shouted another person called master. Why is the slavery in the bones so heavy? Waste. At this time, Scar has already broken, he is not only revealing other people's scars, but also revealing his own scars. He threw out all of his pain, all of his complaints. For so many years, he had been saddling up for Scarlet, but Scarlet was always eyeballing different men, and although there was no substantial relationship, he felt more and more that Scarlet was no longer clean, and was no longer the flawless woman in his mind. He couldn't stand this matter more and more, and his strong possessive desire made him hate Scarlet from love to hate, and even made him move to destroy everything. How much he had longed for Scarlet, how much he longed to destroy her now. Although Gao Yuan and the others knew nothing about Kung Fu, they had also survived for a long time in the Wasteland period and were fully capable of reading the current situation. From their point of view, under the attack of the three experts, Scarlet would surely die. The instinct to survive forced them to subconsciously keep retreating backwards, away from Scarlet. At this time, Scarlet had already fallen into the circle of Scarab, Blood Diamond, and Dragon Bone. In fact, everyone has their own value. Since you are going to die, why don't you also leave a little value behind and tell me what exactly is going on with the supernormal ability in your body? Blood Diamond asked the question he was most interested in. Fine, Blood Diamond, I'll satisfy you. Scarlet looked at Blood Diamond and smiled, her face was charming and her words were provocative. Feel that? Your supernormal ability is really strange, it seems to be able to interfere with other people's minds, and it's kinda hard to kill you. Blood Diamond said with a smile. For the first time, a smile appeared on his calm face. This smile was a kind of comfort. He felt that every cell in his body seemed to be being stroked by a gentle little hand. The hand was sometimes as gentle as a mother's hand, and sometimes as titillating as a lover's hand, but either way, it gave you the feeling that you were going to sleep. What a shameless, undignified thing, I'm going to destroy you today. Scar saw that Scarlet started flirting with Blood Diamond and tried to dismantle his alliance. He couldn't bear it anymore. Swinging the dagger in his hand, he stabbed like Scarlet. Scarlet didn't move a muscle, a smile on her lips. Blood Diamond suddenly moved his dexterous and burly body, blocked in front of Scarlet, and swung his hand to punch Scar's chest. Blood Diamond in the 18th city mixed so many years, rich combat experience, so that he practiced the keen sense of combat. He this punch and accurate and ruthless, hit the Scar build practice the back of the day, spitting blood. Hidden in the library of Chen Hao, while holding the schoolgirl sitting on his lap, while watching this wonderful drama, cannot help but comment. This woman is really ruthless, silently releasing gases that mess with people's minds. The more obsessed with martial arts and trying to defeat her, the easier it is for him to control her. And that Scarface is really pitiful, unexpectedly unaware, being a spare tire for many years. Not only did he not turn out to be correct, but he also had to be tortured to death by her, and it's still a double torture both mentally and physically. TSK. But the more this kind of ambitious woman, the better it is to manage. Chen Hao laughed coldly and embraced the collagen-filled schoolgirl to continue watching the show. Blood Diamond, are you fucking crazy, even attacking me? Scar roared in anger and swung both his fists to resist Blood Diamond, but his strength was ultimately still one move behind, and he was forced back by Blood Diamond. He saw standing aside motionless Dragonbone, angrily shouted, "Dragonbone, quick action, still here to dawdle what?" At this time the Scar, part calculation is very clear. He now only want to let the Dragonbone and Blood Diamonds to defeat, and then let the heavily armed men, a burst of mutiny, the Blood Diamonds and other people all eradicated. He could then reign supreme here and become the absolute king, no longer needing to be anyone's lickspittle or spare tire. And he also decided that he would let all the people who still survived in this world respectfully call himself master. Being someone else's little brother for too long and pleasing others for too long had caused him to have developed an extremely rebellious and perverted mentality. Dragonbone, quickly do it, kill Blood Diamond, let's unite and torture this Black Rose together, tearing her petals apart, bit by bit. And, she is still a chick, destroy this flower, your lost dignity will come back. Dragonbone then moved, extremely fast. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately threw out dozens of silver needles, and these silver needles were impartial, all shot at Scar's heart. Scar incredibly looked at Dragonbone, what's going on? Brave but not resourceful, only a passion for blood, only a lot of guts, if not for me sheltering you, do you think you can live in the chaotic world for so long? Scarlet saw the overwhelmed Scar with a disdainful face. If you want to survive in the midst of the chaotic world, you have to rely on your brains, not your feelings. Shameless women like you should go to hell, all of you go to hell. Scar roared, open fire and finish them all off. At Scar's command, his men who were hiding in the airship and were heavily armed, one by one, holding machine guns, rushed out of the cabin, slapped into a line, and began to frantically strafe. Day. Instantly, Scar was beaten into a sieve, on his legs and arms, on his stomach, all of them were bloody holes. What the fuck is going on? Scar's eyes were full of unwillingness. He could not understand until his death why these brothers of his, one by one, betrayed themselves. Black Rose, I will not let you go even as a ghost. In my next life, I will let you kneel in front of me and call me Day. Another burst of sweeping shots. Scar did not even finish his last harsh words, and he completely bid farewell to the world. Why is it that there are few men in this world who have a long brain? Scarlet watched Scar die, and there was some intolerance in her heart. After all, Scar had really given so much for her, and could even throw away her life for him. However, in the world of relationships, it does not mean that you can get as much as you give. Scarlet from the beginning to the end cannot see this kind of brainless waste. Chapter 35, Conquering the Black Rose Seeking Collections. Gao Yuan and the others never expected that Scarlet, who hadn't moved a single finger, would be the ultimate big boss. At this moment, one by one, prompted by their survival instinct, they slowly surrounded towards Scarlet. A good bird chooses a tree nest. This was a survival skill they had learnt in the midst of the chaotic world. Scarlet was well aware of their thoughts and understood that weaklings like them could only survive this way, so she wasn't angry and didn't blame them. In this era, don't blame others for betraying you, blame yourself for not being strong enough. Let's burn his body. Scarlet looked at Scar's already disfigured body and said to Blood Diamond. In her opinion, this war was over and it was time to fight to clean up the battlefield. Scarlet squatted in front of Chen Hao's double's body and began to search him back and forth, obviously looking for the antidote. She knew very well that since Chen Hao was able to willingly come over to see her today, it meant that she still had value to use, and Chen Hao definitely wouldn't let her die, which meant that Chen Hao would definitely carry the antidote with him. She carefully searched every corner of Chen Hao's double's body, and when she touched Chen Hao's chest, she was suddenly held down by a hand. Scarlet was startled violently and backed up, only to see that at this moment, Chen Hao's double got up violently, applauding and laughing. What a wonderful dog-eat-dog show, I just did a little trick to make you all show your true colors. After Chen Hao's double finished speaking, he stood with his arms folded, like a king, looking down on the group of ants in front of him. Master, I knew you didn't die. Scarlet reacted extremely quickly, and it only took a short second for her to instantly change from the queen who controlled everything to a humble slave to the extreme. Kneel down. Be a good dog and I will give you the antidote. Chen Hao's ice-cold voice sounded once again. Do you think you can fight against someone with orange blood? Hearing these words, Scarlet's expression stiffened as she suddenly realized that her previous judgment of Chen Hao seemed to be all wrong. She thought that Chen Hao didn't understand the relationship between blood and supernormal abilities, nor did he understand what it meant to be an inhuman, but she didn't realize that Chen Hao had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Even though Chen Hao's skills were superior, Scarlet was still unwilling. She was the kind of person who had to fight to the last drop of blood before she would give up. Master, how dare I confront you? As soon as Scarlet's words fell, Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone suddenly got up and sent a desperate strike at Chen Hao's double, while at the same time, those heavily armed machine gunners began to frantically strafe. Chen Hao's double instantly started up, extremely fast, like a ray of light, banging two punches, directly hitting Blood Diamond and Dragon Bone to the point where their meridians burst and their tendons broke. At the same time, he caught the bullets with his empty hand, quickly plucking 8 bullets from the air and casually tossing them. These 8 bullets, unbiased, popping heads, those heavily armed machine gunners, one by one, fell to the ground in response. In just 1 second, this series of complicated process was executed perfectly. The action was so fast that it exceeded the limit of human eyesight. When Gao Yuan and the others saw this kind of miraculous kung fu, one by one, their legs instantly weakened in fear and they knelt down on the ground. At the same time, their heads were tightly next to the ground, not daring to raise their heads, not daring to look squarely at this godlike man. Do you think you can escape me? Scarlet knew very well what this kind of stature meant. This ability to catch bullets with her empty hands and instantly kill multiple people meant that Chen Hao's energy value was at least 2,500. That's right, a good bird chooses a tree nest is the best survival skill in a chaotic world. Since she couldn't become strong, she might as well cling to the strong. Scarlet looked up at the moon in the sky, then at Chen Hao's double not far away, and slowly walked forward. Master, you are the most special man I've ever seen. Not only do you possess powerful psychic abilities, but you also have a godlike vision that can see through everything. Before, when I called you master, it was more of a perfunctory attempt to seduce you, but this time I swore to the moonlight that from now on, I would only be your slave. Scarlet walked until she was still a meter away from Chen Hao's double and stopped. Her tone was flat, without the kind of coquettishness or coldness that she had before. All she had was incomparable humility and honesty, a kind of mortal's devotion to the gods. Master, I am from the White Moon Tribe. For us White Moon Tribe women, chastity is greater than everything. Today I want to dedicate my most precious thing to my master under the witness of the moon god. Scarlet once again looked at the bright moon in the sky, wanting to offer the holy black rose at this holy moment. Chen Hao manipulated his double to stop Scarlet and snorted coldly. Do want to be my woman, you are not qualified, but to be my slave, I can agree. However, Chen Hao's true thoughts at this time were, Laozi is also a virgin. My first time is also ready to give Hui's sister and Yan's sister it, which can let you easily get, just want to take advantage of me here, think of the beauty. Chen Hao thought of this, and then looked at the school flower sitting in his arms, said to himself, school flower, do not be anxious, wait for me to turn you from the state of zombie back into a human being, I can also consider it. In the meantime, he was in a tangle. Sister Hui is now the boss of my heart, usually take care of my living, delicate mind. Figure and face value is excellent, and we also have such a long time of emotional foundation, the first time should indeed be to her. But Sister Yan is also very good, although she does not eat earthly fire, and always choking me, but I always feel that she has a kind of inexplicable feelings for me. She not only treat me as an experiment, but also treat me as her spiritual pillar. After all, she's not too young, it's time for her to experience another kind of life. So annoying, I'm now finally experiencing the annoyance of being an emperor's happiness. Scarlet knew that it was because she had disappointed Chen Hao with her previous attempts over and over again, and it was hard for her to accept herself for a while, so she flopped down on her knees again. Master, Xiao Nu believes that as the holiest woman of the White Moon clan, Master will accept Xiao Nu one day. You get up, this is the antidote. Chen Hao's double took out another red pill and handed it to Scarlet. Scarlet stared blankly at the red pill in front of her, a trace of fear flashing through her eyes. This kind of fear from the bottom of her heart was like a mortal's fear of a god, capable of forcing one to submit. A mortal must obey the words of the Gods, not daring to be disobedient for a single moment. She didn't know whether this red pill in front of her was an antidote or another poison, but she didn't dare to question it, and with her hands raised high, she took it and immediately swallowed it into her mouth. Chapter 36, Boss Chen setting the rules-seeking collection. Thank you, Master. You clean up this place first, I don't like to see corpses. Chen Hao said. Okay, Master. Tonight, you guys will rest in the airship first, and tomorrow morning, I will inform you to do something else. After issuing the order, Chen Hao controlled his double towards the library entrance. The reason he said that was to test whether Scarlet would escape. There were a lot of things that didn't need to be guessed, it was better to just go ahead and try. If Scarlet really escaped in the teardrop spaceship, it meant that Scarlet was not absolutely submissive yet, and that staying would be a scourge sooner or later. Chen Hao would immediately take action and shoot down the airship, eliminating any future troubles. If Scarlet had a chance to escape but didn't, it meant that she had already submitted, so he could trust her and let her continue to work for him, because he needed a ferryman. Looking at her Chen Hao's distant back, Scarlet put on her clothes and slowly got up. She was also very clear that this was a test, and only after this test could she accept other missions. At the same time, she also guessed that what she had just swallowed. Expression. He looked at these three masks that were both simple and meaningful, and unique, and was satisfied. Chapter 37, Honoring Boss Chen as a God. Then he brought the schoolgirl to the costume subcontracting factory again, and after looking around inside for a long time, he found 3 black robes, which could encircle a person from the neck down, all the way around. Deep dark red mask plus pure black robe, give people a kind of solemn and mysterious feeling, daunting. This is also really Chen Hao want to achieve the effect. From now on, this outfit would represent the symbol of the highest power of the Great Chen Group. After he had chosen all of this, it was almost dawn by now, and he brought the schoolgirl back to the villa, where Su Hui had already prepared a meal and was waiting for him, and was curious to see him holding the mask and robe in his hands. Chen Hao then called Tong Yan out as well, and then told him all about last night's events, and his plans, in every detail. Of course, he left out the part about Scarlet seducing herself. During Chen Hao's narration, Su Hui and Tong Yan both listened extremely attentively, without interrupting Chen Hao or mentioning any comments, and after Chen Hao finished speaking, he hurriedly asked. 2 sisters, what do you two think of my plan? Do you have any good opinions? Say a few words? After all, the Chen Group is our own family's industry, no matter what you two think. Anyway, I can take you two, as the most important woman in my life. When Chen Hao said that he took Su Hui and Tong Yan as the most important women in his life, the 2 extremely beautiful women's eyes flashed a trace of relief. Tong Yan's time to take the lead to open the mouth to say, Sister, I appreciate your strategic layout, and I will fully support you. I just want to ask you a question. You will not let that, what is called Scarlet's woman, also live in the home, right? At this time, Su Hui also stared coldly at Chen Hao, wanting to hear his answer. How is it possible? No one can replace Sister Yan and Sister Hui's position in my heart. There can only be 3 management roles in the Chen Group, and that's the 3 of us. Chen Hao said with a frank face. Triangles have stability, don't you think so? Why else would I only make 3 masks? Hearing Chen Hao say this, Su Hui smiled smugly, picked up a chicken leg from the plate and put it in Chen Hao's bowl, counting you still have some conscience. At this time Tong Yan poured a cup of milk and put it in front of Chen Hao. Be a good experiment for our sisters, we will help you well, otherwise we will drain your blood. The 2 sisters are so nice, in order to celebrate the establishment of the Chen Group, or else the 3 of us will be here tonight. I still have to do experiments tonight. I still have to practice combat at night. Before Chen Hao finished his words, the 2 extremely beautiful mouths refused in the same voice. Oh. Chen Hao is a little helpless, but he knows in his heart, the 2 sisters are love themselves, just to the kind of things that have not been done, are a little afraid. There is no hurry, there is no hurry. Women are like wine, the more they ferment, the more flavorful they are. In his heart, he comforted himself constantly. The 3 people happily finished this breakfast, put on their masks and robes, led the Big Dipper Daredevil, and came together in front of the library. At this time, Scarlet had already brought Gao Yuan and 15 others, lining up in front of the airship to greet Chen Hao. The boss is here, everyone cheer up. Gao Yuan shouted excitedly. Scarlet looked from afar and realized that not only were the 3 robed men of extremely high cultivation, but even the 36 guards behind them seemed to each have a calm and steady aura, with energy values far above her own. Thus, one couldn't help but think in one's mind. Master's strength is really terrifying. I even thought that I could beat him up before, I was simply too naive. Scarlet also couldn't tell which one of the three was Chen Hao. She even began to think in her mind, could it be that the master had three doppelgangers? Knowing that she couldn't see through her master, she didn't think much more and directly knelt on the ground. Good morning, master. Chen Hao gently nodded his head and pointed at Gao Yuan, come over here. Seeing that the big boss actually called himself, Gao Yuan was a bit terrified and hurriedly ran forward and knelt down with Scarlet. Boss, please command. What is your name? My name is Gao Yuan. The 14 people over there, with the same specialization as me, are all doing network and power related. Good, then you will be the director of the power grid department of Chen Group, and restore the power and network system of this city as soon as possible. Gao Yuan heard that he was promoted. This feeling of managing his men had been long overdue, so he hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. With power, you have to take responsibility. I hope you can be worthy of your position. Chen Hao said coldly, releasing his majesty. Understood, understood. Gao Yuan hurriedly said. After saying this, Chen Hao announced those three rules on the spot and told them what they could do and what they could not do. Letting them deeply comprehend that in order to survive in this world, Boss Chen's words were the number one rule. Understood, understood. The crowd listened and nodded their heads. Very well. Chen Hao handed out some vacuum-packed milk, eggs, chicken legs, etc. that he had brought to Gao Yuan and the others. For someone who was suffering from hunger, a steamed bun was enough to make them excited, let alone such a sumptuous breakfast. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. Gao Yuan and the others wolfed down their food one by one, expressing their gratitude to Chen Hao as they ate. This was the best boss they had ever met since the end came, and it was also the best meal they had ever had. As they ate the meal, each one of them thought very clearly in their hearts that the incomparably majestic and monstrously capable boss Chen in front of them, although he seemed to be very strict, he was clear in his rewards and punishments, and he was very kind to people. In my place, the last thing that is lacking is this food. As long as you can bring your talents into play and help me well, I can let you live well in this chaotic world. Chen Hao said. Understood, understood. Gao Yuan and the others said in succession. Chen Hao then brought Scarlet, Gao Yuan, and the others to the grid center, letting them familiarize themselves with the workplace and dividing one of the buildings in the grid center's family compound among them to live in. Letting the 15 of them, each of them chose a set of their most preferred house. 15 people were ecstatic. It had been a long time since they had lived in such a high-end residential area. They knew that it was all thanks to the reward of Boss Chen, and they were even more determined to work hard for Boss Chen. These 15 people are also very self-conscious. In order to facilitate their work, they decided to centralize their accommodation, and from the top 4 floors, each of them chose a suite. Soon, the 15 people joined forces, and after a day of powerful repairs, the entire city's power system and network system were all restored to normal. Chapter 38, Me, Sitting on My Hands. After the power and network systems were restored, the water conservancy system also quickly returned to normal. Finally, the paralyzed city could function normally again. Chen Hao found many advanced miniature cameras in a secret warehouse at the first opportunity. He quietly installed these cameras on the 300 zombie armies, and from then on, with the Tianlong Lake District as the center of the circle, every blade of grass and every tree within a radius of 60 miles was within his grasp. At the same time, he activated the camera systems that were already on the streets, and then deployed 9 zombies to be stationed next to the servers and monitors. This way, every corner of the city was under his control. How refreshing! In the bright morning, Chen Hao yawned and stretched as he rose from his bed, monitoring everything around him. Most of all human fears came from the fear of uncertainty. Having the god's perspective of looking down on everything, which allows all the crises hidden in the shadows to be exposed all in front of one's eyes, can give one a great sense of security. Just like when playing the werewolf killing game, the judge used the god's perspective, watching the werewolves and villagers perform to their heart's content for their own interests. There was a different kind of pleasure. What does it mean to be emboldened? Standing high above the clouds and looking down on everything, the pleasure brought by this god's perspective is really unimaginable. So hi-yo, it feels like life has reached the... Chen Hao was enjoying this peak pleasure while humming a little song as he walked down the stairs for breakfast, and when he was halfway there, he suddenly froze. Fixing his eyes, he only saw the blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned Scarlet, with a springy face, wearing a sexy halter silk nightgown and Su Hui's little apron, with breakfast in her hand, being is walking towards the living room from the kitchen. Why are you here? Chen Hao hurriedly ran to her and pulled her arm to the side. At the same time, started looking left and right, he didn't want Su Hui and Tong Yan to see Scarlet appearing here. "Aya, master, don't be so strong, it hurts my arm." As Scarlet spoke, her eyes kept blinking, letting out sparks of love. "You don't say, this Scarlet's arm is really soft and flexible enough, comparable to Su Hui. How did you get here? How do you know my family's here? Why are you dressed like this?" Xinhao couldn't be bothered to continue feeling the softness of the strand, nor did he want to enjoy Scarlet's flavor. He was now full of questions and threw out 3 questions in a row. Apart from the fact that he was worried about Su Hui and Tong Yan getting angry, there was also a major confusion, and that was that he hadn't even realized when Scarlet had come to his house. In other words, Scarlet had concealed herself from his entire surveillance system and entered the room. Xinhao instantly questioned his god's perspective. If even Scarlet was able to easily break through his defenses, then it meant that he was waiting for nothing. Seeing Xinhao sternly questioning himself, Scarlet did not flinch and did not answer his question. Instead, she continued. "Master, what's wrong? Don't you like the way I look now?" After she finished speaking, she even took off the apron on her body and hooked her hands around Xinhao's neck, her eyes hooking into Xinhao's heart. Any normal man would find it hard to resist this kind of strong attack, especially Scarlet's eyes, which were extremely seductive, and as long as they looked at each other for a second, they could instantly fall into the trap of gentleness and be unable to extricate themselves. However, Xinhao always felt that there was something wrong somewhere, so he instantly observed again, and found that indeed, every corner of the 60-mile radius had been completely under his own surveillance. Scarlet couldn't have appeared in the villa without realizing it, unless she knew how to instantly transfer her skills, which she obviously didn't know how to do. Another point was that after being taught a lesson by herself yesterday, Scarlet had a deep fear of herself. This kind of awe was like a spiritual shackle, firmly clamped on her. If she didn't make a request, she wouldn't dare to easily remove this shackle and make such excessive behavior. There must be a demon when things go awry. Xinhao immediately opened his penetrating eye and found that this Scarlet's blood, surprisingly, was orange with some white in it, and it was obvious that it was impossible for Scarlet to have such noble blood. Moreover, Xinhao also found that the end of the vertebrae of this Scarlet in front of him did not have that iconic black rose. Summing up, he could completely conclude that this Scarlet was undoubtedly someone else pretending to be her. Then in this villa, there were only 2 people who had the ability to impersonate, namely Su Hui and Tong Yan. Tong Yan didn't even want to think about it. He was doing the latest experiments in the lab and didn't have the time to play around with him. Therefore, this person could only be Su Hui. After thinking clearly about all this, Xinhao understood that it must be Su Hui's supernatural ability that had alienated again, possessing the ability to transform, and purposely turning into Scarlet's appearance to tempt himself and test himself. "How dare you fish for law enforcement? Then I have to teach you a lesson." "What are you doing? I am a man with a family?" Xinhao said coldly, full of justice, and even pushed Scarlet away. Scarlet fell to the ground in response, and not only did she not get angry, but instead, her eyes were sultry and she continued to tempt Xinhao. "Kneel down." Xinhao stood with his hands behind his back, his voice was cold and his eyes released a cold light. "Master, don't be so mean. I also want to live here and serve you well with food, clothing, housing, and transport. I am good at what others are good at, and what others are not good at, I am also good at," Scarlet said while blinking her eyes and pouting her mouth, which was both adorable to the extreme and seductive. In this situation, if you weren't using God's perspective, you wouldn't be able to carry it off, at least not calmly. "I'll say it to you for the last time, no one can interfere with my feelings for Sister Hui and Sister Yan, especially Sister Hui whom I love deeply." Xinhao was calm and self-composed, staring ahead, not paying any attention to Scarlet's 1,000 chirps. Scarlet was still unwilling, shaking her body and continuing her attack on Xinhao. "Don't lie to me, master, I know you love me, I will serve you with all my heart and soul, there will definitely be no resistance, you can do whatever you want. Don't worry, this matter is known to you and I know that heaven and earth know, absolutely no one else will know." After saying that, Scarlet even hugged Xinhao's thigh, biting her lips in 1,000 charming ways. At this moment, seeing this person this way, hearing this person this word, Xinhao can't help but feel his heart's blood surging. This Sister Hui is in psychology, right? Why does she say every word to other people's hearts? It really is so seductive that you know it's a trap, but you still want to jump into it. There is no one in this world who can sit in the arms and not get upset, there are just people in the arms who are not extreme enough. Chapter 39, Breaking New Ground. Get out of the way. Xinhao angrily rebuked, then gently lifted his foot and kicked Scarlet aside. Although blood was dripping inside, for the sake of future happiness, this good show of sitting in the arms had to be performed even on one's knees. Master, if you don't agree to have me, then I'll crash to death for you. Scarlet collapsed to the ground, wiping her tears as she spoke. What kind of doggerel drama is this? Sister Hui, you've watched too many ancient romance dramas, haven't you? Xin Hao really couldn't help but want to break her down. However, for the sake of a longer and happier life in the future, and in order to be able to help pass on the incense to mankind, Xin Hao still held back. In ancient times, there was a chivalrous man who took over for his country, but today, Xin Hao, want to curse his wife for mankind. With this virtue, you still dare to compare with my closed moon, sunken fish and geese, national beauty, pouring the country Hui sister, you live as a waste of air, dead as a waste of land, to die with me to roll outside to die, do not splash blood on me here, let me regurgitate. After Xin Hao finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to her, sat down at the dining table, and started eating breakfast. Is the breakfast I made good? It's awful, it's far worse than my sister Hui's. Xin Hao replied reflexively. To the last time he was injured in the performance, it was during the final closing stage that he revealed himself. This time, he must not make the same mistake. Xin Hao threw the bread he was holding in his hand fiercely on the plate and snorted coldly. Hurry up and get out of my home, otherwise, I'll let my closed moon, sunken fish and wild goose, national beauty, pouring the country into the city of Hui sister to clean you up, so that you deeply feel the consequences of seducing a married woman. After saying that, he also pretended to roar loudly, Sister Hui, come and save me, Sister Hui, where have you been? Here it is, don't shout. Scarlet, who had fallen to the ground, instantly turned into Su Hui. When Xin Hao saw this incredible scene in front of him, he was dumbstruck and acted surprised. You woman, how dare you turn into my sister Hui's appearance and continue to tempt me, see if I don't teach you a lesson. Snap. Xin Hao immediately rushed to Su Hui and slapped her on her arse. I'll let you tempt me, I'll let you destroy other people's relationship, I'll let you not abide by the way of women. Xin Hao with a burst of slapping, when it was really over the top. Don't hit, it's really me, you're crazy, Xin Hao, you can't even recognize me. After Su Hui reacted, she suddenly became smaller and escaped from Xin Hao's capture. Seeing Su Hui, who had escaped from his encirclement, Xin Hao made an expression of dawning realization on his face. Sister Hui, so it's really you. How did you suddenly turn into a different appearance? What is going on here? How did you suddenly transform? Did your skills evolve again? You're too strong. Come on, Boss Qin, you've gone a bit too far with your theater. Su Hui sat at the table and looked at Xin Hao, a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You're sitting still this time, your performance is not bad, come over and eat. Good Lu, Sister Hui. Xin Hao sat in his seat, looking at the contented Su Hui, he smiled and asked, Sister Hui, your supernormal ability has evolved again? What, you don't want to see me progress, afraid that I'll surpass you? Su Hui blankly glanced at Xin Hao, honestly, did you just find out that I turned into that woman's appearance? That's why you deliberately acted for me. How could that be? If I just found out that she was changed into you, how could I dare to be so ruthless? Xin Hao said with a serious face, and after realizing that he had tricked Su Hui into trusting him, he then changed the topic. Sister Hui, the supernatural ability of yours to be able to transform is also too amazing? I'm also quite scared to sleep at night, I also want to hug myself to sleep like Sister Yan, can you turn into my appearance at night? Why do you have such a strong taste? I'm not going to bother with you, I'm going to help Sister Hui with her experiments. After Su Hui finished speaking, she ran away with a glass of milk. Looking at Su Hui's distant back, Xin Hao let out a long sigh of relief. I'm really a little acting pro, after the great Qin group gradually gets on track, I'll open another film company and package myself as the #1 film emperor in the entire universe, making all the women go crazy for me. That's so good. Thinking of this, Xin Hao fell back into contemplation. Indeed, at present, the great Qin group was still a long way from taking shape. Although the entire city's electricity and network had been restored normally now, it still lacked a large number of service personnel. For example, the cleaning of the city's rubbish, the distribution of food, and other jobs that didn't require too much skill, but required effort to perform. I have to let Scarlet go back to Planet X314 as soon as possible, and bring back some more of these basic labor positions. From now on, Planet X314 will be my sheep, I have to weed it over again, so that my entire world can function, and then weed other planets. One step at a time, wanting to go faster is not enough. Xin Hao analyzed the next step in his progress as he ate. In order to get rich, one must first build roads. Only by creating good channels can one develop quickly. With only this one water drop ship, it's simply not enough. For the time being, we can only snatch back some ships directly from Planet X-314 before developing our own ship manufacturing industry. There is another very important issue. I have only searched the city so far and have not found any survivors. I have never been able to go to the other cities. Sister Huey's current strength should be second only to mine. It is almost possible for someone to pose a threat to her. How about, why don't we let Sister Huey take on my appearance and hold down this place? I'll go and search around the surrounding cities as soon as possible to see if there are any potential hidden dangers, so that I can ensure that the Great Chen group develops faster and better. After conceiving all these plans, Chen Hao put on a mask and a black robe, and arrived at Scarlet's residence alone. Master, you're here. After Chen Hao entered, Scarlet directly knelt down and greeted Chen Hao. Chen Hao was instantly flustered after seeing Scarlet's appearance, as Scarlet was also wearing an ice silk halter nightgown at this moment, which was exactly the same as the one Su Hui wore just now when she turned into Scarlet. Without saying a word, Chen Hao directly opened his penetrating eyes and started scanning Scarlet. Luckily, her blood was still red and that black rose was still staying there honestly. You get up, I have some things to ask. Chen Hao took off his mask, took off his black robe and sat on the sofa. Master, please command. Now I'll give you an exam question. You write down all the basic conditions of Planet X-314, as well as your knowledge of the Inhumans, all of them honestly. Chen Hao picked up a black notebook on the table and handed it to Scarlet. Scarlet didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly took the notebook Chen Hao handed to her with both hands, while at the same time, secretly thinking in her heart. Master is definitely testing me. After testing me, he will send me a new mission. If I can complete the new mission well, I may become Master's woman. Chapter 40, Rewarding the Black Rose Seeking Collections. What are you thinking there? Seeing Scarlet staying there motionless, Chen Hao asked. Didn't think about anything, Master, I'll write it here. After Scarlet finished speaking, like a well-behaved kitten, she knelt beside Chen Hao, lay down on the table, and began to write earnestly. The loose ice silk nightgown, coupled with the elegant kneeling posture, set off the already perfect curves, making them even hotter and more enticing. But what made Chen Hao even more interested was those crooked curves she wrote on her notebook. From those curves, Chen Hao understood that the original Planet X-314 was divided into 18 urban areas, and one uninhabited area. The 18 urban areas were arranged according to 18 classes. The first urban area housed the most noble Inhumans of the bloodline, as well as their clansmen, and the 18th urban area housed the lowest class of ordinary people and a large number of criminals. No Man's Land harbored unpredictable dangers and was not inhabited at all, not even the Inhumans would set foot there easily. The division between ordinary people and Inhumans was based on the color of their blood. The color of the blood, as the degree of alienation deepens, can gradually change from dark red to bright red, bright orange and pure white. In Starfield X, there was only one person who possessed pure white blood, and that was the Starfield Lord. His energy value reaches a terrifying